20th of Henden, 411 AA. Avralalan, the common. Children were always the worst. 5 years spent cramping knees at the feet of Lebek, the most notorious healer on the Isle of Avralalan era Marilas, had drilled into Askia Ainaran the fundamental lessons about how to be a healer in the real world. But although she could now walk past crippled men, injured women, people in pain so great that they hid it behind enough ale to flood a river, she found it hard to bypass the children. So she did what many of the healer-born did when they went about their errands in the city outside of their walls. She dressed like one of the poorer merchants, and she kept the medallion which proclaimed her birthright, the talent with which she'd been born, hidden. It meant that the needy had to actually know who she was before they could approach her with their tales of woe. It was so hard to say no. It was still hard. She wondered, as she pulled the edges of her woven shawl more tightly around her shoulders, if she would ever find it easy. Lebek had perfected such a look of temper that people were afraid to speak to him, and he was the only healer who wore his medallion openly no matter where he traveled. Of course, Lebek also had a single brow that crossed his forehead in a dark unbroken line, and his temper suited the perpetual frown he wore. Had she been injured, with nowhere to turn, she'd probably have to be paid to approach the taciturn healer. Askia Ainaran had no such brow. She had no height to speak of, although she had so hoped that she would take after her father's family and grow all tall and willowy by the time she'd reached her name age. It hadn't happened. She'd slimmed down a little. Hard work and a poor harvest always had that effect, but she'd only gained an inch on her mother, and her mother was, to put it politely, short. She'd tried different hairstyles, something suitably severe, but they made her chin look chubby, and she had, although mother knew it was childish, her vanity. She also had an uncanny ability to be recognized for what she was, although how or why she couldn't say. Heal one of them, Lebek would say sternly, and they'll follow you around like rats for the rest of your life, gnawing at your strength when you can least afford to lose it. You think you can save the world because you're young. You can't. And if you let the pain of the world drag you in, you'll find the undertow is too strong, you'll be swept away by it, and all of the good you could have done in a long life of healing will be lost. There are always dying men. Dying women. Dying children. They need and will always need. But you don't owe them your life, is that clear? If you were meant to live their lives, you'd have been born them. You weren't. Those people with broken ribs or infections or illnesses, they don't care who you are, they reach for you blindly, the same way they reach for a drink. They'll drain you as dry, if you give them half a chance. You can't afford to be swallowed by those needs. Askia, are you listening? She had nodded politely, thinking that Dantalan was a healer without compare, but a gentleman, a quiet one. Most of the healer's students felt that way, but they'd long since refrained from pointing him out as a counterexample. She'd tried it, once. Of course, he's gentle, had been his reply. He's the queen's own healer. A commoner with a cold comes near him and the king's personal guard will make the matter of a healing entirely moot. You, on the other hand, are far too approachable. I tell you, Askia, you're the softest free owner I've ever met. Words meant to sting, and they did. Because he was right, and she hated it. As proof of this, as proof that his words held both sting and truth, as if words with no truth could sting at all, she looked up from her reverie and saw a woman standing in the cobbled streets of the common. The bowers of the rings, the ancient stands of trees that were famous throughout the empire, caught the height of the midday sun and made of its shadow, short and dark, that pooled around the woman's feet. Her eyes were wide, her skin unnaturally pale, and the collar that framed her neck was worn to threads. Levi's second youngest healer thought that the shift she wore had once been a deep blue by the edge of color near seams that were splitting with age. It was pale now, whatever its color had once been. Askia started to lower her face again. She found it easier to walk through the common with her eyes cast groundward, but she stopped as she saw that the woman's arms were rigidly curved on either side of a bundle of cloth. A still bundle. People were always in a hurry in the common. They glared at the woman as they shoved their way past her, flowing to either side like a sluggish river. The woman swayed as shoulders and elbows brushed her to either side, but she stayed her ground as if rooted to it. Raising her glance from the bundle to the woman's face, Askia made her first mistake. She met the eyes, dark-ringed, horrified. You couldn't meet eyes like that and turn away. You couldn't do it. You'd have to leave shreds of soul behind just to tear yourself free. Swallowing, she glanced over her shoulder once, but there were no other healers in sight. Jonas had run ahead, and Mercy, Aristide, really, but everyone called him Mercy, for reasons which were clearly lost on Askia, had disappeared into a stall full of people with too many elbows for Askia's less prepossessing size. Neither one could see her, and what they couldn't see, they couldn't report. Besides, it wasn't as if she was going to heal the babe. She was just going to see if the babe needed help. That was all. She was just going to take a small look, just touch the child. Nothing too dangerous. And children, well, if they were the most compelling, they were also by far the easiest to heal all across the spectrum. Their bodies helped. Taking a deep breath, Askia Ainaran reached into her shirt and pulled out the medallion of the healer-born. It glittered in the sun as she laid it flat against her breast, a platinum rectangle, simple and severe, with only the golden glow of two hands, palm up, to alleviate the starkness. No one in the city could mistake the medallion itself for anything other than what it was. The flash of light cut the shadow and drew the woman's attention, and although she made no move toward Askia, her dark eyes lit with a hunger, a hope, that the healer had seen so often it shouldn't have been jarring. But it was. "Healer," the woman said. "Healer, I know. Askia lifted a hand that was at once gentle and imperious. She held out her hands, but the woman's arms, thin and fragile, seemed locked in a position that she herself had forgotten how to break. Shock or worse. The woman started to speak again, and again Askia lifted a hand. Of all the things that she found difficult, the pleading was always the worst. It cut her, to hear a voice so devoid of pride. "I am Askia Ainarin," she told the woman gently. "And I'm about to start my day at the Mother's Temple in the 13th holding." It was absolutely true. If you'd like, you can accompany me." She held out her arms again. This time the woman seemed to break, her feet left the cobbled stones as if she'd yanked them free. "It's my boy, he's hurt, my boy, healer, my boy." This close, she could see the blood that trailed out of either corner of the child's mouth. He was young, no newborn, but not yet crawling. And as she touched his face, as she concentrated, calling upon the talent that was bane and boon both, she knew. Ribs, thin and flexible, had been crushed with enough speed and force to pierce lungs, blood filled them, even now. He was dying. Not so close to death as to threaten her should she attempt the healing, but not so far that his mother had the time it would take to walk to the Mother's Temple and wait for the healer to arrive. Not so close to death? He's only a child, she thought. He's only a child. And children aren't so costly to call back. Everyone knows that. She did not look over her shoulder again. She did not wonder where Jonas and Mercy were. She held the life in her hands, and the life was almost everything. It was why a healer couldn't freely touch the injured or the dying at her level of skill. The call was almost impossible to ignore. Not that she would have ignored it, she was, as Levesque had said, the softest Freetowner that he had ever met. She brushed a stray strand of limp, dark hair from the curve of her cheek. It was shorn by fire, the candle's kiss, one she'd been too tired to completely avoid. With care, she took the child from the arms of his mother. He's only a babe, she thought. It won't cost much. Babies were need-defined, but their needs were simple: eating, sleeping, physical comfort. Askia felt the warmth leave her hands in a rush as the baby's thoughts, inarticulate pictures, smells, the smells were strong images of a face, smiling, joyful, tearful, tired, and sometimes angry filled her vision. She could not recognize this woman in the woman who stood in such desperation, beneath the trees in the common. This woman was safety. Had this child known loneliness? Not yet, not yet. He was Lesso, a diminutive, Askia told herself, although it was a struggle to find the word. When he was hungry, he called for his mother, and she came. She was warm when he was cold, she was sound in sight and smell. Lesso thought that Askia was his mother, and when she called him, when she held out her arms, he came with ease and joy, or rather, he wailed the louder for the sound of her voice bearing his name in the shadows of the foothills that led to Mandaros. She called him again, and again he wailed, louder, one last time, and she was there, he was there. She picked him up and held him tight against her, within her, bringing him back to himself. And all about her, too strong to be memory, too visceral to evoke that naive yearning, the things by which a young babe knows a mother. By which, in turn, a young mother knows her child. And this was her child, this Lesso, this babe, this was hers, to protect and heal and comfort. He fell into the cradle of her healer-strong arms and rested there as if those arms were made to do no more than hold him. Really, as she'd told Levesque 100 times, 1,000 times, healing babies was no risk at all. Really. But she couldn't explain the tears that coursed down her cheeks as the world returned to her eyes, to her adult eyes. Couldn't explain the way her arms tightened around the swaddling cloth, the way she pressed the babe tight, too tight, to her chest. She spoke phrases, things meant to separate the healer from the healed, but words offered no separation. The screaming, thin and terrible, did. Turning, sloping groundward with the sudden disorientation of motion, she saw Lesso's mother, his terrified mother, his strong, his happy, his angry mother, chalk white, white as snow on mountain peaks. "Healer," she cried, pointing to a place beyond the vulnerable healer's back. Askia spun again, lighter on her feet, surer now that the pounding of heart was without question her heart, not his. And as she gazed at a man who was moving from the center of the ring beneath which she stood, she remembered what Lesso's mother had said. "He's hurt, my boy." No healer had ever come out of the call with such speed, such terrible urgency. Was it Lesso's fear? Her own vulnerability? The weakness of a healing? She turned, handing the child to his mother, to his other mother, and then turned again, a single word having passed between them: run. He was well-dressed, but not so well-dressed that he needed guards or a palanquin. She thought him a southern noble, some minor clansman, not the Valley Voyani whose descendants now crowded many of the 100 holdings in their attempts to make Roots a place for themselves that their southern compatriots neither wanted nor claimed. His hair was dark, and his skin quite pale, his shoulders were broad and his hands unblemished. His teeth, rare enough in a man his age, were perfect, as was his brow. He had the look of power about him. He carried no obvious weapon, wore no visible armor. In the light of day, he should have looked like just another man, another foreigner. But the light of day shunned him. She glanced once over her shoulder, just once, to make sure her child had escaped, and then she, too, ran. Light, as distinct as a bird call, she heard his chuckle cross the common as if nothing at all separated them. Askia Ainarin was good at running. A life of relative luxury and indolence had not robbed her of the skill or the instincts that had honed it. Air crested her open lips and slid down her throat in a rush. The cobbled stones beneath her feet were hard and solid, they provided an even ground with no treacherous dips or holes, no unseen roots or branches. As a healer, she had a value. It was beyond money, although money was paid for it. Untrained, unknown, and unregistered, she was worth half of the naval fleet's best ships to the right man, if he could catch her and remove her from view before he could be stopped. It was, of course, completely illegal. The punishments for kidnapping and forced indenture were almost as harsh as those for murder. But murder didn't stop, either. Askia knew how to keep her wits about her while she ran. It was a strength, and time and again, it had proved her salvation. And the running itself cleared her mind, the depth of the breathing, the ache of her lungs, kept her firmly in the here and the now. It was harder to panic if she was doing something. And it was hard to do something with the press of bodies grown so thick at the height of day. In the summer months, the height of day was the emptiest time on the common, but in Hendon, what with the cool breeze and rains, it was the most crowded. She had no time to apologize, although she heard the curses at her back and to either side. She hoped that none of the men or women were foreign, and that none of them had tempers, because she couldn't afford to be called to task for the clumsy, horrible run. She had to find their authority guards. Armor gleaming ostentatiously in a day that was cool enough for it. Their helms were down, the metal bridges that followed the line of the nose usually made her think of sculptured birds. Not today. Her feet slowed their stride as they responded to the giddy relief she felt at arriving, untouched, before the men who kept the king's order in the common. Safety, here, although in her youth she'd been raised to distrust imperial authority. A Freetowner's daughter, but not a Freetowner at heart. Beneath her chin, the medallion she wore caught the light, bending it, scattering it, and holding it as she caught her breath. Healer? A guard who Askia thought wore the insignia of a primus said, eyes widening slightly. Her medallion wasn't a common sight in the open streets. I'm being followed, she said, drawing a harsh breath, a series of harsh, quick breaths. Foreigner. The guard, a man she vaguely recognized, frowned as her words and her medallion made clear what the threat was. He turned at once, waving his 3 companions forward. She huddled behind the mass of their armored bodies, feeling the safety of their height, their obvious weight, and especially of the arms that they were even now unsheathing in a rough scrape of metal against metal. The stranger walked into view. Walked. Yet he followed no more than 20 seconds behind her, less, if she were a capable judge. He was completely unruffled, as finely turned out, in a city sort of way, as he had been when she'd first set eyes on him. And the shadows that the trees cast still flowed from the edge of his cloak, bleeding into the stones like a thick, rich liquid. He smiled, glancing between the guards as if he could see through them. The safety she felt vanished then, as if she, too, could see through armor and arms and simple physical strength as the illusions they were. Had her eyes widened? Had she made a noise, any noise other than the simple and unavoidable rhythm of drawn breath? She thought she must have, because he smiled. Winter on the mountain had been just as cold and just as deadly as that smile for a healer-born girl who didn't understand what the word storm meant. And she was a healer-born girl, with all that implied. All of it. Primus, she said, standing forward, the heart beneath her rib cage telling the tale of the fear that she forced, with so much difficulty, from the lines of her face. I'm a centress, healer, he said, as the stranger drew closer. There was a smile in his voice, a friendly correction offered to a woman who had seen enough of the effects of a sword, but never seemed to know enough to recognize the rank of the person who wielded it. I think I've made a mistake. He looked back over his shoulder, his eyes narrowing. She swallowed, pale in the fading day, the weariness replaced by the giddiness of too much fear. Healer, are you certain? He didn't believe her, of course. Askia Ainarin was a terrible liar. Especially when the lie was forced out of her by an instinct that she only barely controlled, the desire to preserve, at any cost, the lives of those around her. Because she knew, without knowing why, that in seconds, these men would lie aground, dying just as surely as the babe had been, but with no one to come and rescue them all. No one to come for even one. All healers learned to hide from the instinct, to deny it. There wasn't enough power in the world to stop death from coming to those who heard the call, not enough power in the world to save every man, woman, and child who was worth saving. But there was guilt enough to destroy a healer and a healer's life. And if not guilt, there was the call itself. To guide a man back from death was the most harrowing journey that either the dying man or the living healer could make. Or so she had been taught. But she didn't believe it, not now. Because she saw the death in the stranger, writ across the living shadow in his face, and she could not imagine that anything could be harder than this, to swallow, to smile, to force a foolish young expression across her face instead of huddling behind swords and armor, or better, fleeing and gaining the moments each guard's death would take. The stranger had stopped completely. He still looked at her, through the guards, but his expression lost all smile, all edge of expensive pleasure. "Askia Ainarin," he said, and she saw that his eyes had no whites. "I am Isla Dar." She wanted to run, but the guards couldn't it seemed, quite leave her, and she knew that the moment she unleashed her struggling fear, the moment her feet hit the cobbled stones, they would fulfill their duty. And wasn't that what they'd trained all those years for? Wasn't it what they swore their oath to do? Wasn't it what they say it, Askia risked daily, with full knowledge? Ah, she wanted to listen, the words were the strongest they'd ever been. But she stayed. Because she was healer-born. Because she knew now that Leso's injury had simply been the trap that had closed around her. This man had injured the babe to catch her out, and a man who could do that, could do anything. Levek would be angry, when he learned how she'd let herself be caught. "Isla Dar," she said, turning the word around in a dry mouth. What do you want?" He offered her his arm. She reached out, hesitated, and then let her hand fall limply to her side. She couldn't touch him. She could not. He stared at her, his eyes narrowed, his lips a slender line in his pale face. Then he smiled, and this smile, unlike the other, was, if not friendly, benign. "Let us," he said, withdrawing his arm, "walk. I have so little experience of the healer-born." She swallowed, took a step forward, stood near enough that he might actually catch her in the circle of his arms. But he did not touch her. Instead, he smiled more deeply. "Your fear," he whispered, "is so strong. I am almost surprised that you remember how to walk." So was Askia. He did not wish to injure her, but he could not quite bring himself to say this. There was no gentleness in his nature, nor could there be. He was firstborn, he had chosen, and he resided in a place of power among his kinlord. Demon. Ki Ali. Isla Dar. Months had gone into the careful watching and studying of the houses of healing on the Isle. The healing houses were notable for the security of their walls, the profusion of guards that protected the students within them, and the personalities of the people who claimed to own them. He studied them, but always at a distance. He would cause an injury, pay for its correction, and then take the information from the mind of the man or woman so healed. Time-consuming. Yet in the end, he had settled upon the house of healing owned by a man named Levek. Healer Levek. Taciturn, sharp-tongued, and more possessive by half than the next man who undertook the running of a house of healing, he had caught Isla Dar's attention. If he had a family name, as most of the mortals did, it was not one that Isla Dar could find easily, and the various records of the authorities were open for his inspection. In all of his dealings, he was simply Healer Levek, and he was known to any man of power who made his home on the Holy Isle. That Isle was no home to him, and he did not cross the bridge that separated Avralalan Aramarilas from the rest of Avralalan happily, but he knew what he sought when he left his lord's side, and knew further that it was upon the Isle, and nowhere else, that it could be found. He chose Levi's house, and from there, his intense personal scrutiny began. Levek, of course, was not useful in the grand scheme, but Isla Dar believed that a man of Levi's temperament was prone to foster those who were. He was not completely certain. The younger healer-born students did not have a Kiali's way of measuring the depth of mortal affection, and they took his words, often, as words that held all of his many meanings. His smile folded into a line, his face grew remote, as it often did when he contemplated the plans that lay, stone by carefully placed stone, ahead. Always ahead. If he was honest, and in the silence of his own thoughts, he could afford to be little else. He had chosen the house of Levek for one other reason. Levek was a man who would be injured by the loss of one of his students. Even one. And so we prove ourselves, again and again, true to our nature. There were many healers who fit the kinlord's needs in a purely emotional way, but they were more often than not young men, and for his particular plan, a young man was out of the question. Yet in the case of a house such as the house Levek ran, the young women were often more guarded in both senses of the word, and it was not until he found Askia Ainarin that he knew, with as much certainty as it could be known, that he had found the one. Narrowing the scope of his search had been simple, and following her had proved instructive, although what he said remained true, healers were almost beyond his ken. "Askia Ainarin," he said, as he brought her to one of the standing rings. I have been waiting many months for this opportunity. He reached up, caught the underside of a leaf, and followed its veins up to the thin stem that fixed it to a branch. With a quiet snap he pulled it free, turning it over in his palm as if that, and nothing else, had been his purpose. What do you want? She said again, the fear thickening her words less. Why did you? It was hard not to frighten her, she was so close to the brink of hysteria he had only to speak the right words and she would fall over the edge. In truth, he greatly desired it, but that was the visceral, and Isladar was known for the control that he exercised over base impulse. Over any impulse. He handed her the leaf, taking care to cause no contact between her flesh and his. Shaking, she took it, pressing it unconsciously between the palms of her hands as if it were a flattened glove. The leaves very much resembled wide, oddly colored hands. You are about to become a part of history, Askia. It falls to you to begin the greatest empire that the world has ever known. She was mute, she stared at the leaf, as if meeting his eyes was painful. He pondered a moment, wondering if she could see his true eyes. A rare self-annoyance troubled him, of course she could see them. What other reason could she have for her terror? The healers saw much that he had not expected. He reached out to touch her, and pulled away as her nostrils widened. The sun was falling, the shadow was growing. Askia, he said, his voice soft and neutral, I do not intend to frighten you. At that, her eyes flashed. You're lying, she said evenly. Am I? Yes. Pause. No. He laughed, although he knew she would find the laughter unpleasant. You speak truth. And it is thus with my truth, that opposites are in equal measure valid. He frowned, fell silent. He had not intended to say as much. It annoyed him. What do you want from me? Everything, he said gravely, but not for me. Her fear was as strong as any fear he had tasted in this domain. He had, after all, been cautious and infinitely human in his interaction with other mortals. But this girl, she would see much more than a simple Kiali indulgence before her life ended. For who? She edged away, hit the bark of a tree that unexpectedly barred passage into the common that she had traversed freely for years. He stepped forward, coming upon her quickly, moving with all of his speed, all grace. Her eyes widened, becoming white circles around dilated pupils. The fear made her wild, and it was wildness that he craved. She threw up her hands in denial, seeking to wedge them between her body and his chest. Too late. He was upon her, his shadow ran up the sides of her face, her throat, the back of her neck. He caught her as she flailed, trapping the sound of her scream in her throat, letting enough escape for his ears alone. It had been millennia. It would be millennia again. How odd, that the one girl he found suitable was also, in her fashion, the one he found most tempting. The temptation itself was an unexpected sweetness, a small element of risk. For he needed her, and he needed her alive. And sane. He walked the edge, carrying her as she flailed. Knowing that he could not give her the consummation of her fear, of her dread, of her certainty. He lowered his head, his face, wreathed in the shadow that healers alone could find so corrosive no matter what its intent, rested a moment in the crook of her neck. His lips touched her ears, and into the shadows, into the sounds of her terror, into the crackling sharpness of the fantasies of death that he now let run like the wild hunt through her thoughts, he said, For who? My lord, dear child, the only lord that any of the kin have willingly chosen to serve. Alasakar. And although the word sank and took roots immediately, although her fear gave the name as great a weight as her imagination allowed, the speaking of it freed him. Impulse. Control. I apologize, he said, with some effort. We are both creatures of our nature. His smile was a glimmer in the darkness of his shadow, it started and stopped almost at the same instant. She could not see it. He did not release her, but only because he could not. The spell was near completion, and this particular casting of it required physical contact. He was not, after all, a lord who chose ostentation in any of his endeavors. He cast a glamour upon her, something to take away the fear that she radiated. In the shining city, there was no faster way to be noticed. No better way to call the kin, be they greater or lesser, to feed. She was not ready for that, nor would she ever be. The kin that had been called to these plains for the first time in millennia found the absence of those who have chosen a far more bitter thing than any, even Isladar, had suspected. And Isladar, of the kin, was the wisest. He came to the stone tower that had been built upon its own foundation. Steps, of a piece, were sheared up the tower's side. They were small enough for human feet, and they would serve until such a time as human feet no longer found it necessary to traverse them. The Tower of the Lord had no such steps, his audiences were few indeed, and he chose to hold them in the basin at the foot of this, his shining city. The kin lords, each and every one, were capable of rising to the height of his doors without the need to touch anything as rough as hewn stone. It was a subtle test, another proof that only the powerful reigned in the hells. In the hells. But in this rocky, barren place, the skies were clear, the snow, when it fell in a clean, white storm of ice from the heights, the rivers that ran carried with them pebbles, stones, sand, and the air was silent, the lands were empty for as far as the eye could see. The kin could see far indeed. There were no domains here, although there were lords, there were no souls. Mandaros did not control the only gate to this realm, and the kin were free to gaze upon the souls of those who had not yet made their choice, who had not yet traveled the length and breadth of their many, many lives. And the souls of the undecided were both an offense and a dangerous curiosity. He looked at the rigid form of the woman beside him, seeing beyond the fragile network of skin and vein and flesh. She was pale, pale gray. If darkness lingered, it lingered so far away from the heart that he knew she was a lifetime or two away from her last journey to the Hall of Mandaros. And while Mandaros reigned, while the kings reigned, while the world turned and changed in ways that were less conducive to the fear and the hatred, tree loss and the bitter, bitter anger that consumed the spirit, such a soul as this would never be theirs. Or be his. Ah, but the Lord had his plans, and the Lord could see far beyond the span of a single human life. The Kinlord's lips lifted in a subtle smile. Because he knew, as did the Lord, that the span of a single human life less was all that they had, if they were to succeed. What Alasakar had done, the Oathmaker could do again in a matter of decades. If the Oathmaker and the Lord stood across a field of battle, both at the peak of their powers, there was no contest. But they would not stand at the peak of their powers, or at least the Lord would not. Not now. To exist in this world at all, he had had to sever the connection between the hells and the mortal plane before he was fully prepared. He was, as the kin, required to form a body out of the substance of the plane itself, and to build a body to house the power of a god was no simple task, no easy feat once, it might have been. Before the sundering. But the lands of man fought and pulled against the immortal. To create the avatar itself was a task not to be hurried when one had the luxury and the knowledge. They knew now. They had not known then. Thus even with the plans of the Lord of the Hells. Crippled or no, he was strong. And crippled or no, he wore the mantle, he was the Lord of them all. The Lord they had chosen to follow. She stirred, as she stood beside him, drawing his attention. "Welcome," he said, his voice once again soft, "to the shining city." She did not blink, did not react. He cast again, cast swiftly, bound her tightly without ever lifting a hand. "Askia Ainarin," he said, "fear is not your friend here. You will not feel it." And because it was something she desperately desired, she obeyed the command in his words. Such a human weakness. The city had been carved out of the rock of a mountain that seemed to exist for only that purpose. Its face, where its face could be seen, was sheer and sharp, as if the rock itself had been shorn and pulled new from the ground. It was the first thing she noticed, that the rock was new, that the city was rock. That there was, from this vantage, no life at all, no greenery, no color, no bird on wing in the open sky. Alasakar. She could not speak the name. It had been forbidden to all but the boldest of children for so long that she could not clearly remember the first time she had heard it. The last time was still too clear. As if to deny it, she turned her face to the window and the world it framed. Nothing moved. If not for the wind through the open frame, it might have been a painter's vision of isolation. But the wind was cold and sharp, it stung the skin and dried the eyes. More, it could not accomplish. Askia Ainarin was, after all, a healer born. She adjusted to cold, and its damage, with the same conscious effort it took to draw breath, which was to say, none at all. She could not banish the fear. Lord Isladar came, frequently, his displeasure a crease at the corners of black eyes, or a tightening of the lips. She was afraid of him, she could not hide the fear, and the more she tried, and she did try, the more it called him. He would come, stand by her, a statue that spoke a word, or two, or three. Then, satisfied, he would nod and speak soothing words, of a kind that were forgotten the moment he uttered them. She would speak just so, she knew, to an injured child. Or an animal, half mad with pain. A dusk, heralding the northern, frozen night, had come, after it, after a night so long that she dared not close her eyes, the dawn had followed. And the dawn, in this thin, dry air, was glorious. The sun rose, framed by the stone sill, hands that barely felt like her own gripped its edge, breath stopped a moment. For the first time since she'd arrived in this terrible place, she did two things. She accepted that this was no dream, no capricious nightmare. And she prayed. There was, in this room, a bed. It was wide enough for two, she thought. Like the city that spread in silence far beneath the open window, the bed was gray and colorless, and as she approached it, as the sun's rays crested the window's sill, she realized that it was of a piece with the wall. The headboard that grew out of the wall itself was tall and plain, except for a single small detail, a symbol that she did not recognize, but felt oddly comforted by, in its center. A circle, made, she thought, of chain, with a flower at its center. But the flower was unlike any flower she had seen, its petals were wild, unmatching. The first was a thing that seemed to flicker and burn, a leaf of flame, the second, a lily's petal, the third a long, flat leaf, she thought it corn-like. There was a fourth petal, but it had been pulled from the flower, as if by wind. She reached out to touch the symbol. I would not, were I you. Her hand stopped a hair's breadth from the stone. She did not look up, but his shadow fell across the bed. Swallowing, she pulled that hand away and buried it in the folds of her skirt. I have brought food. Silently, she turned, he set it down. And then he stared at her for a long moment, displeased. Askia Ainarin, he said softly, why do you dispel my magics? She shook her head numbly, her hair tumbling into her eyes and away at the force of the movement. I'm not. He shook his head. The room, he said softly, is warded. From without, no one should sense your presence. But this is the Shining Court. He frowned a moment, and then added, Askia, you have no friends in this court. She nodded. Neither do I. I am Kiali. The Kiali do not know friendship in any way that you would understand it. It is a mortal flaw, an impulse that draws the weak together and binds them fast. We are, none of us, weak, we seek power, and the power that we seek overlaps in all things. You are a part of my plan, of my Lord's plan, my enemies may well seek you. If you do not stop this, those who seek will find. He did not touch her, did not move at all. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what you want me to stop. I have cast this spell 10 times. You, and then he froze, his frown of a piece with the wall, grey and hard, but only half as cold as his narrowed eyes. I see, he said softly. This is most unfortunate. What? She wanted to shout. What is most unfortunate? What am I doing? But she was afraid of the answer, and she said nothing, and this time he left at once, speaking no words at all, and making no gestures above her upturned face. The tower was of the stone itself. The mattress, heavy rolls of cotton under broadsheet, was not, and the light warmed it. She sat. She sat in the silence of this terrible room, seeing the dawn give way to day. It fascinated him, this unconscious rejection of his shadow. As if it were just another minor flaw, some petty injury like the scraping of skin or the breaking of a nail, his shadow, his hard-won Kiali cloak, was cast aside. He was certain a greater spell would hold her, just as a greater injury would call her attention. He could afford neither for the mere trifle of masking her fear, not when so much lay ahead that required true power. He stood beyond her door, listening to the rhythms of her mortal body. Hearing the breath, the passage of air into lung, the flow of blood in vessel and vein. Hearing, beneath that, other workings. He had stayed outside this door for the passage of a day and a half, gleaning the information that he required to cast this final spell. It was unlike any spell that the Kinlord had cast before it, a subtle spell, a spell that the healer herself might have used. And because of its nature, the cost was high. The shadow struggled everywhere against his command as he drew it in, fought him as if it were sentient, as if it realized the perversion of its truest purpose. 2 battles, then. The casting of the spell. And the keeping of it. By sheer force of will, he could hold the spell in place, and it was necessary, it was her life. He chose that moment when the night was strongest, and the moon dim. He touched the door, paused, and then spoke. His sigil burned a moment in air before his hand passed through it. Let another lord speak his name in this place, and the door would grant no passage unless they could defeat the sigil itself. She was awake. Which was unfortunate. The window framed her, the wind chilled. Askia, he said. Come. But she knew, he thought, or some part of her did. She stood as if she were part of the mountain peak, frozen, immobile. Askia, he said again, ill-pleased, if you fight me, this will be difficult. Fight or no, you will fulfill your role. Come. He held out a hand, but he knew, as he did so, that the gesture was futile. She could not give him what he demanded, not willingly. It was not in her nature. And that was, again, unfortunate. He could not wait, his plan required her presence, and it required his power, and the two would slip farther apart as the night waned. Without another word he crossed the room, taking a step, less than a step, so great was the shadow he cast. She screamed, he silenced her. Then, in the darkness of tower and pale moonlight, he surrounded her with the effort of days, submerging her. He forced her to drink, to breathe. And as he felt the shadows slide down her throat, as he felt them take root in her heart and her lungs and the vessels that carried her talent-born blood, he closed his eyes. For she was not quite ready for the evening's work, but he had her body now, and he brought it, quickly, to its time. The screams could be heard across the breadth of the shining city. The kin, lesser and greater, froze a moment and then shivered in this familiar wind. The fields of the hells were behind them, yes, but they were carried within as well. They had chosen their place so long ago the lesser kin could not remember the choosing. The greater kin did, but even they, like their lesser cousins, were drawn by the sounds of terror, of pain. Through the empty streets they came, leaving the mockery of buildings, of manners, of dwellings that had ceased to have meaning for them. They came as if called, as if commanded, as if drawn by a spell they could not ignore. And they came to ring the tower in which the Lord of the Hells reigned. There, in bitter silence, they accepted the crumbs from his table, for they knew that the mortal trapped within would never be thrown to them. It was a rape, yes, but of more than the physical body, the demands of the Lord reached farther than the magics of his most subtle servant could have guessed. In the darkness of tower and stone and shadow, her life was the beacon that drew him, and it had taken all of Isladar's craft to preserve her mind and her life. He did not hide from her the fact of her violation, could not, although had it been in his power, he would have. Had she been other than healer-born, he might have been able to force her to see the Lord as the kin saw him, and against the face of such majesty, of such power, she would have willingly offered what had instead been taken. And had she been of weaker blood, the act itself would not have had to be repeated, over and over, until the course of the evening itself had stripped her of the use of her power. But he knew the moment that those defenses flagged, and when they did, he knelt as the choked and raw noises she made died into a lull, the weakest form of applause that a soul could utter. "My lord," he said, speaking clearly enough to make his voice heard, "but no more than that, it is done." Waiting was as natural for the kin as drawing breath was for a mortal, and it was infinitely more necessary if one waited upon the Lord. Impatience was rewarded, in its fashion. "Bring her back to me," the Lord replied, "when you are finished." Isladar nodded, still waiting, and at last the Lord bade him rise. To rise, otherwise, was also rewarded. Isladar had stood by the side of his lord since the hells first opened before them. He was the only one of the Kiali who had occupied the Lord's space so closely to remain within it. The others had perished in the charnel wind, their screams loud enough, for an instant, to quiet the whole of the hells. The will of the Lord. He took the healer-born girl, lifting her tightly curled body in the span of two slender arms. He did not shift her. If he had had the power, he would not have touched her at all. Perhaps it was best this way. Without power, there was no shadow to linger in her eyes, across her skin, in all the wounds and openings. She did not come at night, and night would have been merciful. The darkness, with moonlight's weaker silver, would have hidden much, bruises, scrapes, tears and rents in cloth and the surface skin beneath it. It might have hidden the odd angle of the leg that had not yet been set. More merciful still, it might have blinded her to the terrible emptiness of the young girl's expression, or better, to the young girl's familiar face. But the sun was high and the sky as clear as the skies in the northern wastes almost always were. She could see everything, every detail. Nothing at all was spared her. "I am Ivane Nolan and Ivane Niamis, but I swear to you, father, that I will be a Niamis no longer if." Her hands hurt. She glanced down and saw that they were bleeding. Her own nails had pierced skin in the moment it had taken her to draw breath and think. She was, by her own reckoning, 50 imperial years of age. Her hair was a white-streaked darkness, her skin, weathered as even the rocks were weathered by the passage of time and the scouring of sand, be it carried by wind or water. The path of the other one took her where no one desired to go, not even she. Of late, it led her from death to death, and she was tired. For more than 30 years, she had walked it at the whim of immortal Father in time, and if it had been a hated path in her youth, it was now just a path, a part of her life. But her life itself was dedicated to war, and in the service of that war, she was a lone soldier. She paused a moment to fight here and there at the sides of those who were allies, but she did not linger, no matter how much she might desire it. And perhaps, just perhaps, she had come to see the wisdom of that forced choice. There had been little rest in the past few months, and she was certain, although no battle sound reached her ears, that there would be no rest here, for either herself or the girl. But the girl was not dead yet. At least there was hope. As if she could hear the intake of breath, the girl who lay curled upon the stone bed lifted her hands in a gesture that was half plea and half defense. Her lips were thick and swollen, the side of her face, purpled by several blows of a large hand. And yet, even this disfigured, Ivane Nolan recognized Askia Ainarin. Levi's student, a child, an almost woman with a soft heart and a naive desire to see great deeds done. Of Levi's many students, Askia was one who hovered, hoping against hope to catch some snippet of dread destiny, as if it were a disease. Not even in her coldest moments would Ivane have pointed out that this meeting, was one such thing. She had never seen a healer this injured who still lived. It was against their nature, and their instincts. Don't," the girl said piteously, "don't." But it was weak and fragile, the sound a mouse might make when it had been in play too long between the paws of a cat. She, who had seen much, looked away. She did not recognize this room. It was barren of any detail that might have given it light, or a sense of comfort or warmth. No, light came from the window, and the window was a thing of stone. She turned, as if the need for light was greater than any other impulse, and stared out, stared down. When she turned back to the injured girl, she was as gray as the stone itself. Ivane's robes were blue, always blue. She spoke a word, frowned, and spoke another, a stronger one. In the haze of the light by the window, for she stood by the window itself, the midnight richness seeped skyward from the magical weave, leaving her in white, all white. Because she knew where she was. And she knew that the white would be a comfort, even if it was a lie. Askia, she said softly, speaking for the first time since she'd entered this tower. She did not seek the crystal ball by which she was known as seer, she did not need it. She knew the when and she knew the where, the glance outside the single tower window told her both. The girl looked up at the sound of the voice. She was not so broken that suspicion was her first reaction. Yvain? The older woman swallowed and then smiled falsely. Yes. What are you doing here? Hope. Have you come to did Levek send you? Levek doesn't know where you are. But she did not say it. Instead, she crossed the room, leaving shadows that were only the cast-offs of light. She caught the girl in her arms and held her, and after a moment of stiffness that told Yvain more than she would ever ask, the girl relaxed and began to sob, very like a child, into her robes. Those robes caught the tears and kept them, a bitter memento. Yvain spoke a word, saw the green glow of her mage-light halo Askia, her momentary ward. It was a spell better used in the presence of physicians, for it told her much about the condition of the body upon which it was cast. The spell came more easily than words would have. And it gave her a bitter, bitter answer. Askia was chilled by the fevers brought on by too great a use of power in too short a space of time. That, she expected. Her leg was broken cleanly, but poorly set, her face was bruised but whole, her vision had been hampered somehow by the strikes to the side of her face. These, and more, Yvain catalogued in an instant. But it was the last thing that was the most terrible, because she understood it all then. Askia Ainarin was pregnant. She must have tightened her grip, for the girl looked up, the matted darkness of her hair scudding the underside of the seer's chin. Yvain? No. No, I will not do this. Yvain, what is it? What's wrong? Is he coming? I will not do this. The 50-year-old woman, who had seen battles that were far darker and far more real than the glory of legend, bit her lip until it bled. Held the girl, held Askia, a moment longer, as if her arms were bower or cradle or armor. She lowered her face into the crook of the girl's neck, blood there, sticky but dried. She had not been brought to rescue Askia. The silver lily that hung round her throat bit into her collarbone. She did not move, thinking of what its maker would have said to her for what she was about to do. Askia, she said, in a voice so husky the word came out a rumble. Forgive me. But I cannot take you from this place. The Lord who rules it has a grip that is far too strong. Lies, all lies. She hated them. Because she knew, now, the how of Kirill Diashov, the dark, wild child that did not, in this year, at this time, exist. And she was glad that she had not known it sooner. But Askia was gullible, even in fear. You are caught in a war, Askia. And you are a healer. Swallowing hurt, the word stuck. You're with child. White-faced, the girl drew back, covering herself, pulling the scraps of dress together as if the night just past had not passed. As if it never would. Her eyes were wide and dark and round. And Yvain raised a hand, gentle with the girl as she could not be gentle with herself. No, child, she said, although the Askia that she remembered did not care to be called a child. Remember your talent. Remember your birth. You are healer-born. If the child you carry is not to your liking, you need not carry it to term. But I. No, not tonight. And not tomorrow, if I am a judge of the power that you've used. But the night after, if you desire it, you will have your freedom from what you bear. She saw Askia's shoulders slump. Relief, of a sort. If you do nothing, the seer continued, the child will never come to term. She stopped speaking a moment, and looked beyond the grey of wall, to whatever lay without. Askia, I never told you who I was, and you asked. You always asked. She had hoped the girl would smile, but there was about her a watchful fear that Yvain was certain would never again leave her face. I was raised in Callanton. At that, Askia's brows rose. In Callanton? That's the town over from where I was born. Evanton. I went there once, with my father, in the summer. Her eyes clouded then, as she thought of the father who had sent her to the safety of the mighty healing houses in Avralalan. My father was a blacksmith, and until his death, I was only a strange-looking child. After his death, After his death, I was a stranger, a foreigner. You know how cruel children are before they discover that they aren't children anymore. In Callanton, I came into the power that brings me to you. She very gently reached into her robes, her white robes, and pulled out a glowing sphere that pulsed in her hand like a heart. In it, silver clouds turned in upon themselves, roiling. Waiting. a man came to me to teach me of my gift. I did not know who he was, but he knew me well, and he offered me great mystery, great adventure, glory. It required a sacrifice, of course. She shook her head, staring at the surface of the seer's crystal. I was not as brave as you, Askia. I was timid. He told me that I would have to walk a path that no other man, or woman, had ever walked before. That I would walk it alone and that it would take me across decades and centuries. That, once I had chosen, I would be bound, I could speak of nothing that had not yet happened. Offer no warning. But if I did all these things, I might avert the crowning of the Lord of the Hells upon the mortal lands. I told you, Askia, that I was timid. What would you have done, Dot? Askia straightened her shoulders then, although her arms were still tightly wound across her body, covering her breasts. She looked at her lap. Swallowed. I would have said yes. I said no. But you. And that night, that terrible night, the demons came. We had no soldiers, Askia, except for one man who fled the Empire to forget the Dominion Wars. We had no mages. There were no God-born children to lead us or protect us. And he came back to me at that moment, and he asked me again if I would follow his path. And I told him yes. Yes, because everyone that I loved, precious few, but precious, was there. What happened? I don't know, she told the young girl softly, more honest now than she had been in decades. I've never been allowed to go back. I cannot choose where the path takes me. But it takes me where I need to be. I did not know that it would bring me to you. She smiled, but the smile was a bitter one. I've lost them all. If I were to go back to them now, they would never recognize me. My life has been given to the fight, and taken by it. And will it work? Askia said softly, as if asking the end of a story. I don't know. But I have to try. What happened here, what happened to you, it's not the worst thing that will happen if the Lord of the Hells rules all. Askia Enaring, you carry his child. I won't for long. Yvain swallowed. If you do not carry this child to term, we stand no chance of winning this war. The silence. Oh, the silence. Of the two, it was Yvain who looked away, casting her gaze stoneward. And if I do? If I do, can you tell me that we will win? Against a god? Her voice was thin and high and strained. But it was not mad, it was not hysterical. Yvain started to speak, and Askia cried out, "Look at me," and the words died on the older woman's lips. No, she said, the lie that was so distasteful defeated. I cannot say that with certainty. I can only say that she is hope, and she is our hope, as she is his. She? If you have this child will be a girl. And she will be all that she was born to be. How can you ask this? Because, Askia, she will be his daughter, but she will be yours as well. It is only hope, yes. But it is hope. And for me? I promise you that you will suffer no more in the birthing than many others suffer naturally. And will I go home? Will I be free? Yvain rose, and in rising, she took the weight of her answer with her, carrying it, burdened by it. She saw the clouds rolling in to either side. No, she whispered. Just as I will never be. I cannot force you, Askia, and I would not. But if a healer's vocation is to save lives, you will be the greatest healer the world has ever had, known or not. And I promise you, before the end, you will be known. She heard Askia begin to cry as the path closed in about her, taking her from the desperate young woman, and leaving her with the burden of what she had asked, of what she would ask. She was Yvain A. Nolan. 2. Ashoff. 15th of Wictan, 412 AA. The Terrian of Averda, the Green Valley. She would always remember that he came at the break of dawn. Not at full morning, when the seraphs were out in the fields, sun burnishing their forearms with color and the glow of sweat seen at a distance, but when the darkness had not yet been broken, and an old woman could take the time to sit beside the earthen shroud that lay over so many of her once bright futures. It happened that way sometimes. She lifted a goblet carefully, searched the still, dark surface of its liquid, and then spilled the contents, drop by careful drop, over the graves. The wine was almost finished for the season, and she'd little taste for it otherwise. It was folly to drink alone, a type of weakness that she'd sometimes longed for but never truly approached. Harvest was around the corner, a day, maybe 3, away. She'd seen enough of them to know that it would be a good year, Lord willing. The Toregar would be pleased. Ashoff Cap Valente had much to be thankful for. She served a Tor who was just, if at times harsh. She had her health, her sight, her teeth, and the kind of strength that years of labor cannot destroy. Not labor. But other things hurt, and over time it became harder and harder to ignore them. She was tired. The lady knew it, if no one else did. She wanted to see her children again, and there was only one way she could ever do it. One way. Ashoff kept Valente. She looked up from the lady's blessing, although the sun had not yet robbed the sky of all its hidden shadows, its quiet darkness. And she saw him for the first time. He was neither young nor handsome as Ashoff reckoned either, but in his face she saw the conjunction of cool distance and absolute certainty that spoke of power. He did wear a fine and heavy cloak, out of season in the Averden summer. It was the colors of harvest, gold and green and brown, but it felt black to her, and that was unsettling. Had they a new Tor? It would not be the first time she had found out this way. But it would be the worst, and it would be painful. This Tor was a good man, a known one. This stranger, she thought, although she did not know why, would be neither. Ah, age and family made a coward of a woman. Bow and scrape and beg and give way, if it kept you alive for your family. But she had no family now. Her eyes fell at once to his collar, his breast, but he wore no sun with rays to mark his importance among the clansmen. No, he said quietly, I am no Tor or Tyr. If you bow to me here, it is at the desire of your courtesy, no more. And have you come to find the Tor, then? She rose, standing implacably between this stranger and those graves, as if by putting herself there she could guard her heart. As if she knew, even then, that it was necessary. No, he said quietly. Your Tor has little of interest to offer me. He paused. You are not a very curious woman, are you? She shrugged, wondering if she had time to raise a shout and call the men from the field. Wondering, in truth, if it was worth the effort. Perhaps the lady heard her prayers, and if this was not the method she would have chosen to end her time and toil, one couldn't argue with the lady. Sometimes the answers to your prayers were answers, like them or no, and once asked, very little could be taken back. When he saw that she wasn't about to tender an answer, he smiled, the expression shrouded and somehow dangerous, although she thought he meant it to be friendly. She would learn the error of that, and many things, in time. I was right, he told her. The Averdens are different. Ashoff Kepalente, I have come to purchase your service. Then you do want to speak with the Tor, she said firmly, thinking that he would take her from this place, these tangible, buried memories, and not much liking it. Perhaps. Perhaps not. You are the first woman I have met that I think suitable for my needs. But I will not take your service if it is offered unwillingly. At that, the daylight broke, the lady's time passed. Ashoff Kepalente snorted and settled into things practical. You aren't from the Dominion, she said boldly, if you think that service and willing are one and the same. You buy me, I work. You don't, I work. She shrugged. But it's not up to me to jump through your hoops either way. You talk to the Tor, and if he's willing, he'll give me the orders. She straightened her shoulders, first left, then right, and wiped moistened hands on her apron, knowing what answer the Tor would tender. Or believing that she did. Now, I've work to be about. Indeed. As have I. But his eyes were the darkest brown she had ever seen as he caught, and held, her gaze. I think we will speak, you and I, he said, and for a moment she felt like a young woman again. And she hadn't much like being young, with no freedom, and choices that were so painfully few. Age had its precious value. He came that evening, again at the bridge between darkness and light, dusk. Ashoff was not surprised to hear the knock at the sliding door of her one-room home. Her husband had built it, with the Tor's permission, when they'd birthed their third live child. He was proud, said the Tor, of their fecundity. He hoped that their children would serve the clan as well as their parents had. Oh, her husband had been so proud of the praise offered. And proud, too, of the fact that he could live, almost like a poor clansman, in a home of his own. Perhaps it was his hubris that angered the Lord above, although it had not angered the Tor. She would never know. You are maudlin, she told herself. The lady's night is going to be a long one. She rose, took the steps necessary to reach the screen. There, silhouetted against the darkness, she saw him for the second time. No face, no clothing, no voice, but she knew him by the shadows his lamp cast against the opaque cloth. She hesitated a moment, wondering whether to feign sleep, and knowing at the same time that he had heard her quiet shuffle to this entranceway. She opened the screen. Ashoff Kepalente, he said, and he bowed. He held a lamp that was burning brightly, some reminder of the Lord's power in the lady's night. But she thought that he held it for her benefit, and not his own, for his eyes were the color of starless night. She had always been taught that the golden-eyed pretenders were the demon changelings born to earth, but she felt at this moment that gold was life and night was death, the echoes of the Leon Wars. And she was sun-scorched if she was going to let this man intimidate her in her own home, this one remaining artifact of her past life. I don't believe I know you, she told him stiffly. And strangers don't cross this threshold. Very well, he replied, bowing with such perfect grace she felt old, ungainly, ugly. I am Isla Dar. Isla Dar of? Just Isla Dar. He rose, lifting the lamp in his left hand. As you will be just Ashoff, if you so choose. Have I satisfied the guardian of this abode? Might I be given leave to enter? There were old stories about creatures that could not enter, unless invited, but then could not be forced to leave before they had exacted their terrible price, if they could be forced to leave at all. She hesitated a moment, and then, feeling foolish, stepped aside. It was clear that this man had power, much of it unseen, a thing made not by birth and blood and rank, but by something other. If he were Wyden, if he wielded the full knight of the sword of knowledge, he could strike her down with a gesture, and destroy the timber and wood and cloth of her husband's making. What point in ill manners? But bring the lamp, she added. We don't get a lot of tallow, and we don't waste what we have. Even so. He stayed the evening, whiling it away as if he were a chisel, and time a rock or a piece of wood. But he asked her for nothing. Instead, he asked about this place, this one-room dwelling. She demurred, saying little. She did not know this man enough to want to share the few precious memories she did have. He did not seem displeased, and turned his discourse to the question of wood, of the type of wood that could be found in the Averden valleys, and of the finishes applied to this tiny home. She listened politely, thinking that morning was going to be hard. She was not a young woman anymore, to speak and while away the lady's hours without suffering during the Lord's. As if hearing her, he rose, lifting his lamp and his light and his regard, as if each were somehow a cloud. Ashoff Kepalente, he said softly, bowing. The stars are out, the night is not a dark one. I thank you for your company this eve. She began to kneel before him, as if he were the Tor, and stopped, then she said, and I thank you for yours. It is not what I expected. Oh? And do you, Ashoff Kepalente, know what it is, exactly, that you did expect? And the darkness was in his eyes, and along the glittering edge of the teeth in his sensuous half-smile. She could not speak then. Words would have marred his menace, and she greatly desired to use them, but she felt his power again, and it made her feel young, and in youth, she had known the value of silence, of remaining hidden. The lady's smile was dark this eve. He stared at her a long while. Then he said, Might I return to visit you again? Could I stop you? With a word. He lifted the lamp, its light lengthened his face and darkened the shadows around it. But she nodded. As you will. And turned, feeling old, knowing that the menace and the strangeness, the sense of hidden power and danger, did not change the fact that he had not hurt her, although he had every opportunity to do so. When, she thought, did I become such a lonely old woman? The earth that lay beneath the silvered moon was silent, and the silence was all the answer that she had never wanted. Asterisk. As a concubine in the court of the Tor's father, a man who returned to her in nightmares for years after she had been discarded, she had been envied by the other seraphs in the village. They knew that she would be taken from their toil and hardship, and given a wife's name, and a wife's place, at the side of a man of power, that she would live in luxury, and never again have to face the heat of the Lord's face, the chill of the wind. And she had thought so herself, as she was taken and cleaned and clothed and oiled. One night, too, and the illusion was gone, although appearances had to be maintained. She learned her manners, her diction, the nicety of movement and the tricks by which the Tor might be pleased. She learned to sing and play the samisen. To dance. She would not dance now. In the harem, she had never slept well. There was always, beneath the surface of sleep, a certain knowledge that, at any time, the Tor or the certain he thought to reward might come upon her unawares. She bore the old scars, some visible, most hidden, time under the lady's skies, with a gentleman whom the Tor's son, upon taking the clan's title, had seen fit to grant her permission to marry, had slowly masked and eased the viscerality of those memories. There had been little love lost between the new Tor and the old. But that husband had passed, like the pain, and under this night sky, her sleep was as harsh a thing as it had once been during those years. Ashoff dreamed, and her dreams had never been kind. The sound of the chimes woke her, or she thought it was chimes, a hint of music lingered in the air. There was no light in the room, she lay on her side on the worn, wide roll that had served her for too many years. And she heard the voice. But where Isladar's voice held the menace or danger of the not quite known, this voice held something familiar. And besides, it was night, and it was a woman's voice, and after all, night was the lady's time. Ashoff. She was disoriented by the nearness of the word, thought, for a moment, that the harem enclosed her again, and a wife had jostled her to give her a few minutes of warning, granting her time to prepare, if such preparation were possible. Kesley had done it, often, before her untimely death. Kesley. She sat up quickly, stiffly, pulling the sleeping silks up to cover her shoulders and breasts. Except that there were no silks, there was a blanket of rough cotton twill. She was home. Home. Ashoff. Who is it? Who's there? She hated the sound of her voice. When it came, it wobbled so much she knew she was making a child's display of fear. Not a friend, the voice replied. Do you mind if I bring a little light into this place? Not the Lord's light, Ashoff said, quartering herself with the sign of the lady's moon. Not the Lord's light, no. And light came, and it was the lady's light, a soft, silver glow that did not destroy the privacy of night colors, but did allow a woman to see by. Two women. Not a friend, Ashoff thought, repeating the stranger's phrase to herself as she stared at the pale contours of this other woman's face. She wore blue, a dark midnight blue that made her seem one with the lady's intent. The hood framed her face, hid her arms. There were shadows about her and within her. Ashoff recognized them at once, for they bowed her as well. Old pain. Old fear. Who are you? I am Yvain A. Nolan. A. Nolan? You are a northerner, then. I have no home, the woman replied gravely, but if names are important, then, yes, I was named in the north. Names are important. Ashoff rose. It seems this is a night for visitors. It is night, the other woman said softly, and in the south, night is the time of possibility. Possibility. She paused. You told me that you are not a friend, yet I do not feel you to be an enemy. If a man is driving a wagon, and the weather is poor, and he does not see the child that runs out into the road, the child is still dead. That man, if you are the mother of the child, is no friend, although he intended you no ill. An accident. Ashoff felt the cold then, but this Yvain did not stop speaking, she merely paused a moment. And if a man is at the till of a ship, be it northern or southern, and it is being pursued by pirates or vessels of war, and a child falls overboard, and he sees this clearly, but raises no cry because to stop is to lose the lives of the rest of his passengers, although there is no guarantee that the ship will escape, regardless, that man is less your friend. And that accident becomes a choice. And that choice. The woman in midnight blue lowered her face a moment. I have made that choice. And I have come to you to ask you to make a choice as well. What choice, Dot? I will not tell you, Ashoff, you will know it soon enough. The older woman snorted. Speak plainly. Very well. I would come to you in dream, but your dreams are so distant and so troubled that the path has brought me here, instead, where words are harder and much more solid. Ashoff Capolente, if you choose to leave your home, you will journey to a place that defines darkness, and you will see, in the time remaining to you, things that will make the days of your youth seem easy by comparison. Ashoff waited in silence, knowing that such an obvious choice was not that obvious. How could it be, and be called a choice at all? She was patient now. And if you choose to leave your home, you will be a warrior, but you will be unsung, and the war that you fight will have no reward for you. Make no mistake, you will die before the battle is fully joined. You will never see its end, and you will never know whether or not your life and your effort made any difference at all. No one will find your body, no one will say the rites by which the lady's blessing is conferred. Your story ends here, in this village, there will be no one to tell it, to carry it on, to bring it to light. It was the stranger who paled as she spoke, her eyes darkening, her gaze falling. Ashoff Capolente thought that this Yvain would feel more at ease speaking of her own death. She waited, still, feeling detached. But if, the stranger said, and Ashoff thought, now it comes, you choose this task and it must be willingly chosen, then you will begin the battle, and you will define some of the rules by which it is fought. You will step into a war that started before the birth of man, before the birth of the firstborn, and your presence will count for much. With or without you, the battle is coming, and with it, the darkness the clan Leon fought so long and so hard against. The clan Leon. The clan that, by right of battle and bloodshed, now ruled the dominion of Anagar from beside the waters of the Tor Leon. Clan wars were clan wars, and they happened. Ashoff had seen two in her life. The lot of a seraph changed little, except when the raiding and reprisals were fierce, in which case, the seraphs died. When the war was over, they had either the old master, or a new one, and they toiled, as ever. But Leon was made by no petty clan infighting. Ashoff knew the old stories, although she was simple seraph. That the founder, Leon, had been given the sun sword by the Lord himself, that he had fought to preserve the lady's domain, in the name of the Lord. And that, of course, he faced the priests of the so-called Lord of Night to do so. Children's stories. True stories. So often, they were the same, if you know how to understand what lay beneath the words. I don't understand. Don't you, Dot? You're telling me if I choose to go on Lady knows what journey, that I will be forgotten and unmourned. No, Ashoff, you will never be forgotten and unmourned. And I'm to do this to save the world? The old woman laughed. I am not a warrior, Yvain A. Nolan. Even in my youth, I could not wield a clansman's sword. You ask me to fight? Then the darkness of the night had befuddled you. Has it? There are territories over which battles are fought in this world in which no sword is raised. Ah, yes. How could she have forgotten, who had fought and lost so many? And why was it that to win was to prepare for another battle, but to lose was to lose all? Oh, she was tired, was Ashoff Kepalente. It was only when she was weary that the dead were so strong. You wish me to make this journey. I wish you to know and understand that the price of it will be, in the end, your death. There was no softness at all in the words. And if I don't? I do not know. Perhaps another woman will be asked to make the choice that I ask of you. The stranger was silent a long time. And then her face softened. She lifted a hand a moment, as if to touch the older woman's face. She stopped, lowering the hand, letting the gesture linger only in her expression. I can promise you this, you will never have to bury her. And then, before Ashoff's eyes could sting at the words and the memories they invoked, the stranger took a step into the room's shadows, and silver light, pale and luminescent, swallowed her, returning her, perhaps, to the lady's moon. She missed the dawn, but met the day when the shadows cast were still long and slender. The fields were full of moving bodies. Women toiled with their scythes and their personal plots in the common before being called to serve upon the Lord's lands at the sides of their husbands. This Toregar granted them that much. His father had not. Small children gathered tide stalks, older children knotted and bundled them. During this month, the only time of year when the lady's hand was felt during the daylight hours, there were no idle hands. Not even, she thought ruefully, her own. Her back was strong, her arms stronger, she would be missed. And she did not care to offer excuses, either of the two that she had, for her absence. She scurried with haste to the edge of the Lord's field, knowing her own part of the common seraph's plot would be tended by the younger women in the village. Age granted her that unspoken right, but she hated to take advantage of it now when in her dotage she might truly require it. Unself-conscious in her movements, she rolled up her sleeves, inviting the sun's touch as she ran. Ashoff. Naker, she said, smiling broadly at a slender, too tall youth. He blushed, almost ducking under the hand that ran through the sun-bleached tuft of his curly hair. He was a young man now, and no child, to be so called. When had he grown so? Last year, and he had blushed and smiled, joining her a moment to brag about his new exploits, his ability to trap small game in the forests outside of the Lord's fields and the Seraph's common. He brought her an almost recognizable pelt, a gift of sorts, proof of the truth of his words. She stopped a moment to look at him, and his mother, Vala Kepvalente, thwacked him soundly on the shoulder for being what he was, a youth yearning impatiently for the imagined grace of manhood. She had been just such a youth except, of course, she had desired to be woman and wife. Ashoff, Vala said, falling into step beside the older woman. Are you well? It's not like you to sleep so late. Not, Ashoff thought, during harvest. I slept poorly, she told the younger woman, wondering if she had ever walked with such unself-conscious, easy grace. Yesterday was the start of the harvest season, I rose too early. Ah, Vala said, her own face taking the shadows a moment. Every seraph had her dead, be they mother or sister or child. Or father. Or brother. Or husband. We said our rights. My youngest Tia, she wouldn't mind me. Crawled all over the graves as if they were hillocks made for child's play. The lady, Ashoff said wryly and sadly both, is the mother. She understands, the joy of children is no disrespect to either her or those who now rest in her keeping. Believe that, Vala. The younger woman smiled and nodded, just as Ashoff knew she would. Ashoff, having lost so much, had done what she could to fill her life. She was old enough now to be considered wise, at least by the women. They came to her, when they could not or would not go to their own mothers, and she let them come, taking a pain and a pleasure from their youthful company. The what-ifs of her own family. Her arms ached, but the smile across her lips, habit and more, was pleasant and warm enough. Now come. We've no time for talk, as it is, we'll be under the headman's eyes. Look at the sun. She loved the harvest season, and as she watched it unfold, she wondered what the cooler weather would bring. Rain, probably too much of it. Averta was the lady's land, there was no doubt about it. And those who called the lady the weaker of the two were fools who deserved to live in the harsh, wind-blasted desert plains. If the sand made men, she thought, it scoured them so clean only their swords and their wool remained. And swords and wool were a poor home and a poor haven for life. Here, with green and gold and red all about, she thought she could be happy. No, she did not think it, she felt it, a deep and even peace that came from working with life, for it. There were drummers on the field's edge, and a man who played the pipes as if the pipes were a sweet, youthful voice. She did not recognize him, and that was odd, she recognized all of the village seraphs on sight. He's pretty, isn't he? Vala said, catching the black strands of hair that had worked free of her confining knot and tying them up again. Do you know him? One? No. The younger woman laughed. But I would if Orego weren't so jealous. Vala. He's Voyani, she replied, as if that explained anything. Or everything. It explained much. In the Dominion, there were the clansmen, and there were the seraphs. The clansmen were free, and where they had power and the will to protect their holdings, they gathered seraphs, branding and naming them. If they were powerful enough, they chose to merely name, the name was enough. Ashoff kept Valente bore no scar, no brand. She understood that she was owned by a powerful clan, and perhaps she was even blessed by the ownership. Today, under this sky, with the smell of the earth in her nostrils, the soil beneath her nails, the harvest beside her bent back, she felt so. And she knew it as the Lord's will, and the ladies. Some served. Some ruled. But the Voyani were as old as the land. They traveled, many upon the horses of the open plains, and many not. They moved in groups, and they defended each other as fiercely as blood-born clansmen. But they took no seraphs. They owned no land. They carried no war with them. It was said that they were not averse to robbing the clansmen they found who were poor and unable to defend themselves properly, and Ashoff knew it for truth. Yet they were suffered to survive, and survive they did, trading and bartering and carrying information from one terrian to the next. They even moved out of the Dominion from time to time, seeking the merchants in the Northern Empire. It was said that some, one or two, settled there, like so many of the poor, free clansmen who could make no mark for themselves in the Dominion. The North took the weak ones, and accepted them. The Lord let them go. The Lord had no use for weakness. It was also said, although she did not know if it were true, that seraphs who escaped their clan could travel with the Voyani and find both home and freedom in Esselian. She and her husband had spoken of it in whispers when their first child was born. Perhaps the lady had heard them. Perhaps the lady had been angered by it. Perhaps the lady had chosen to keep the children within her reach. Too much darkness. During the sun's dance. She shook herself. Why are the Voyani here? Vala shrugged. Which family? Hers. Yelana's. Ashoff felt a little chill in the sun's heat. She raised a hand, adjusted her hat, feeling the edge of the wide brim as if its presence were a comfort. Has she come to trade? I think it's too early for that. We're just starting our harvest. Then what? Yelana, Vala replied, lowering her voice, is moon-touched. She goes where she goes. You know that. I've even heard that the Tor. Enough, Ashoff said, raising a hand and touching the moving lips of a careless young woman. The gesture brought the silence that she hoped for and demanded. Whether it was true or no, it was never safe to speculate, beneath the day's open sky, about the habits and the secrets of powerful men. The wind carried careless words farther than arrows and spears. Yes, she knew Yelana well. What girl, with a heart full of foolish dreams in these, the richest lands of Anagar, did not? What girl, with such a heart, could resist the trek over fields and hill, before night had fully set, to offer the mysterious Voyani woman what little food or item she could find in order to procure both a blessing and a hint of the future? She had already faced Yelana once, in the year before her first marriage to the man of her desire. She could remember, clearly, the icy night of Yelana's face, the darkness of unblinking eyes, as Yelana had promised her that she would have her heart's desire. The first intimation that her heart was a thing to be feared. She would have others, but like so many things, the first was a scar that time did not diminish. That year, she had discovered that nightmare and dream come from the same place. And it was nightmare that returned her to it, time and again, stripping her of the strength of wisdom and experience, paring her down to a girl's fear and helplessness. Her arms ached, and her back, as the minutes dwindled into a stream of time, hours passing. Things happened, when they happened, in threes. 3 visitors, Isladar of no clan, Yvain of Nolan, and now Yelana of the Havala Voyani. I am too old, she thought. I haven't the strength. But she wiped her dirt-crusted hands on the thick cotton drape of her long skirts and shielded her eyes against the sun's fall. She could see the Voyani wagons at the crest of the gently sloped hill beyond which her house lay. She knew that she would go around them. And that it would make no difference. Dusk was the time of shadows. Night, and the lady's moon was brilliant against the speckled backdrop of cool, dark blue. Day, and the Lord's face turned a merciless, necessary heat upon the greens and the golds, the reds and the browns, the earth's colors. But at dusk, with neither lord nor lady in ascendance, the light and the darkness intertwined in every possible path was a step into the unknown. She could not sleep. And sleepless, she left the sanctity of her single-room dwelling to stand a moment in the wash of a sky that was caught, in crimson, between 2 shades of blue. Beneath that sky, crossing the footpaths that had been worn by time and the steady movement of sturdy heels, was a lone figure, illuminated from behind by the lamp that hung across her left shoulder by the shaft of a long pole. The figure's face was in shadow, but she did not need to see it to feel the apprehension of recognition. Fate. Ashoff waited numbly as the figure came closer. Yelana, the wise woman of the Havala Voyani. But here, she felt a strange thing, not fear, as she had expected, and not even resignation, although its touch was heavy upon her unbent shoulders. No, she felt kinship, the kinship of those weary with the burdens of the responsibilities they have chosen, and wearier still with the loss of them. The Yelana of her youth was gone in that instant, her perfect midnight hair bleached everywhere by the touch of harsh sun and time. Her pale skin was lined now, although not furrowed, it was no longer translucent defined. But if she did not have the slenderness of youth, she had the muscled, sturdy appearance of one who has been tried and tested without breaking. As if she had expected no less, Yelana looked up from the ground's even slope as she at last approached the house, nodding at the younger woman who waited. Her eyes were the eyes that Ashoff remembered. "Well met," the Voyani wise woman said, bowing low enough that the folds of her voluminous shirt obscured the wide, red sash across her midriff. "And you," Ashoff said softly. She waited a long moment, and then looked away. "I have no water to offer." "I do," Yelana replied, and she lifted the skin from the folds of her wide skirts. Those skirts could hide many a thing: water, gold, a dagger. "Will you drink with me?" It was formal, an offer of sorts. But of what, and for what, Ashoff could not guess. She nodded quietly. "Night is coming," she said. "I should sleep soon." But she turned quietly and opened the door to her home, inviting by gesture this third visitor for whom she felt such ambivalence. The lamp was bright enough to illuminate the four walls of her life, to cast a shadow around the sagging cotton mats upon which she lay night by night, to show the marks and stains and scratches in the wood of the small table before which she knelt to eat. To pray. She crossed the room and knelt there now, taking from a small shelf beside the table the delicate clay bowls that had been a gift from her husband and placing them upon the worn wooden surface. After a moment, Yelana joined her, unhooking the lamp and placing it on the floor by her bent knees. They stared at each other a moment in uneasy silence. It was the Voyani woman who spoke first. Yelana's smile was crooked. "You've aged," she said. She took the skin from her belt, uncapped it, and poured. She was skilled, and it was clear from the way that she watched each drop that she had traveled in the Lord's heartlands. "And you," Ashoff replied. But more gracefully. "Voyani blood." Carefully lifting a bowl, she offered the sweet water to Ashoff. Ashoff took it and lifted it to her lips, accepting the visitor's gift as if there was nothing unusual about such a visit. "All blood is red," she said softly. Then she stopped. The water that touched her tongue was sweet and cool. It was almost as if she drank water's ideal, and not the water itself. At that, Yelana smiled broadly. "All blood, yes. I give you my word under the lady's moon that I will spill none of yours this eve." Ashoff laughed bitterly. "And that is meant to comfort?" "Oh, no, Yelana. I know the Havala Voyani well. You are subtle when you exact your price." History stood between them, history and the piercing clarity of the memory of a young girl long gone. "We have all met our heart's desire," Yelana replied at last, speaking to a past that had never, and would never, fully die. "And most of us have survived it. If I had warned you then, what would you have done, you a seraph of the clan Valente?" She lifted a hand. "Don't answer. We both know that you would not have chosen to believe me." "You were 16, Ashoff kept Valente." Her smile was oddly crooked. "I was 16 once. I know the age, dot." The younger woman's face twisted a moment, and then relaxed. "I survived," she said softly. "And for a time, I flourished. It is gone now." "Yes. You have lost 2 lives." She started, as if in pain, and then said, "I have lost more than that." "You have mourned and buried more," Yelana replied, as cool this night as she had been almost 30 years past. "But the 2 that I speak of are yours." Yelana's words were carried by a cold, sharp wind, they pierced the skin and more. "I have lost 2 lives, Ashoff thought, feeling the strange truth of the words as they echoed, unspoken, between them. Things were done in 3. She exhaled slowly, feeling the dread of the moment give way to weariness. "Why have you come, Yelana? It is not the way of the Voyani to seek out the seraphs, or the clansmen, for that matter. You hide in your tents and your wagons, in your stalls and beneath the masks you wear upon your stages. If you want gold, I have none to give you. If you want food, there are richer women than I. And if you wish to tell a fortune, you must find someone who is fool enough to ask you. I have already been bled. I will not hold my hand beneath your dagger again. This night I cannot see the answer to the question of your future written so clearly across your face. You were beautiful in your youth, Ashoff, you were known for 2 villages in any direction. It did not take the mystical skills of the Voyani ancestors to know what that beauty presaged. I will not speak about my past, Ashoff said. And I have not asked you about my future." She spoke calmly now, and clearly, meeting eyes that had once been dark and icy and yes, mysterious. She was surprised when Yelena turned aside, her eyes flickering with some emotion that made her seem human. Made her seem, for a moment, as much a seraph as Ashoff, and not a woman of Voyani freedoms. No. But I have come in search of your future, whether you ask it of me or no. What? I have crossed the plains, Ashoff kept Valente. She looked down at the still surface of the almost untouched water in her bowl. I have stood beside the waters of the Torleon, and I have gathered them. Ashoff grew still, her bowl was half empty. You have lost 2 lives, and you stand upon the threshold of a third. I cannot influence your choice, and I could not bear your burden, not then, and not now. I come to perform no act of magic, no act of mysticism. I have left my tents and my wagons and my family behind. Tonight, we are 2 women beneath the lady's moon. She raised her head and the lamp's glow caught and whitened her chin, making of her face a stark relief. Ashoff looked out and saw that at least some of her words were true. Dusk had passed, and the secrecy of darkness held them. She looked down at her half-empty bowl, as if deciding, as if afraid to decide. The water was sweet as she lifted the delicate clay to her lips. From the Torleon, she thought. For me. So did the Sarahs drink in all their finery, surrounded by seraphs and certain. But she knew, from her time in the harem, that the Sarahs were only a little more free, and only a little more honored, than the seraphs themselves. The will of the Lord whose waters were so sweet. Why? Because you have haunted my dreams for 3 nights. 3 nights beneath the lady's moon, I have dreamed of the death of the Havala Voyani, and more, the death of the Dominion. She drew breath, her lips thinned as if she were attempting to hold the words back. No Voyani woman spoke her mind so freely to strangers, not for free. And among the Voyani, Yelena was more mysterious than any. Did you have these dreams? Ashoff asked, as if the revelation were as natural as the turn of seasons in the valley that had been home for the only parts of her life that she cared to remember, before you journeyed to the Torleon? I have not heard that the Tiragar freely grants the Voyani permission to take what the lake holds. Yes, Yelena said starkly. 3 nights. She moved then, unbending at the knee and rising as if freedom of action could soothe her. You saw me. I saw you. Where? Yelena averted her gaze and did not speak. Yelena. I will not lie to you this eve. I will never lie to you again. She fell silent, and it was a moment before Ashoff realized that Yelena did not intend to answer. It seemed to her, as she watched the Voyani woman, that Yelena's actions were a mixture of nervousness and, oddly, pity. She should have felt fear, but she felt almost nothing. Almost. Why have you come? She said, asking for the 3rd time, realizing as the words left her lips that the 3rd time was the significant one. To bring you this water, Yelena replied, quietly placing the skin upon Ashoff's humble table. The Havala Voyani will be in no one's debt. The answer made no sense, but the set of Yelena's lips, the shadowed lines across her brow, made it clear that she would answer no questions about such a debt. They stood a moment in silence, and then Yelena shook her head, sending graying curls across the curves of her face, her shoulders. You will forgive me, she said, almost dry in tone. But I am not a gentle woman. Not a sympathetic one. I am not good at these offers, these gestures. I raised Voyani, I define what the Havala are. She reached into the folds of her shirt and pulled something from between her breasts. As she lifted it, it caught the light and sent it out in a fan of intense color. Take this, Yelena said, and if there was a request in the 2 words, she hit it well. Take this, and wear it. Travel this village, these lands. Speak to the people who make this your home. Visit your graves, your fields, your hills, find the shade in your forest, the cooling waters in your brook and small river. She let it fall. Ashoff gasped until she saw the glittering chain that stopped it from reaching ground. A necklace or a pendant of some sort. She reached out an open palm, and Yelena carefully dropped the stone, for it was a stone, a clear one, like a diamond that would beggar even a tear, into her hand. At once, it flared with a deep, blue light. The light ran the length of her arm, shrouding it. Magic. What does it do? Her voice was, momentarily, a girl's voice, the girl that she had thought long gone. Dreamer. Seeker of wonder. It is the lady's magic, Yelena replied, not the Lord's. It will not protect you, it will not defend you. Where a blade is raised or a spell is thrown, you will find no solace in it. Ashoff smiled wryly. I did not ask you what it wasn't. I asked you what it is. It is a keeper, Yelena said. Of memory. Of affection. Of place. Wear it, as I have told you to wear it, and it will take some of what you feel and hold it within depths that you cannot even imagine. Wear it, and you will feel exactly the peace or the joy or the quiet, yes, or the sorrow, that you felt when you first donned it. Why? It is a piece of home, Yelena replied gravely. Many of the Voyani women wear them, because our hearts so seldom find a home, and when they do, we cannot remain there. But this is, Ashoff fell silent, realizing two things. For the first, she bowed low. You have honored me, she said softly. Yelana's face was in shadow as she bent to retrieve the lamp. Ashoff slid the chain over her head with shaking hands, letting the stone fall to rest against her skin. What should have been cold was warm, what should have been hard was smooth and almost soft. Honored? Yes. But she knew, as the Voyani woman attached the lamp to the pole she carried, that Yelana did not expect to see her again. Did not expect that anyone would. The Voyani did not surrender the secrets of their hearts to anyone. What had Yvain of Nolan said? Your story ends here, in this village, there will be no one to tell it, to carry it on, to bring it to light. Asterisk. The next day, at dawn, Ashoff Kepwalente rose and walked to the graves in which lay the remnants of the second life that Yelana of the Habala Voyani had spoken of. She knew now when it ended, had almost known it then, so bleak was the day, and the year that followed. The last of her children. Her son. You were to find your joys, she thought, as her hand smoothed out drying strands of once green grass. But her joy, such as it was here, if she could let go of the memory that ended it. And sometimes she could see his youth, all of their youths, and his innocence, although she expected that the latter was the kindness of aged memory. As if this were her last day here, she knelt before these graves, but she could not sit for long. The tears came, and it was not tears that she wished to capture. Vala Kepwalente was waiting for her this second morning. Vala, with her delicate chin, her raven's hair, her intemperate words. She was like a child, and she spoke her mind as it pleased her, and often with great surprise at the results. The pinks were fading from the sky, and the men had been fed. It was time to tend the fruit of the fields. They walked together, and to Ashoff it seemed that everything, the colors of the valley fields, the smell of the cut stalks and turned earth, the movement of birds and men, the sound of the river, was heightened. Almost new. She looked from side to side, as if a wonder long dead had found new life. Ashoff, have you heard a thing I've said? It's a lovely day, Ashoff said, blushing. Which means no. Vala's face was caught a moment between a smile and a frown, the smile one. It is a beautiful day. Is that Riva? Yes. And that monstrous son of hers. He's not monstrous, Ashoff said softly. Or he will not always be. He is reckless. When your own are that age, you will understand it better. My own, Vala said, with the arrogance of loving ignorance, will not survive if they choose to become like Eric. It's Riva's own fault. She shrugged. Give the child no child's name, and what happens? He knows no mother's calm. It was common wisdom. Naeri, she said quietly, turning the words around in her mouth. Be kind. Vala's brow lifted a moment. You weren't so forgiving when he broke your door. True enough, the older woman said. But the door was fixed. I worry about you, Ashoff. You've been sleeping well? No, Ashoff replied cheerfully. Very poorly. Come, the shadows are lengthening and the overseer will take our names. He didn't, of course, and she knew he wouldn't. Although he was a clansman in theory, he had spent his life here, in this village, among the seraphs. He had played with them, bullied them, and been bullied by them. He had lain with them, and broken their hearts, and had his heart broken. He had wed here, under the lady's moon, with the permission of the Toregar, the same man who had given Ashoff a husband in her freedom. The freedom of a seraph. He was also a good 10 years younger than she, and twice, when his daughters were ill, had come over the hillocks, his lamp and his fear burning high. And she had followed him to the biggest house in the village, to tend to his children in the silence of sickness, of terror. How could she do less, when she understood that particular helplessness so well? Ashoff. Vala. You're late again. Daro, Vala said, kneeling meekly. Daro, Ashoff said. At my age. At your age you said about Michael with a broom and reddened both his ears. But his good-natured smile was broad enough. It had been a good year, and the harvest would please the Tor who ruled them all, whether his seraphs were late or no. We'll fall behind without you, Ashoff. You set the good example. And she terrifies those who don't follow it. Someone else, his words carrying in a loud, happy boom. Michael. She set about her work, feeling the long stalks of wheat as they lay, new, against her dry hands. The children came to help her, although she needed little help. They came to thresh and stomp and squabble while they worked. That was the way of the young. The way of the village. She felt a sharp pang, seeing them all. And she did not name it because she did not have to. She could have chosen any home when the Toregar who had been her husband met his just end beneath the lady's moon. It was truth, his son had been almost a son to her, for all sons were reared in the harem until they came of an age deemed suitable by their sires. But she had chosen to return to this village, as if by coming back she could reclaim what had been lost: dreams, innocence, trust. And she had, for a while. There was a warmth at her chest, a warmth and a softness, as if a child lay pillowed against her breast. And she realized that she cared very much for these people, and this place, that not only her dead, but her living, were here in numbers. Ashraf? It was Darrow, his black hair swept in an unruly knot above his forehead. His wife loved long hair, and although it was not at all practical, he kept it so as not to have to listen to her complaints. Or so he said. There was an affection in Darrow that was strong and deep and not afraid of the jibes of men. "I am sorry," she told him softly, setting a calloused hand gently against his shirt. "And I am worried. It's not like you to miss the call 3 days running. Are you ill? Do I look ill?" "No. But I know you, Ashraf. You'd have one hand in the ladies before you'd admit that anything was wrong." "Then why," she said pointedly, "do you waste your breath and time asking?" "Because if I get close enough to ask you over this din, I'll be able to see for myself." The concern lingered in his eyes, and she surprised herself by setting all work aside. "Come," she said, and he followed, just as he followed her the evening his daughter's fever had barely broken. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. They climbed the highest of the hills that the forest shielded from the outside, and sat there, looking down upon the men and women who toiled in such high spirits below. "We'll finish early," she said. He nodded. "Is the Tor happy?" "You'll be able to ask him yourself," Darrow replied. "He's traveling this season, and intends this village to be his last stop." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at her, the question in his voice unmistakable. As always, the news that he would visit warmed her. He was not her son, she reminded herself of this again and again, although in truth she needed no reminder. He was the Torregar Danilo Kai di Valente. He held her life, and the life of this village, in a hand that could just as easily curl into fist as open in offering. But he held her in regard, he flattered her, and in the privacy of the tiny home that she would not leave, he spoke to her as if they were still prisoners in the same harem. And that, she thought, was the first life, and it is over. "Do you love this village?" someone said, and when Darrow replied, she realized it was her. "It is my responsibility." "And you understand responsibility well," Ashraf replied softly. Proudly. "This is a village unlike any village in the Dominion, and it was made by the Torregar and by you. Give me your word, in the presence of the Lord, that you will guard it when I am gone." "I have given just that word," Darrow replied wryly, "to the Torregar himself." He laughed as he saw her expression shift into sternness. "But I am a wise man. He is in the capital. You are here. I give you my solemn word that I will guard this village in your absence. The Lord sees all. May he scorch me if I lie, or prove false to my vow. But, Ashraf," he continued, more seriously, "I don't want to have to do it without your help." "No," she said softly. The sun was warm and high. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. She returned home while the sun was still ascendant, casting a shadow across the graves that she and her husband had made. That she had made alone after his passing, changing the shape of the earth with spades and tears. Moving, she came to stand by the graves so that the sun cast her shadow away from what lay within them. The day had softened the edges of the loss, as it sometimes did, and she could sit here a moment, speaking silently the names of her children and her husband as if they were litany. Nothing lived within them, of course, nothing that could answer the words she did not speak aloud. But she had stayed here, by the side of the dead, because it was here that their memories were strongest. She let them come, all of them. But she held the tears until dusk, offering them to no judgmental, unsympathetic lord, and no lady who, mother or not, had seen fit to part her from her family. He came that night. She should have known, and perhaps in some way she did, for her sleep was restless and easily broken. Yet it was not the sound of his voice that wakened her, shouting through the screens, nor was it the sound of his hand against the wooden beams. She rose in the silence of insects and whined through the valley's tree branches, the silence of the pause before breath, of the stillness in a crowded room after the shattering of a precious crystal glass. Something had called her from sleep, but no trace remained of its sound except her certain knowledge that it was there. She rose and went to the screen that separated the world without from the one within. The moonlight was bright enough to be visible, but not bright enough to see by. Darkness, light, it made little difference to Ashraf. Every inch of her home was more familiar to her in the darkness than most places were in the day. Little difference? Ah. Not this night. She felt that she wanted the light, or rather that she should. She struggled a moment with tallow and wick before she brought its flickering glimmer into the night. And then she remembered, and was surprised that she could forget for even a moment such a fact, that the harem had never been given over to night's darkness, lights abounded, proof to the wives and their children that the lords will ruled in the harem of the Toregar at all times. Very few were the people who had dared to speak against this more than once, although it made even the Radan, the men whose worship of the Lord of the Sun defined their lives, uneasy. The lady's time will come, they would say, muttering among themselves in their cloisters. And it had. When the rites had been set over the newly turned earth. Oh, she had smiled then, her face veiled and masked, her anger hidden. The only joy she was allowed to show were her tears, and she shed them freely, knowing that the clansmen would not understand and that her sister wives would. She stared at the candle until the image of its light had burned itself, blue, into her vision, and then she carefully blew it out. The screen was heavy this night, as if her reluctance added weight and stiffness to its movement. She put her shoulders behind the action, they had borne greater burdens than this. Moonlight silvered the grass and the leaves of the tall trees beyond the village. Starlight, starcloud, and the deepest of blue filled the sky. Somewhere, there were men and women who understood the beauty of things that were glimpsed, not seen. She smiled wryly. Dreams. And then the smile dimmed. The sight of sky was lost. Ashoff kept Valente. She stared at the dark robes of the man who stood before her door as if he were a stranger. There was something about his face, something about his eyes, that she had not seen during their dawn meeting, or their twilight one. He spoke a guttural word, and from the folds of his cloak a lamp fell, swinging as if in a heavy breeze although the night air was still. She was not surprised to see that no hands held it, although it was suspended in air. Not surprised to see that his eyes were all blackness, his face almost white. It was the lady's night. Isladar of no clan, she said. She did not bow or kneel. Have you come to offer me a choice? At those words, spoken in such a quiet tone, he raised a dark brow. She had surprised him, and from his reaction, he was not a man who enjoyed the unexpected. But he nodded after a moment. Then enter, she said, standing aside. Enter into the home of Ashoff Kepalente for this third night. Ah. He smiled grimly. This is the third night. You're superstitious, Ashoff. It is, charming. His cloak shifted, in the light his lamp cast she could see that he carried something beneath it. I will accept your offer. I have water, she said. And it was true. Water? Ah. I forget. In the south there is the custom of water as an offering of either hospitality or respect. It is not often pursued in the Averden valleys. She walked to the table, the small, scarred table that was so much a part of her life she couldn't clearly remember a time that the house did not have it. Oh, she knew when it had arrived, but knowledge and memory did not always speak the same language. Sit, she said quietly as she retrieved her bowls. They were shallow, she saw this clearly in the glow of the lamp that no hands held. You are not Wyden. I bear no Wyden's mark, Isladar said agreeably. She lifted the skin that Yelena had left her and poured, sparingly, into both bowls. The first, she offered to Isladar, and the second, she took for herself. She lifted the bowl, waiting, he lifted his. And then, as he brought the edge of the delicate clay to his lips, the waters taken from the lake of the Tor Leon began to steam. His brow rose again, and then his lips turned up in a genuine smile. I think, he said softly, that the hospitality of this house is both too fine and too dangerous for one such as I. The smile vanished as quickly as it had come. Very well, Ashoff Kepalente. I will not ask you how you came by this water, it is of little import and little consequence. This evening, I wear no disguise, I hide nothing. You do not speak all the truth, she said, which was as close as she had yet come to accusing a man with great power of lying. She felt no surprise at all that the waters did not pass his lips. Fear, yes, but not a visceral fear. A subtle one. A deep one. No one does. He nodded politely to her. If we are to travel together, you and I, we must travel this evening. Already, I have been gone too long. What is the choice that you offer me? To remain here, in this little village, as Ashoff Kepalente. Or to travel with me, to a north that you cannot possibly imagine. He rose, and threw back the folds of his cloak. In the light, in his arms, there lay a small, poorly swaddled child. The child was crying, its face was almost purple with effort. But Ashoff heard no sound at all. She looked up, once, to see Isladar's face, such an expression could have been carved out of stone, so unmoved, and unmoving, did it seem. What are you doing to the child? She rose as well, her arms already extended. I am merely silencing her cries. She can breathe. She. Horror. Ashoff asked for no permission as she took the child from Isladar's arms. At once, the child's pitiful cries filled the room. They were not strong. How old is she? Ashoff said, all sternness. She was born, Isladar replied, upon the 15th of Wiktan. The lady's dawn, Ashoff said softly. The harvest. She looked down into the child's face. The infant's face. You don't know anything about children. It wasn't a question. I know a great deal about how to twist a person, he replied affably. But not one so young, no. I see to her feeding. And who cleans her? He shrugged. Does it matter? She is cleaned. She is healthy. And she's hungry. She is always hungry. Isladar frowned. No, I mean, she's hungry right now. And I don't have much to feed her. She stopped a moment, staring into the child's purple-red face. It wasn't lovely, and she felt it sharply as memory stung her. Where is her mother? In the hall of Mandaros, Isladar replied. And then he smiled coolly. I forget. Anagarians are quaint in their beliefs, and entirely incorrect. You do not know who sits in judgment. Her mother is quite dead. Motherless. This is not my child, she told herself, as she began to bounce her up and down while she gave thought to milk and liquid rice and who she might ask for either. Then she stopped again, and stared down at the waters of the Torleon as they lay in her shallow drinking bowl. She sat carefully, holding the child with the ease of years of long practice, before she lifted the bowl. No, she thought, too young yet. I would not, if I were you, Isladar said softly, although he made no move toward her. Ashoff lifted her chin, met the blackness of his eyes with the solid brown of hers, and then turned her attention away from his gaze, his words. She rose, walked to the mats upon which she slept, and beside them found a clean cotton shirt. Dropping the edge of this into the water itself, she waited a moment. Then she lifted the wet cloth, and laid it, cool, against the child's lips. A second, two, and then the infant began to suck. She cried out once, twice, a third time, and then she relaxed as the waters of the Torleon took the edge off her hunger. Rising again, balancing child and shirt, Ashoff came to the table and picked up the Voyani skin. She filled her bowl, and fed the child, knowing that the girl would sleep soon. Infants this young slept and ate and dirted themselves in both the Lord's and the lady's time. They did not see, they did not hear, and they did not crave the company of their mothers. And so it was that Ashoff knew, by two signs, that this child was no normal infant. First, the satiated child raised her reddened, newborn face to gaze upon the person who had offered her the waters of the Lord. And second, as those eyes met Ashoff's, she saw that they were liquid gold. They had been brown when Isladar had placed the child in her arms. Infant brown. But the waters of the Tor were special. Demon child. Ashoff paled, but she did not drop the child, or in any way frown as the infant's lids closed slowly over those damning eyes. You're a demon, she said softly, not to the child, but to Isladar. I am a demon, Isladar agreed. The waters of the Lord would not even bear the touch of your lips. Indeed. And is this child yours? Isladar laughed, and the laughter was like a slow, deliberate cut. Not mine, no. The Radan did not suffer the golden-eyed children to live. And often, did not suffer their mothers to survive such an ill-omened birth. But the child had taken the waters of the Torleon. Had even, after a moment, been comforted by them, as any child would be. Surely, if the Lord's waters burned at the very closeness of Isladar, they would have harmed the child had she been of such evil birth. Her arms tightened a moment as she gazed down at the sleeping face, seeing in it so many sleeping faces, so many sleepless nights, so many memories that had nothing at all to do with the baby herself. What is her name? It is not important, Isladar replied evenly. Either you will accompany me, or you will not. If you will not, it is better that you do not know. Knowing the answer before she asked the question, Ashoff said, What is the choice that you have come to offer me? You know it, he replied. But I will say it, if you feel it must be said. You may remain here, with your memories and your people and your dead, or you may travel with me a long way, and not a pleasant one, and when we arrive at your new home, you will be given sole care of the child until she is of an age to learn. Then, he said, seeing that she intended to interrupt him, I will teach her. To read, to write, and to use what powers she may be gifted with. But when she is that age, while I am teaching her these things, you will teach her, Ashoff kept Valente, to be human. Her arms tightened again as she stared at a now sleeping infant, thinking that the golden-eyed were demon kin. Thinking that they must not be suffered to live. Thinking that, for a demon's child, this one was warm and light and scrawny, like any new life, any new possibility. Arms tightened, hands shook, she had held each of her own precious burdens, just so. Each of them, wizened with new life, free forever from the element of water, the body of the mother. Had she begun each life with a prayer? Had she begun each new possibility in both pain and in hope, and ended each? Ah. She stood, babe in arms, history surrounding her like a shadow family. Thinking, because she could not stop from thinking it, that Yvain of Nolan had said this only, important thing 2 evenings past. You will never have to bury her. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Anagar. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Chapter 1. 21st of Scaril, 415 AA. The Tor Leon. Sarah Teresa di Murano was uneasy, and if she was very careful, and kept her thoughts upon the festive celebrations, she hoped not to put a name to that unease, for things named were things with power. And she knew well that it was hard to rise above those things in life that held power. Her lips, turned up in a gracious smile, and her chin, lowered just enough that she might not meet the eyes of the gathered crowd too boldly, were steady, but these were the perfected surface of manner, of grace, of social standing. And of these things, by necessity, the Sarah Teresa was master. Her hands, folded around the handle of an ivory fan, sat in the lap her bent knees made. She wore a white silk sari, fringed in a deep, sapphire blue, with golden stars and moon and sun embroidered across the swath of the perfect cloth. She was 32 years old, long past the first blush of the youth men found so pleasing, yet even so there was about her a beauty that endures, and the poets made much of the fact that long into the twilight of her life, should the lady will it, she might capture more than the lust of men by her mystery and her strength. Strength. A chill touched her beneath the skin, a night chill, here, at the sun's height. She could hear the howling of the desert wind. Teresa, you must be so proud. The children of Murano have voices worthy of the Lord himself. Proud? Ah, yes. It was Sarah Teresa's gift to the festival to find those voices, young voices, as pleased the lady, within Clan Murano that she thought noteworthy, and to train them so that they might, in their unblemished innocence, in turn please the clansmen who gathered in the Tor Leon for the festival of the moon. If, she thought wryly, such unblemished innocence existed, ever, outside of the boundless realm of a poet's heart. Worthy of the Lord? But this is the lady's festival. She smiled perfectly, gracefully, hoping the momentary unease would pass. Then, remembering herself, she said, Lissa, when we are not in the harem, you must remember to use the honorific. Yes, Sarah Teresa. Lissa N. Murano, youngest of Ser Sendari Par di Murano's subwives, was perhaps the Sarah's favorite. She therefore spoke with affection as she offered her correction. Had any of the important clansmen, the Tors, or the Tiers, although none of the latter were in attendance, heard the comment, she would have saved the correction until they returned to the harem, but upon return, would have been much stricter. And perhaps she showed a little weakness now. But it was the festival of the moon, or it would be in 3 days, and she felt the pull of that singular night of freedom already taking root. Or she felt the unease growing. The voices of the children were superb. An 8-year-old boy, Nasser Almi's son, sang the praises of the Tor Leon and its magical founding, while the 7 children at his feet, 3 boys and 4 girls, added harmonies. A child's song could never attain the full range of emotion that an adult's could, but there was a softness, a sweetness, a delicate tightness to the voice that one lost as one aged. And in the telling of legends, with their ideals, their valor, their optimism, what better voices to sing? It was cold, in the heat of the day, the notes reached by the thin, pure voice chimed a warning. She raised her fan, she was Sarah Teresa, and the showing of unease was not for a woman of her age and her responsibility. The Tiragar Marqueso Kai de Leon ruled them all, demanding their service, and their death, when that death was deemed necessary, as his clans do. His line had ruled unbroken for hundreds of years, untouched by desert wind and change of rain and shifting season. It was, or so the song said, the will of the Lord. The Lord respected power. As did the Sarah Teresa. The clan Leon, led by Leon the founder, had vanquished their enemies and rivals, and before the slaughter of the servants of the Night Lord, he whose name was never mentioned within the dominion, they came to the Tor, seeking the blessing of the Lord of the Day. For some said that the Night Lord was the Lord of the Day, given dominion in darkness as well as light, and they wished a sign that they did not act against the Lord. Yet it was not the Lord who gave the sign, or at least, there was no sign during the sunlight hours, rather it was the lady, worshipped only in a secret way that often ended with death when the worshippers were discovered, who by her powers and mystery created the lake beside which the Tiragar and his family, and all of their descendants ruled. Water was the source of life and of blessing, thus was Leon answered. And it was thus that the festival of the moon began with the tale of the Tor. And the Tyr. The clansmen raised their whips and their crops in approbation as Ami's son, delighted by the gravity of their approval, bowed low. He held the dying note of the setting sun nonetheless, and Sarah Teresa smiled in spite of herself. The smile froze. Unease. The harpist shifted, silence descending as seraphs moved with grace and speed to take the instruments that the northern bards had inspired from their masters and return to them the more traditional samisen. The children, nervous, looked over their silk-swathed shoulders to her. She nodded gracefully, flicking the fan in her lap either left or right as she reminded the youngest of how they were to arrange themselves. The clansmen are pleased. Look! Toregar Leo Kai D. Palans just nodded. This is a coup for Murano. Lissa again, soft-voiced, her excitement coloring her words. The folds of her sea-green sari hid the quickening light she carried. She was still small enough that she was allowed out of the harem's confines. You recognize the Tor? Very good, Sarah Teresa said. She meant it. Lissa was new to the harem, and she had come from the lowly family of a seraph who worked the lands Murano held. Her familiarity with the clansmen and their leaders was not yet all that it should be. Frowning, she added, but the title, Lissa, is Toragnate. The lowest of the ruling clansmen's ranks. Above the clan marking, the sun, it has only 4 rays. No, don't squint, it is very unbecoming. There are 4 rays, not 6. Her smile was gentle. Leo D. Palans is one of the Toragnati of the Terrian of Rivera. His title gives him the right to 4 rays in the rising sun. Good. He serves the Toregar Carlos Kai D. Morgana, who is allowed to wear 6 rays above the rising sun. Better. The Sarah smile was soft and almost openly affectionate, a rare public display. But it was hard, with Lissa, to be anything less. And he serves in turn? The Tir Agnate. It is a good guess, she said softly, for it was, but Rivera, of the 5 Tirians, had no Tir Agnate. It was the heartland, and it was ruled by the Tiregar. But in this case, the Tiregar himself is their liege lord. She did not add, but could have, that his crest was everywhere in evidence within the city of the Torleon, and the Torleon proper, the sun ascendant, with 10 full, distinct rays. There were only 2 men in the whole of the Dominion who were privileged to wear that rank. The man who ruled the Radan, the warriors of the Lord. And the man who ruled the Dominion. Crestfallen, Lissa nodded, but her smile brightened as the clansmen settled into the mournful musicality of the samasen's long notes. Nadia, she whispered. Yes. Sarah Diora Di Murano, halfway between 4 and 5, was slowly and gravely rising. Her porcelain face had not once slipped an unbecoming smile. Of all the children who had sought the comfort of her fan signal, Diora had not once, this concert, been among them. It was because of her extraordinary ability to retain her sense of an occasion's gravity that Sarah Teresa had chosen her own niece to sing the last of this cycle, the Song of the Sun Sword. She felt the cold, it was sharp and sudden, like the wound a clean blade leaves. Her hands were slightly whiter around the knuckle as she lifted the fan. Oh, Teresa, Lissa said, honorific forgotten again as she gazed upon the child that meant more to her than almost anyone else in the harem. Look at her. Sarah Teresa could see nothing else. This slender-boned, high-cheeked, large-eyed child was perfect. Her mother's daughter. Dark hair fell, unfettered by the pearls and pins, by the braids and twists, that graced an adult's. She wore a white sari, edged in the same gold embroidery that Sarah Teresa's more elaborate silks showed. Her hair touched her cheeks like a shadow as she bowed to the quiet audience, and a whisper shook the clansmen as they saw, for the first time, the child of the Sarah Alora N. Murano. Her brother's wife. Alora. For years dead, and already the shadows of her passing could be seen, could be felt, in the face of her child. Unease? No. Value nothing too highly, especially not your own life, Natir. Her grandfather's voice, stretching out from a past that was almost beyond memory's grip. Why? Because it will make a coward of you. A coward. Only an oathbreaker committed a graver crime, although there were many who would argue that fear was the more unmanning of the two. Care too much, and you lose the power to act because every action you take will cause a loss. Every one. He was dead now, dust. He had failed in the clan test because he had been too proud to acknowledge that he could no longer ride with the riders. And he was the only man in the clan Murano who called her Natir after she reached the age of 5. And even at 5 years old, she had not been naive enough to think that he cared so much about her, although she felt secure in his indulgence, for she was a girl. A girl. A boy, and she could have ruled Murano, she knew it, and thought it without much rancor. It was a truth written upon wind, and by wind scattered. Sarah Teresa was 32 years old. Unmarried and childless, she saw to the harem of her brother, Ser Sendari Par di Murano. Adano, the Kai of the clan, had a living wife, and no need of his sister's aid. At least, she thought grimly, not in the affairs of the harem. With her brothers, she had a polite and reserved relationship. They served the same interests, no more and no less. She had had no suitors, at least, so Sendari and Adano claimed. She knew better, of course, but knew also that no suitor was grand enough to take her from the clan Murano, whether she wished it or no. So, as a woman, she had no place in the rulership of the clan. Unmarried, she had no husband, no children and sister wives of her own to guide and instruct and protect. She existed, like something outside of the natural unfolding of time, for poets to make a mystery of. What did she have? Loyalty to the clan, of course. Loyalty to the two men who protected her from the life she might otherwise have led. Loyalty to Sendari's harem, and even affection for some of the subwives she herself had chosen for her brother's use. But care? No. She had listened to her grandfather well, and the event of his death had driven home the truth of his words. A valuable lesson. Very little of the activities that defined her life had the ability to move her. As if in denial of that, the sun flashed bright across her hand. She looked down to see it, finely crafted, so beautiful in design, so expensively jeweled, that it should have been a husband's morning gift. A ring. Sendari had asked her once where that ring had come from, and she had demurred. Adano had not even noticed. The only woman who would have answered was dead 4 years and more, in childbirth, or so it was said. Diora was Alora's child. Sarah Teresa Di Murano listened, breath held, as her heart kept an awkward, uneven time to the samisen strings. And then, as Diora Di Murano began to sing in her clear, soft voice, she froze completely. There was a strength in her voice that no child, no natural child, could ever have. It wasn't possible, it shouldn't have been possible. Diora, her Nadiayo, was only 4. But like knew like, and in that instant, she knew that her niece, the child that she had never had, and would never have, bore the curse. Sarah Teresa Di Murano was afraid, and she had named the fear. She found Sendari by the lady's shrine. The moon's face was almost full in the clear night sky on the end of this first day of the festival. He was not the man she wanted to see, or rather, she wished to see no men at all, and of them, he the least. Her private supplication to the dead and the lost could not be spoken in his presence, and she wished to be free of the words, even if only the lady in the open sky could catch them. But she was patient, the Sarah Teresa, she knew how to wait. Sarah Teresa, Ser Sendari said, bowing very low. Ser Sendari. It was always thus with them, and perhaps it was better so. False affection, or worse, true affection, weakened one. Had they not both learned the truth of that, time and again? She bowed in return, and held the bow, not grudging him the respect. Although he was 2 years her junior, and Adano 4 her senior, she favored Sendari. He was, after all, following the path of the wise. The sword of knowledge had opened its doors to his study, and he had become a blade in their service. He missed only the final tempering, the edge gained by the test of fire. Already he had learned to twist elemental fire to his use, to call it to hand, and to light the lamps and the contemplation fires. What brings you to the shrine this eve? Festival night, she replied. It is the custom. He glanced around as if to make a point. The pavilion was empty. But she did not offer him another explanation, and he did not demand it. What good would it do? She could not be made to answer a question that she did not wish to answer. He had night thoughts of his own, perhaps. Sendari had always been a deeper man than most. A strong breeze blew through the pavilion, scattering the shadowed petals that lay there like a fragrant blanket. An echo of the wind's voice, the wind's touch. So much had been taken from them. I heard that Diora acquitted herself well this day. Was there a question beneath those words, and was it sharper than Sendari's wont? Or was it imagination, was it her own fear? Your daughter sang well, Dot. I heard that the tear of Erda himself offered her a blossom from the height of the Torleon's trees. That, she said, the smoothness of her voice edged with a rare severity, was exaggeration. I hope you did not hear this from a source you consider reliable. It was not garnered from any of my sources, he replied. Silence, heavy, between them. Then, I will take the test of the sword 2 days after the festival, before the lady turns her face into shadow again. I will face the fire of the swordsworn, and I will prove myself equal to their power. His smile was caught by the round glass lamps that quartered the shrine as it fell into her silence. I have surprised you, Sarah Teresa. Yes, she said softly, there was no point in lying. He knew it, and she, and there were no other witnesses to keep count. And angered you. She did not answer him. Her anger was his guess, and if it was shrewd, if it was, indeed, correct, he did not have to hear it from her lips. But she knew, then, why he waited by the lady's shrine. It was for her. May the wind take him. The ring on her finger was cool. She gripped it a little too tightly, hiding the hand in the submissive posture and hoping that he would not notice. But he was Ser Sendari, he noticed much. Too much. She does not look much like her mother. Appearance, Sarah Teresa replied, is all guile, the lady's mask. What lies beneath, only time will tell. Sarah Teresa, he said gravely, turning his face to the moon, you will speak freely, you do not need to wait upon my questions or my prompting, I do not require you to hamper your speech to suit mine. You mean, for this evening, she said, and if there was a trace of bitterness in the words, he did her the grace of ignoring them. I am, after all, only a Sarah. You are Sarah Teresa Di Murano, her brother replied coldly, and we both know what that means. A threat? She met it without flinching. What did it matter, after all? Sendari was Par, not Kai, the younger brother, not the oldest one, and her life was thus not his to end. Only Adano had that privilege, and Adano had not felt the need to travel to the Tor for the Festival of the Moon. Once a year, for the Festival of the Sun, was enough. She did not reply, and at length he spoke. Yes, he said softly. Even that vow, I will break. His face was grave as he turned to her. I have surprised you again, Sarah Teresa. Yes. She bowed. What will become of Diora if you fail the test? She will go to Adano. Adano has daughters of his own, 3, and not one of them is a match for Diora, in either beauty or ability. And, I believe, he will soon have 2 sons. Does it matter? I have no other issue, she has no brothers to protect her. She will go to Adano, and he will do as he will do. If I fail. And I do not intend to fail. Have you been at a testing before? No. He knew that she knew the answer well enough. No one who did not, by right of combat, or the sword of knowledge, had seen the testing. He lifted a hand. I know how few survive, Sarah Teresa. And you will take this risk? Silence. Under the festival moon, Teresa whispered, turning to face her brother. No, now, Teresa. She let the anger show then, and it was clear and cold, like the lake of the Tor Leon. You gave her your word. Alora? He smiled softly. A third time, sister. A third time, you have been caught off guard. And if I, a mere supplicant, can surprise Sarah Teresa 3 times in the space of an hour, can I not surprise the addled and arrogant minds of the wise? I will be Wyden Sendari by sun's rise of the 3rd day. Alora. He had not spoken her name aloud for over 4 years. It was understood, between them, that the name of Sarah Alora N. Morano died when she had, her head cradled in Teresa's arms, her babe mooling pathetically for food. Sendari allowed no mention of her. We both took oaths, she thought, anger warming the surprise. It was an oath given to a woman, she said, each word cold and hard. You are not strictly honor-bound to keep it. His face showed her nothing at all. But he had been expecting this, and she was still off guard, as if she were no more than a girl on this moonful night. It was given to a wife, he answered. Why do we argue, Sarah? Why indeed? You are Ser Sendari, and you will meet the test of the sword whether I will it or no, but dead woman's words notwithstanding. And you, he said, the words as sharp as hers were cold, will protect my child if I fail the test. You have the means to do it, Teresa, and you will do it. He paused. Or does the breaking of one oath warrant the breaking of another? She said nothing to that, nothing at all. I wish you the lady's favor and the Lord's strength, she said, bowing very low. She turned, then. We both loved her, Sendari said, as if he could not resist a 4th strike at the heart of the woman who was his sister. And we have both paid. She acknowledged the truth of that in silence, her hand around the ring that Alora had given her to bind her to the oaths they had sworn years before the birth of Diora. So be it, she thought, as the anger took root, I will protect my niece from everything, Sendari. I will give her the life that was denied me, even if it does not serve Morano's interests. Because I swore to protect Alora's child. Because I so swore. There was worse news to come. Teresa. Morning bright, Lissa pranced across the threshold of the sleeping room, looking like the coltish young woman she was, and not the demure wife she should have been. My weakness, the Sarah thought, although she felt no real regret. She sat up, artlessly pushing the sleeping silks to one side of the mats upon which she made night's repose. She occupied the wife's chambers, and these rooms, no one but the sister-wives visited, not even dignitaries. A sister-wife could be asked to entertain her husband's guest, and in any event, had to be trained in the arts necessary to do so discreetly, a wife could not. Not without insult to the clan of her birth, not without casting doubts upon the legitimacy of the husband's bloodline. What is it, Lissa? Do you feel the baby? The baby? I see, Teresa said wryly. What is it, exactly, that you have come to tell me? There's a foreigner in the Tor. There are many foreigners in the Tor, was the indulgent reply. It is the festival of the moon. Yes, but this one's special. He sang the morning anthem. I mean, she added, not noticing the sudden tension in Teresa's face, that he petitioned to sing it, and he was allowed. By the Tiragar himself. She took silence as encouragement because she was young, and continued. He has hair like golden ringlets, Teresa, and he wears it like a crown, he's tall and lovely, and his eyes are bluer than the waters of the sea. The sea, of course, was poetic notion to young Lissa, who had never seen it. I don't suppose you heard the name of this paean of earthly beauty? She should have reminded Lissa that singing fulsome praises of the beauty of a man not one's husband was a dangerous and unwise activity. Should have, but couldn't. The harem was barely a part of her thoughts. It had been crowded out by sudden fear. Yes. His name is Calandras of Clan Senial. Lissa paused. And he's asked for an audience with Ser Sendari. I think he wants to sing for us. She clapped. A coup for Murano, to have the man chosen by the Tiragar begging to sing in our court. Yes, Teresa replied absently. Has Ser Sendari seen this Calandras? Not yet, was the quiet reply. The request has just come, and Ser Sendari is in his chambers. She lowered her voice conspiratorially, as if she truly believed a whisper to be a secret. He practices the craft. Melora saw him at it when she tried to visit. He told her we are not allowed to disturb him, not even the seraphs are to enter to clean. At this, she wrinkled her nose. I see. Come, Lissa. Help me dress, and quickly. You must lead me to the young man before he decides that Murano is not a suitable clan to make such a petition of. We don't want him to go elsewhere. Did I do this on purpose? Teresa thought, as Lissa practically scurried across the great room, decorum forgotten, to save Murano this assumed loss. Did I train you to be so guileless, so transparent, that you might never be a threat to me? Or was it a different weakness, some love of an innocence that never lasted long enough? She did not know, and it did not matter. The deed had been done, and she would not undo it. In the quiet of his chamber, with the curtains drawn to shed as much of day's light as possible, Sendari Par di Murano sat in contemplative silence. The fires were banked, he was exhausted. But he had accomplished much for the day, although there were no witnesses to it. No man could call himself a follower of the sword of knowledge who did not display at least the talent of calling flame to earth. Sendari had taken to it quickly, much to his father's displeasure. His father, Toregar Vendairo Kai di Murano of Mancorvo. The oldest son, Adano, was much like their father, proud and windburnt, riding the plains of Mancorvo upon the finest horses the Dominion produced. He lived to fight, and to him a battle, with its attendant savagery, its viscerality, was all the freedom that he wanted or needed. A man's life. A man's life. Vendairo had been proud of Adano, blessed by him. Of his younger son, he had had little enough good to say. Sendari was competent at arms, but he did not have the flair for it, nor the aggression. His fights in the ring were always of a more cunning nature, the strength of intellect over mere muscles. He had bested men his better with the scimitar. He had bested Adano, once. He bore the scar of the battle after it, although it had paled into a silver line across his brow. He rode, the clansmen all did, but again, not well, and he bore horses little enough love, although his mannerisms showed none of his distaste for their presence or their use. No, he read, and there was little enough kept by the clan to learn on. He volunteered service to Clan Lamberto, the ruling clan of the Terrian of Mancorvo, and his father's liege lord, although again, the learning to be gleaned there was scant. Mario di Lamberto was cut from the same cloth, the same bolt, as Vendairo di Murano. They had no patience for the more sedentary arts. Reading. Writing. Music. Of course, they had their court, and of course, that court had poets and musicians of great renown, but money, and the graces of their chosen wives, could buy what their inclination did not lead them to. When had he first found the fire? He could not remember the date, and that surprised him. He could not clearly remember a time without fire's voice. He had had it, certainly, upon the eve that he had first met Alora. Alora. It was such a bitter name, the saying of it conjured flame where he thought none remained. Promise me, Sendari, he heard her say, the tone of her voice soft and pleading, although the iron beneath it was strong. Anything. Anything, Alora, although they will think me unmanned to say it. He was used to being thought of as less than a man, and he knew it even now, maddened by her in a grimly glorious way. Do not walk this path any farther. We have what we need. You have your harem, and it is a fine one. You have your position with the clan Lamberto. You have your lands and fine horses for the sons that we will have. You are counted among the wise. You do not need to have the sword's edge. They had had no sons. The plans of youth were often ended thus. If I do not take the test of the sword, I will never be Wyden. I will be nothing but Par di Murano, and you will be nothing but the wife of a second son. That is all of my desire. You will be, she had said, and her words cut and cut, Sendari, and you will be alive, and you will be the only man that I have ever. He could not hear her say the word, not even in memory. It forced him up from the comfort of his cushions in a frenzy that was part anger and part humiliation at the lack of control. He did not want to think of Alora, but he had to. He had to. For he had given her his word, and by breaking it, he was breaking a vow that would have been more sacred than any vow given by man to the Lord, had she but lived. Yes, curse her. Yes. Even knowing what he did. Had she lived, she would have held him, and he would have been powerless before her, and powerless before the clansmen. But she died. She died, and the grimness of memory and longing and loathing had not yet buried her. If it ever would. He would be Wyden. Before, had he taken the test and failed, there was a lifetime of Allura to be lost. And after? He had had few friends among the clansmen and the writers. But he had made one, Ser Alesso Pardimarant, a man of vision and a man who, in Sendari's objective opinion, was more than a match for his brother, his father, or the tiragnate who ruled them both. Take the test, Sendari. No. I will do what I can to aid you. I will find you a suitable Wyden, if that is what you require. But I have chosen not to take that risk. He remembered Alesso's anger. She weakens you, Sendari. She weakens us. He should have lied, he lied to every other man. But not to Alesso. Yes, my friend, he'd said. And it is a weakness that is stronger than any other weakness that any other man has been unmanned by. I love her. It had been moon night, and he had spoken freely. Flame flew in the confines of the chamber of contemplation, wild in its hunger to consume. And then lightning joined it, jarring and bright, wind came, and beneath that wind, a shadow. The man who would be Wyden had the fires, yes, but he had more, the range of his knowledge broader and deeper than any of the swordsworn suspected. It was a storm that was over quickly, that exhausted his reserve without pushing it too deeply. There were no witnesses. He was glad that the preparations leading up to the test of the sword required an absolute concentration, for he would have been forced to kill any seraph or concubine who had been present for such an inelegant display. Which would anger the Sera Teresa. Ah, sister, he thought, with little love but with great respect, had we been born in a different time, you with your voice and I with my craft, we would be living in Torsendari. And what, his sister said, although it was memory, only memory, of Diora? Diora was laughing. The sound of her voice, raised in merriment with the children of concubines, stopped Teresa a moment as she stood in the long, open hall. Her niece was usually so grave and so serious that she had the bearing and sophistication of a much older child, with a desire to be all that the clan demanded of its women. Sera Teresa di Murano would never have said it aloud, but she loved the sound of Diora's laughter, and as age took it from her, she missed it more and more. She stood, savoring it, hearing the way laughter matched what lay beneath voice so completely. Then, squaring her shoulders and straightening the fall of deep green silk, she began to walk again. She might train Lissa to be guileless, but Lissa was only the daughter of a seraph, Diora was blood. As she entered the circle, a seraph rushed to attend her. Sera Teresa, the woman said, falling at once into the submissive posture, knees against the tiled floor. Alina. The children seem happy. The woman paled slightly. It is the approach of the festival night, she said, her voice steady. I think it has infected them with its spirit. That must be the explanation. The children of Sendari are usually much better behaved than this. Sera, the seraph said. Do you wish to speak with them, Dot? I wish only to speak with Sera Diora. If you would have her escorted to my chambers. Asterisk. You sang well, Nadayo. Diora, grave and wide-eyed, nodded in agreement with her aunt. Thank you, Ona Teresa. Her eyes, so dark a brown they were almost black, were unblinking. Sera Teresa could almost see her unmarred reflection in their surface. How to begin? She was a master at the manipulation of men and women, but children shifted like leaves in the wind, blowing this way and that at the behest of the adult to whom they last spoke. To tell her that it was to be our secret was a thing of the moment, and Sera Teresa was not naive enough to believe that a 4-year-old girl, no matter how serious, could hold on to that concept for as long as it would take. Especially not as this particular young girl found such favor in her father's eyes. How to begin? How to tell her to lie, now and forever, to the man who was her father, to the women who were as mothers to her. Stop, she told herself firmly. You will do as you have always done, what you must. Schooling her voice, she began to speak. Nadi-io, you are special. No, do not bow your head, and do not be pleased. You are special in a way that no woman should be. Her tone was harsh, accusatory. She saw Diora stiffen and then pale. Good. Your father is one of the wise. Diora nodded. He is not of a powerful clan, and he is not Kai. He cannot afford to be dishonored. Do you understand? She nodded again, so serious that Teresa believed that she did, in fact, understand. When you sing, what do you feel? She watched as Diora tried to put into words a singular feeling that could never be contained by them. Good, her almost daughter said at last. Happy. The child frowned. Or not happy. The Sun Sword is not a happy song. No, it is not. And there are very few happy songs, Diora. Only the seraphs sing them. She bridled. Did this child of Elora and Sendari, looking for a moment so much like her mother that Teresa fell silent? The most terrible wounds were always caused in this fashion because, unexpected, they were impossible to defend against. She knew that Elora would not have allowed what she was about to do, it made it hard. For a moment. But she was the Sarah Teresa di Murano. I do not speak of the songs, however, but the singer. You can sing so that men will listen, will want to listen. No. Do not be proud of it. It is a curse, Sarah Teresa said. Why? What man wishes a wife who can, with a word, control his actions? And if there were such a man who was strong enough to believe that he could overcome his wife's power, what other men could be certain of it? Which Tor would follow such a Tyr, which Sarah would follow such a Tor? Can a clansman be ruled by a woman? No. Indeed. But I would never try. Of course not, Nadio, Sarah Teresa said, hearing the truth in the intent, and mourning the intent that could not survive the harsh reality of adult life. But I know it. You know it. Who else will know it? She said nothing, her brow ever so slightly creased. She was thinking. Ona Teresa? Yes? Is this why you never had to leave father? Why? You have the same song, Diora added quickly, her little voice almost an accusation, if such a thing were possible. You never had to get married. You never had to leave Murano. Never had to? The flash of hope in Diora's eyes was sharp and painful, innocence, and worse. For Diora knew that Teresa had the voice. You must never speak of this, Diora, she said, and her voice was as cold as the desert night. You will anger your father greatly, and you will send me to the lady's path far sooner than I wish to walk it. Diora's cheeks grew pale, she knew that Sarah Teresa spoke of death. Yet this one night, she did not fall silent, did not retreat into obedience as a good child must. But you are a woman, and you are not hated. You honor our clan. Father says so. Have you spoken to him of this? Have you told him that you can hear my song? How long? How long had she known? The world shifted in Sarah Teresa's perspective, as it had several times in her life. Each of these times, she had shed a little of the ability to hope. It was not different now. No. He's been very busy. What was important? Survival. And what was survival? The answer to that changed with the years. But she knew what the first step was, although she regretted it even as she took it. Diora, you will not sing again until after the festival of the moon. And Diora, child of her blood and Elora's heart, had no choice but to obey, for Sarah Teresa was indeed cursed and blessed both by the voice. The foreigner was not as young as Lissa's enthusiasm might have led one to believe, although he wore his age well. In all other respects, Sarah Teresa found her description to be accurate. And Sarah Teresa, unlike the young Lissa, had seen the sea several times in her travels at the side of either Adano or Sennari. He was not too tall, this man, and not too broad of chest, a feature which many women admired. Indeed, he was slender and fine-boned, and his skin was pale, whereas many of the northerners spent too much time under the sun's glare. He also, she saw, knew how to bow gracefully. It was almost a pity that she was going to have him killed. Sarah Teresa di Murano, he said, his voice the very epitome of respect, admiration, and deference. I am Calandras of Senial, and I have come to request an audience with Ser Senari par di Murano at his earliest convenience. He spoke in fluent Torah, with an exotic inflection to the words that made him seem interesting rather than ill-studied, a foreign prince and not an ignorant barbarian. She did not want to speak, she did not want to give herself away to this foreign man, for she knew, as Lissa did not, that there was no clan Senial. There was, in the foreign tongue, a Senial college, and it was a place in which those with the voice were schooled in song and detection. She did not make haste to bow in return, for it was not necessary. Her station did not demand that she treat him as an equal, indeed, it demanded that she do otherwise, although as the ranking woman and the only member of the clan present, she was required to offer hospitality. Her surgeon watched her closely, waiting for a subtle signal. She gave them none, and they relaxed a little. Weapons, readied, were lowered, they would not be returned to sheath until the man had left. When a man not of the clan Murano came to visit the rooms the son of the Toregar occupied, and only women were there to greet him, there were always certain, obviously armed, in attendance. They stood between the visitor and Sarah Teresa, although they were subtle enough to stay to the walls and mute their open contempt for things northern. Had they not been, they would not be the Sarah Teresa's guards. The bard, for this is what the northerners who came from Senial called themselves, waited upon her reply, and she realized, grudging it, that she would have to tender one. Years of experience told her two things: first, that Senial college trained minstrels, and not all of those who sang had the voice; the second, that this bard did. She could hear it in his words, and he had spoken few enough of them. She was no novice herself at the intricacies of voice, and although she paused a long moment when she did reply, all nuance, all trace of fear, was completely absent from her words. I am Sarah Teresa Di Marano. I have heard that you sang the Lord's anthem at the opening of the festival. She paused, saw that he had no interest in interrupting her, and cursed him mentally. It is an honor that is rarely given to outsiders. I am not a stranger to the dominion of Anagar, he replied, again flawlessly. And I am not a stranger to Solon, even a war rally such as the Lord of the Sun requires. Hospitality demanded that she continue with pleasantries. She was Sarah Teresa. You are no stranger to our language, you speak it as if you were born to it. Do I? He smiled, and the smile was an odd one. Sarah Teresa knew that it was voice alone that commanded and demanded, yet she felt herself smile in response as she met the blue eyes of this golden-haired danger. Of course, she said. Or do you accuse me of exaggerating for the sake of courtesy? I have heard, all of Senial has heard, the words of the poet Ferrano. I do not accuse you, Sarah. I merely observe. She smiled then, because she knew the words of Ferrano's poem by heart, written for her at the age of 16, it immortalized her beauty, the joy of her grace, her elegance in motion and stillness, and, of course, her song. The certain were appropriately angered by the man's boldness. He did not have youth as an excuse, and he had no permission to pay court to the Sarah, without which, his behavior implied, she was nothing but, at best, the daughter of the lowliest of the clans. But Sarah Teresa lifted her fan slightly, as if at a breeze, although in the confines of the chamber the air was still. Northerners, ignorant of the customs of Anagar, used flattery without care, they spoke freely, as young boys will, and because of this, they touched places in the heart that only the very young normally touched. Perhaps, she thought, I am over hasty. Perhaps his presence here is coincidence. I did not see him at the ceremony yesterday. It surprised her, but she accepted the fact that she did not wish to kill this man. Glancing to the side, she could see the stiff jaw of Ser Armando, the senior surgeon in the room. He met her eyes, and while he did not relax, the very slight tilt of her chin was a dismissive shrug, a sign that she did not deem the stranger offensive, or at least not mortally so. Please, accept my humble apologies, Ser Calandras of Senial. If Ser Senari Par Di Marano knew that such an illustrious and important man had come to seek his audience, I am certain that he would speak with you at once, but he has left us strict instructions that he is not to be disturbed except in case of grave emergency, and we, his sister and his wives, do not have the authority to interrupt him for anything less, no matter what honor you might confer. It is I who must apologize, Calandras replied, as graceful in seeming as a well-trained clansman. For I would not have had you disturbed had I realized that you were alone here. But I must ask you to take a message to Ser Sendari, if it will not trouble you too greatly. She nodded, not trusting her voice. Tell him that yesterday I heard his daughter sing, and it is she I wish to discuss. Asterisk. Chapter 2. There was something wrong with Sarah Teresa's voice, but until he was escorted from the premises by certain who were, at best, coldly suspicious, he did not suspect what it was. In fact, until he sat in a circle of contemplation, the harp in his lap, and Sala, the lute by which he had made his name, in her case, until he began to tap the strings in a series of building harmonics, drawing music from them, until he began to sing wordlessly, the answer eluded him. Because in song, the voice often had its clearest expression. And Sarah Teresa's voice was completely devoid of expression. Oh, the rise was there, and the fall, the quality and tone and texture of her voice were nearly flawless, and although he had not heard her sing, and suspected that he would not, he could well imagine that Ferrano, poet of extravagant words and more extravagant sentiment, had in this single case no cause for exaggeration. But beneath the surface of the words she had spoken, there was an impenetrable distance, as if windows had not only been closed, but barred and boarded against those who might happen, while walking past, to look in. And who, he thought idly, the strings playing the question back to him in different variations, cloaked their voices so carefully? Who could hear the nuances, the cracks between words in which a person might reveal the unspoken impulse behind the spoken word? The mage-born. The seer-born. Or the bard-born. Calandras was the most unusual bard that Senial College had ever produced. He knew it, and acknowledged it with the curious flatness that he acknowledged most facts about himself. It was true, but of little interest. At 32, he was no longer a remarkable prodigy as a bardmaster, but he had earned his name and his title at a far earlier age, to the consternation of many of the older members of the college. Time had done its work, healing their annoyance, pride had done the rest, for Senial's fame was spread far and wide on the wings of Calandra's grace, youth, and beauty. And his song. His song. It was his song that had moved the Tiragar Marqueso de Leon. Not to tears, never that, among the clansmen, but his lovely wife wept openly in a rare public display, and she was not in gesture or tone reprimanded. Calandras understood the subtle nuance of voice very well. Had there been shame, or anger, in the Tiragar's voice, he would have known it, although no one else might, for the Tir was not a well-schooled man in that regard. How could he be, in the dominion of Anagar, where the Bardborn were scattered about like a lost tribe, their talents untrained, their abilities uninvoked? And, if he were honest, feared. He was lucky, in his way. Seniel trained the Bardborn, but it did not segregate them, and he could conceal his power well beneath facade. He knew how to use his youth, and when it began to fade, he knew how to use maturity. Neither of these were gifts the college fostered, but he had spent his time in many courts, and with many a noble, and he observed everything keenly. It was the second day of the festival, and the sun had barely reached the height, as the Anagarians reckoned midday. He told the time by the shadow he cast along the circumference of the inlaid stone circle. The Torleon was beautiful at this time of the year, a little cooler than during the summer festival, the festival of the sun, but also more prone to the rains that made the ground fertile. The trees here were small compared to those that grew in standing rings in the heart of the city of Avralalan where Calandras of Seniel made his home, but in their season, they blossomed with both flower and fruit, gracing the Torleon with a height of color and a sense of fecundity that were a stark contrast to the Dominion's desert regions. During daylight, Calandras often smiled. He smiled now, the expression lending youth to his face, and a semblance of innocence. They were masks, but much in the Dominion was. Calandras had been to Anagar before. Once, as a bard. And before that. His smile did not falter, but the music did. His talent, when he did not consciously control it, betrayed him, voicing what lay beneath the surface of face and manner. Desert longing. And now was not the time, not the place, to express it. Stilling his hands by habitual force of will, he set the harp aside. Sarah Teresa. What are you wearing on festival night? Lissa's voice was soft and thoughtful as she massaged Sarah Teresa's shoulders with oils and a very delicate perfume. Lissa, was the quiet reply, you've asked me that for the last 3 festivals that we've attended. I know, the girl, it was so very hard, at times, to think of Lissa as a woman, said brightly, but if I don't ask, and you change your mind and decide it's all right to tell me, I'll never know. I am, Sarah Teresa said dryly, hardly likely to change my mind, as you say, about such a custom. It would defeat the entire purpose of the festival night. She smiled. I will wear a mask. Everyone will wear a mask, was the almost tart reply. Lissa did not quite have the flawless manners required of the harem. But I think I would know you anywhere. Then you must guess, as any man or woman, when you see me pass. I would tell you, Lissa said, her voice so light the words did not sound wheedling. I would tell you if you asked me. You most certainly will not. The Sarah smiled indulgently. I would never ask. The words were unnecessary. She enjoyed the saying of them for precisely that reason. They were a luxury, and if they revealed anything, it was the very real affection she felt for this particular concubine on this particular day. The bells chimed, delicate in their insistence. Lissa rose at once, but Sarah Teresa caught her wrist, sorry for the intrusion, and yet, sharpened by it. I am expecting someone, she said quietly. You must go now, by the back ways, to the inner chamber. But Ser Sendari is not to be disturbed, he won't. Affection for the girl was marred by impatience at the slowness of her wit. Lissa, Ser Sendari will not be in the inner chamber. Go there, and wait for me. Speak to no one. Wide-eyed, the younger woman nodded, and then her brows rose. Are you, she dropped her voice into a shaking whisper, is it a guest, ? Oh, Lissa, she thought, impatience forgotten. Lissa often worried about the Sarah Teresa. She often told her that she was the most beautiful woman in the Dominion, and that someday, she would make the most wonderful wife, as if, somehow, the fact that she had no husband was a mortal offense, and a deep hurt occasioned by the whims of foolish men. Yes, she told her young companion, it is a guest. Oh, Teresa. But who? You know as well as I that no man save Sendari is allowed, by law, into this chamber. Dear heart, it is not the dangerous entanglement that you believe. I am a Sarah of Clan Murano who would insult my station by a presumption of that nature. But the Certain made no announcement. Her eyes were full of romance and romantic notion. It was odd, but there were those who came from humble backgrounds who could cling in such ignorance to the folly of that naivete in a way that those exposed early to power never could. Odd, and charming. The Certain have no reason at all to stop this guest. But I don't. No, Lissa, and that is why I am so fond of you. Lissa bowed her head in genuine pleasure, for Sarah Teresa rarely said as much as this. Now. Hush, and go quickly. The person who entered the Sarah Teresa's chambers was tall and slender. A sari of a pale yellow, edged in orange, brown and gold, fell from across the left shoulder to the ground, hiding all but the tips of delicately woven slippers. The day was cool, over the sari, a hood and shawl were wound, and they, too, were of a pale color. Sarah Teresa sat in the half-circle chair in which she often passed her judgments when disputes among Sendari's wives came to her attention. She did not enjoy it, as the mat cushions were softer and of a more pleasant texture, but it gave her the advantage of height and the presence of formality, both of which she desired. The room was almost deathly in its stillness, there were no seraphs in attendance, and the Sarah was rarely without. Her visitor noted this in silence. "I have come as you requested." The figure bowed low, the hem of the silk touching the shadows cast by bent back. "You serve the lady," she said, making a quiet question of the statement. "We all serve the lady in our fashion," was the reply. It was true, but the assassins were her dark face, her final judgment, the death to her season of birth and growth. "What would you have of us, Sarah Teresa?" "There is a man in the Tour Leon, a foreigner of some import. I wish him dead." "Method?" "Unimportant. He is a foreigner." "Will this not cause difficulty?" She shrugged. Because it was not an assassin's concern, advice, however oblique, was rarely offered. But thrice now, in subtle fashion and however indirectly, this same assassin gave his muted opinion, and for this reason, she favored this one, perhaps because she had no other link of familiarity, not even a true name. They will have their difficulties soon enough, I think. Such an assassination will be the least of their concerns. She did not fear to say too much. Silence in the large chamber, a silence heavy with the significance of what the Sarah had said. "Come. Time is of the essence." She rose, leaving the comfort of the chair behind, and walked toward the assassin, her face composed. She had no fear, perhaps because she had been called upon, twice before, to render such a delicate service in the stead of a Dano di Murano, or perhaps because she knew that the confidentiality of these particular assassins had never been broken. Or perhaps for other reasons, some need to be known that even she could not fully understand or control. It was, after all, the season of the festival moon. The figure lifted a hand, freeing it from the confines of sari and shawl. It was a man's hand, not a woman's, although in bearing and gait he might easily have fooled even the Sarah. He had certainly fooled the certain. Sarah Teresa stood, lifting her face so that she might meet his eyes, that they might be on a level. His eyes were as dark as hers, night meeting night beneath the closed dome of the roof in a silence undisturbed by breeze or stream or speech. But the wind, she felt the wind's hull trapped just beneath the base of her throat. Not fear. In 5 places, he touched her face, anchoring his hand with his fingers and his thumb. She did not close her eyes. He did. It was not an act of capitulation, between these two, there was no contest. But she wished to see the lines of his face as he somehow skirted the edge of the who that she was, seeking the information that he needed, the name, and more, of the victim. Calandras of Senil College. She was not prepared for what she saw, the widening of eyes grown completely black, the twisting of lips, the expression, silent, that usually accompanied a roar of anger or pain, an animal reflex. He pulled his hand back from her face as if burned by what he had touched, but although he moved with force, none of it was applied to her or against her. Before she could speak, his face fell into an expression of neutrality, in the same way that folds of cloth fall into straight lines when lifted and pinned. "I assume," she said softly, surprising herself with the wryness of a tone which she did not feel, "that this means you will not accept the contract." "I would accept it if it meant certain death," he replied. "But I am merely a servant to the will of the lady." Although his face was still shuttered, she heard all that lay beneath it in the space between his words. Pain. Anger. A sense of loss, of betrayal so profound not even the slaughter of kin by kin could encompass it. It was so strong, she wondered idly if she would have heard it without the unique burden of her gift. Seeing his face, she doubted it. She doubted it very much. You knew him, she thought. And because she was Sarah Teresa, she was wise enough not to ask, although the curiosity was almost as strong as any she had yet felt. She and Sendari had that in common, if little else besides blood. "Thank you for your time," she said softly. "I have troubled you needlessly." He bowed, but did not speak again, hearing the dismissal in the words for what it was. But as he stood, he said softly, "I wish you well, Sarah." Of that, she felt certain, although he had never said anything so heartfelt before. This Calandras, this bard, was an enemy of the Brotherhood. Yet he was alive, somehow, protected by the lady. The sun was high, and it was not the Lord who could answer the questions that Sarah Teresa wished to ask. A man could only push himself so far before he exhausted the reserves of power, whether physical or intellectual, that were required for any arduous task. Ser Sendari acknowledged this in the darkness of his chambers. This room, and this room alone, had a door, styled after those that closed the great vaults in the Tour Leon. Elsewhere, the hangings divided his temporary home, lending the air those sounds of movement and speech, both the subtle and the impossible to ignore, that were the heart of life. He had had his fill of silence and study. Tomorrow was the night of the festival moon, but tonight was still a festival night, with all that implied. Wrapping himself against the chill of the full evening, he paused once to gaze into the depths of the room which had become his personal battleground. Books lay open, scattered with precise care to reveal just those elements that he needed. They were his keys, the sword that he must learn to wield. A goblet, half empty, an earthen mug and a pail of sweet water, a platter with some sort of foot. A cushion. A stool. The trappings of power. He smiled as he shook his head. He left the residence by the Seraph's entrance, to avoid Teresa and his wives. He did not wish to answer their questions, and he felt a twinge of guilt at avoiding his responsibilities to them. But in truth, it was not the frivolous company of the young and the beautiful that he desired this eve, he wished companionship of more substance. On a festival night, it was there. Merchants came to line the streets of the city, to tell fortunes to the foolish, to offer solace to the weary, and to sell their many, many wares. Those clansmen that were, after all, little better than seraphs themselves, built awnings beneath which they served wine and water, spiced fruits and other delicacies under the face of the turning moon. Upon the crest of the hill, the palace could be seen, and it was in the palace, the Tor Leon proper, that the clansmen who mattered were ensconced for the festival. There, the reputedly magical properties of the lake were enjoyed by those who curried favor or those who had been born to it. Ser Sendari had not been born to it. Even if he survived the test of the sword, and in the privacy of his thoughts, where no face could be lost, he was willing to admit the possibility of failure and became Wyden, he would still be nothing more than Par di Murano to Adano's Kai. All of his effort, all of his power, all of his finely honed knowledge would serve Murano, and therefore, Adano. Ah, lady, if only Adano had been the second son. If only. He frowned at the direction of his thoughts, they were pathetic and unworthy. The lady's presence was obviously heavy on his mind. And why not? It was the festival of the moon, after all. He turned his gaze away from the lights upon the hill. The Tor Leon was not for him this night. Not this one. Musicians played in the streets of the Tor Leon, some good, some bad, and some, Sendari thought, who deserved the lady's harshest judgment. Men's voices were raised in loud and boisterous song, and the drunken boasts of old soldiers destroyed the quiet that usually settled over the city at night. The young men were out roving, and one or two lives were certain to end in some imaginary contest of honor. The young boys were out, listening with rapt attention to the sounds of their first festival. Eating the fruits and the confections and the sweet foods, drinking poor wine and sweet water, watching the comings and goings of clansmen whose deeds they hoped, one day, to rival. He could hardly remember the days when he had been such a child. They were another country, and the ways to it had long since been destroyed. But he found it unexpectedly poignant to see two young boys together, the younger self-consciously aping the actions of the elder cautioning the younger and attempting to keep him safe. To watch them, thinking of the days when Par and Kai had such very different meanings. Sendari could not pause for long, however. The crowds were thicker, and they surged around him, moving him forward inch by inch. Shaking off the webs of youth, he began to move in their direction. He found a place to sit beneath the awnings of the silvered trees, a spot which, imbued by the lively atmosphere of the festival, lost all of its lovely mystery. A fountain, old and slow to move at any but festival time, gurgled at his back as he sat upon its marble shelf, thinking. And trying not to think. Allora. Adano. Diora. The festival of the sun made the Tor Leon an easier place to rest one's feet and gird for battle. Not so this festival, a half-year away. Moon-touched, he thought night thoughts, too melancholy to be properly grim, which would have been more acceptable to a man of Sendari's character. Sendari. He started to smile before he realized that he recognized the voice. There were some things that were lodged in places deeper than conscious memory. Lifting an arm, he curved his fingers in greeting. Captain Alesso Par di Morant, looking very much a child of the night, lifted a goblet in return. Wine. Not from that vineyard, Sendari said, grimacing as his friend shrugged and half-emptied the glass. Then I'll drink yours. I guess that you already have. As he tilted his head back, his hair gleamed as if the back of a raven's wings were brushing the nape of his neck. He was a tall man, and his bearing was one of quiet confidence. He could wield a sword better than most of the warriors that Sendari had seen take the festival challenge, and he could handle a mount as if the line that separated horse and rider could be severed at will. Sendari knew this, and accepted it without rancor. Because Captain Alesso Par di Morant was also a politically canny man, one who understood power. Or rather, he thought, one who understood that power was not necessarily the ground gained by standing like a common oaf and planting one's sword into another's chest. Not necessarily. How will you spend the festival night? In study, old friend. I have much to learn, and it is, after all, a night like any other. You? I shall spend it as always, in the arms of those women who could never come to me willingly otherwise. Come, Alesso said, tossing the goblet aside. I've had enough of the festival crowd. Oh? I want peace and a moment for thought. Sendari laughed. What? You, Alesso. When it is quiet, it is too quiet, you must drink or ride or fight to escape the consequence of a moment's peace. But here, where you should be in your element, you want peace, and you ask me why I laugh? Alesso de Morent smiled, a sure sign that he had had enough drink for the evening. If you wish to remain here, remain here. You lead, de Morent. As always. Peace was not, in the end, the quiet that Sendari usually associated with the word. Nor was it the meditative stillness, the silent companionship in which friends need not speak to be understood. Alesso's smile, rare, had obviously not been due to drink alone. I should have known, Sendari said, panting slightly from the exertion of the forbidden climb. Yes, Alesso replied quietly. You should have. They stood together, gazing at the lady's face as the waters of the lake of the Torleon rippled it. Music came from across the lake, the sound of muted merriment. We're not young men anymore. No. Silence. Sendari did not need to tell Alesso what their transgression here would mean, he knew it. He always understood the risks of the tasks he chose to undertake. And yet he did not shy away from risk, indeed, as he grew older, he grew both less cautious and more cunning. I've heard a disturbing rumor, Sendari. Ah. You as well? Sendari listened to the lap of waves against rocks and rushes. It was such an uncommon sound in the south that he had to stop a moment to savor it. Do you know when war will be declared? The war? Alesso shrugged. After the festival, no doubt. But it wasn't war that I spoke of. What else is there to speak of or not to speak of? It is in the air, Alesso. The Tyr wishes to advance beyond the cradle of Averda. It has been 2 summers with very poor harvests in the plains, and he is pressed hard on all sides by the ramifications. There are reasons why I wish to take the test. That is the rumor I wished to discuss. A momentary surprise, and a slightly longer annoyance, flitted across Sendari's features. The decision should have been a private affair, he had spoken to no one save Teresa about it. He knew how she felt about Alesso de Morent, it was not from her that the information had come. From who, then? What weakness was there in his household? One of his wives? The Seraphs? He wanted to ask, but let it drop as he met his companion's dark gaze. I should have known. How long? How long have I been watching over you? Alesso looked into the darkness that the full moon kept at bay. In one way or another, since you were 8. Alesso himself had been 10, an older boy whose daring greatly impressed the child that Sendari had been. The adult that he had become. This continuity, unlooked for, between his childhood self and his adult self caught him off guard, as no doubt Alesso had intended. Why, Why, was Alesso's response, will you take the test? Years ago, when invited to do so by Wyden Cordano himself, you refused. Sendari knew that Alesso already knew the answer, and he was angry a moment. The sound of the waters calmed him by slow degrees. Does it matter? His companion spoke again. She is truly gone. This is not the night to discuss her, Sendari said softly, a warning in his voice. There will never be such a night, was Alesso's reply. Tomorrow, when the festival moon is at her fullest, you will wander the streets like any other stranger, reveling in your choice of freedoms. She stood between us a long time, old friend. And still does, Sendari surprised himself by saying. Do not speak of what you do not understand. Then let me speak, instead, of what I do understand. You will take the test of the sword, and you will survive it. You will be marked as a Wyden, in the service of Clan Murano. Your Kai, Adano, will offer your services to the Clan Leon, and with your cunning, your rise through the ranks of the counselors will be swift. Alora's ghost melted into the recesses of his night thoughts, leaving him space to smile. It was a thin smile. Will you always plan my life, Alesso? Plan? Not I. I merely predict. Silence again. Uncomfortable, the unsaid between them like a veil or a wall. Sendari gazed at the lake, listening for the sounds of the streets that seemed so far removed they might be imagination. Let me ask you a question, Sendari. Let us pretend, for the moment, that the lady's moon holds sway. Let us take no responsibility for the things said here, between us, they are moon thoughts, night thoughts. They exist outside of the natural order, they will travel no farther. Sendari raised a hand to stem the tide of words. Alesso stood silent for as long as it took that hand to fall, shaking slightly, to Sendari's side. Have you never considered killing Adano? Because Alesso was his friend, and because the pledge that had been uttered was so unusual for Alesso, Sendari did not respond the way honor, the way blood, demanded he should. The insult in the question would have been death for a lesser man, it darkened Sendari's cheeks. With anger. With shame. You take your risk, he said at last. And I take mine. Of course I've considered it. Adano cannot lead Murano, or I could have let it, had I been born first. Alesso might have laughed, had he been another man. There was no triumph at all in his expression as he met and held Sandari's dark eyes. And yet Adano lives. Carano Kai di Morent lives as well. Or would you tell me that I am alone in my desire? Oh, no. Why would I tell such a useless lie to you, he asked, placing his cloak against grass and rock alike, as he stared at the moon's reflection as if, Sandari thought, it were a mirror. He spoke to the moon's face, to the waters of the lake, to the wind that carried no man's words. But he spoke in Sandari's hearing, and that was enough. I could have killed him. I almost did, twice. It would have been so simple. And then I would be Kai, my brother's par, Morent would be mine, and it would be a great clan. It is not inconsiderable now. No? But neither is Murano. Alesso's smile creased the line of his profile ever so slightly. But the risk is high, old friend. And it was. Blood did not shed blood in the dominion of Anagar without great danger, but the worst of the kin crimes was the killing of the Kai. Only a handful of times in the history of the Dominion had such a crime occurred, and because of it, the rule of the Lord of Night had finally been brought to an end. By the clan Leon. Wielding the sun sword in the name of justice. And is it only the risk? Is it only the risk that holds your hand? Mine? Brooding silence, after a moment, Sandari joined Alesso on the incline, sitting more carefully. No. Not risk alone. But I had. Horror. Yes. I have already shown myself open to weakness of that nature. Alesso ignored the pointed comment. The others, I would kill. My sisters. My younger brothers. Would you? Grim smile. Let us not put it to the test, then. But I believe that I could, if the cause were right. But not Carano. No. And what does that leave me? The rank you attain in the service of your Kai, or the service of the tier, if you were so offered. Alesso spit. Had he been a different man, Sandari would have joined him. One weakness. Am I to be judged by history for one weakness? I think not. There are always other options, there are always other opportunities. We are not beasts of burden, to be prized and sold. I am Alesso di Morent. You are Sandari di Murano. Take the test. There is nothing left to stop you. Take the test, make yourself known. The older man stood suddenly, raising his face to the moon. And I tell you, Sandari, that if we so dare, our children will not be of Murano or Morent. Sandari was silent, swept away a moment by the breadth of the captain's vision. They will be di Alesso and di Sandari. Diora's fingers stretched across the samisen strings as if it were a loom and she the threads from which whole cloth would be made. Sarah Teresa watched her at a discreet distance. Watched her mutely touching and pulling music from a samisen when she had no song of her own to offer. The festival was not yet finished, and a child, even a child with Diora's will, could not so easily shake the compulsion that she had placed upon her. Not easily, no. The risk was there. But although Diora frowned as if in pain, she made no song. Sarah Teresa felt a satisfaction and a profound self-loathing that mingled poorly. She made her way back down the halls of the small residence that Ser Sandari occupied, thinking that she had seen deaths less wrong than this. And then she set it aside. It was the day of the festival moon. There was much to plan. Calandras received the message in the rooms that were reserved for visiting dignitaries. It was carried by a seraph who spoke so softly and so smoothly, his voice was almost without inflection. A sign, that. As much a sign as the fact that the message was written, and tied in 3 places with strands of golden twine that might have been better used for silk. The Anagarians did not trust the printed word for anything but unwieldy treaties, they rarely consigned messages to it, choosing instead those seraphs, or certain, whom they trusted to be their mouthpieces. He stared at the scroll, wondering idly who had sent it, and why. There was a wrongness about it that was not immediately evident. And it should have been. It should have been. Oh, it had been a mistake to come here. Anagar was not Esselian, it was seductive in its stark simplicity, its complex dance of death. For in the midst of this wellspring of life, in the center of the Tor Leon, death made a man powerful, the death of his enemies. Calandras understood death too well. Sayaban would have listened had he demanded she send another in his stead. He smiled softly, thinking of the bard master. Perhaps she would have listened. Perhaps not. I send you into the heart of pitched battle, and you sing your way out, there's no other way to explain just how much you can survive. There was, of course, a question in the words, but it was casual. She knew that he wouldn't answer it, he knew that she accepted the ignorance as gracefully as anyone who led could. And I don't give a damn about explanations. I send you, you return, I send out another, and I worry at it for the months that he's gone. I'm old enough now not to need that worry if I don't absolutely have to carry it. There's rumor that the troops are gathering along the border, there's rumor that the Tiragar needs a war. The Festival of the Moon is coming. Go to the Torleon. Find out. Find out the truth, Calandras, and sing it home. At the ebb of the day, as the Anagarians reckoned it, the air was pleasantly cool, the chill of the night gave way quickly to the bite of the sun. In Esselian, it grew hot, but never so hot as in the southern clime, and it grew cool, but again never so cold as in Rivera, the terrain which held the Torleon. The winds in Esselian, unless one were a seaman, were part of the weather, no more, no less. But in Anagar, the winds scoured a man's soul and swept the life from the land, some harbinger of either the Lord's or the lady's displeasure. The wind blew the lady's name across the stretch of sands and empty waste, reddening his cheeks. Today, the air was deceptively still. The day was pleasant. There was no rain to mar it. But there was a storm on the horizon, by what was not said, what was not done, what was unsigned, Calandras could feel it gathering in the air. War, he thought. But not now. Not for at least one more day. The Festival of the Moon was a sacred thing to the Anagarians, a wild night, a hidden place in which one could say all that one felt without fear. And he thought the Anagarian court, with its strict rules of behavior, its silence, its manners, might destroy itself completely without that single evening of freedom. And he, bard-born, but trained by the brotherhood of the lady, to wear any mask, and to mask any desire from all but his brothers themselves. His brothers. Throughout the history of the Dominion, even during the dark years in which the Lord of the Night sought to eradicate the lady's following, the Festival of the Moon had been celebrated. Not so the Festival of the Sun, but then again, the Festival of the Sun had been foregone for the call to war, something the Lord was certain to appreciate. The lady. The Lord. The universe of the Anagarians was divided into these polarities, as if the gods that they worshipped were real. They weren't, of course. Calandras, as a bard who studied legend lore, knew that the only true god to have held dominion in these lands was the Lord of Night Alasakar. He did not speak the name aloud. It had been 7 years since he had almost gazed upon the face of that death, that god. He did not wish to recall it clearly, although he was not a man who turned away from the terrors the darkness held. The priestly Radin listened to the whisper of the Lord of Day, listened hard enough that they occasionally heard things. Something. But the god-born children who became the guiding priests of the Esselianese churches were butchered here at birth, for it was commonly understood that these golden-eyed children were changeling creatures of great evil. And it was also commonly understood that the women who bore them were unclean, and fit only for that death as well. Ah, lady. Calandra's musing, followed appropriately by the directionless hum of strings, stopped abruptly. He set Sala aside and quietly picked up the rolled scroll. There, in a hand that he did not recognize, was a message that was short and pointed, yet for all that beautifully penned. If you wish to discover the truth of the Tir Leon's intent, come alone to the eastern fount of contemplation 1 hour past the setting of the sun. It was not signed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Chapter 3. The Night of the Festival Moon. Lissa was pale. She did not speak, and while the other wives supped and preened and prepared their masks and their saris for this single flight of freedom in the open streets of the Torleon, she grew whiter still, until even the eager anticipation of her cowives could not be sustained. What is it, Lissa, what's wrong? I don't feel well. The girl smiled wanly at the oldest of Sendari's consorts, Alana and Murano. The sickness, is it? The matronly woman caught the young girl's hand and held it tightly. Her face rippled in a frown of concern, and although it was smoothed away quickly, Lissa caught its import. What's wrong? She whispered. Nothing. Here. Alana poured sweet water into a goblet and held it under the young girl's lips. Drink this, Ilya, stop flattening that pillow and be useful. Go at once and fetch the Sarah. Tell her we've gone to the chambers. The Sarah left orders that she was not to be disturbed, but... When take those orders, Ilya, this is important. But she... Go and get the Sarah. Ilya did not demur again. Sendari, had he been here, would not have demurred, not when Alana used that tone of voice. The slender young woman vanished at once, racing down the open walkways as if she were a child. Alana turned to Lissa again, all annoyance draining from her face. And that, of course, made things seem more frightening, for Alana was not known for the sweetness of her disposition. Lissa, I think it best that you retire to the sleeping chamber. It is warm and crowded here. It is hot. Come. Give me your arm, girl, and lean on me. You weigh nothing as it is, I can bear your weight a little while. Sarah, Teresa. Unmasked and barely dressed, the Sarah Teresa looked up, her expression completely neutral. "Ilya," she said softly. "Are you not yourself preparing for the festival night?" Her words were cool, which was a bad sign. They could get colder still, which would be worse. Ilya knelt to the floor, pleasing in her fluidity and grace, and most intent in her humility. The seraphs to either side of Sarah Teresa backed away, bowing as well, but less deferentially than Ilya did. "Sarah," she said, her tone much more even. "Forgive me for interrupting you. I did not think it wise, but Alana insisted." "And Alana is now the Sarah?" "No, Sarah." "Good. I will speak with Alana myself. Later." Ilya knew a dismissal when she heard it, which was a very good thing. She flattened herself against the cold floor again, and when she rose, she left without a word. Sarah Teresa's momentary anger faded at once, and she felt something akin to shame, which was distinctly unpleasant and completely uncalled for. Her orders, after all, had been quite clear. It was essential that, this eve of all festival nights, no one see the mask she chose, or the clothing she wore. No one, of course, save the seraphs who served her alone. The sun was down, had been down, the sticks burned low and short, taunting her with their lack of time. She could apologize to Ilya on the morrow, and to Alana, but she could not stay to sort out the difficulties of the harem this eve. Not this eve. They were in place, and awaiting her, and the foreign bard would be waiting as well. She could not be late. Lifting her arms, she nodded at the seraph. "Bind them," she said. "Bind them as tightly as you can." He was at work at once, as was his companion. They worked in the silence of her thoughts, her fear. She was not in the first blush of youth, nor would she be again. Her body was full and not easily hidden beneath the trappings of the clothing that she had chosen. But she bore the pain, and the indignity, very well for a Sarah. "How will you spend the festival night?" "In study. I have much to learn." "Masks?" Diora, wrapped round in the loose-fitting robes of childhood, smiled when she saw him. And Sendari knew that she was a serious child, even a grave one. Her smiles were seldom given, and like any rare thing, prized highly by those who understood them. No one understood them better than he. Her hair was dark and fine, and so busy were the wives with their own preparations that no one in the harem had thought to catch and pin it into ugly, twisted braids. It hung straight from her head to the blades of her shoulders as if she had stepped out of the lake of the Torleon and been dried by moonlight. "You aren't wearing a mask," she said gravely. The lines of her chin changed slightly as she spoke. He thought if he stared at her face hard enough, and long enough, its image would become as deeply ingrained in memory as the words and the gestures by which incantations were focused. Upon which his power was based. "Neither are you." He bowed, and her smile deepened, her large, dark eyes crinkling at the corners. Spells were simple compared to the complexity of life. He could retain them and recall them at whim. But Nadio, every time he thought he finally understood her, she changed. One day, he would come home to a marriageable daughter. But not tonight. Tonight was his. He shook himself, smiling down at her upturned face. "If we are to go out in the streets of the Torleon, we must have masks." From the folds of his robes, he drew them out, one large and one delicately small. The latter, he untied gently and held out. "Come, Nadio. The evening will be short enough. Will you miss any of it?" "No, father." Her smile was the widest she had yet offered him as she saw the feathers and the golden, rounded beak beneath them. She had asked for this face, and he had remonstrated with her quietly for her boldness. A wiser father than he would not have rewarded that boldness in any way. But it was the night of the festival moon, and her smile was brighter than the lady's face, sweeter than the most carefully aged wine, more valuable than the northern jewels. For her? He thought ruefully, as he tied the mask securely around her face. "Hold still, Nadio. The mask must be properly fitted or everyone will know who you are. Can I help with yours?" "I think you are not quite tall enough," he replied serenely. "We will let the seraphs attend to me." Calandras found the eastern fount of contemplation with little difficulty, for he knew the city of 2 decades past very well, and it had not changed much in the intervening time. Not much at all, really, beneath the blanket of lit shadows that was the festival of the moon. His youth was here, and the yearning for it was so sharp he almost felt that he was 16 years of age again, with all of the attendant loss. He smiled and bowed, fixing his mask in place and pulling his hood over the flattened golden curls that would mark him, immediately, as a foreigner. Passing as an Anagarian was not difficult this one eve. He could speak like a native, and at that, a native of rank, if he so chose, smoothing away the cultivated blemish of Western accent. What was hard was passing from place to place without being caught up by revelers who started their drinking the moment the lady's face allowed. He carried neither harp nor lute, in keeping with the festival's spirit. But he carried no sword either. If tonight was a night for the Anagarians to celebrate their hidden selves, it was no such thing for Calandras. What was hidden, and it was not the lady's moon whose light could reveal it. The eastern fount was still, but the circle of contemplation had been cleared and cleaned, and its brass line polished to a shine for the festival. Found on the outskirts of the streets that led to the Tor Leon proper, it was relatively deserted. There were one or two people who had, like the bard, taken refuge for a moment from the noise and the gaiety in the city. He waited, and watched. Time turned. She was late. To dress properly, to acquire clothing appropriate to both station and size, it had taken longer than she anticipated, a thing which rarely occurred. But Sarah Teresa did not panic, and did not race through the streets in unseemly haste. Either he would be there, or he would not. The eastern fount was at the edge of the Tor Leon. She had chosen it for that reason. The gates were open to the festival moon, although the circles of contemplation were almost entirely empty. 3 men stood in the darkness, 2 speaking together in low tones, flagons at their sides, and one sitting quietly in the circle. She would have known the bard anywhere, although until she saw him sitting thus, she hadn't been certain. He was so precise in his choice of place, he sat dead center, and his legs, crossed just so, made him look like a sculpture, and not a man at all. There were 3 lamps that burned quite high, and in their glow she could see that his clothing was of the shadows. He carried no harp, no lute, she did not see a sword. But she had misgivings as she saw him sitting. She missed a step. Stumbling, she caught his attention. He raised his face, and she saw that he wore the fool's mask, his lips turned up in a smile wider than an actual face, his nose, bright red and large, his skin paler than death. It was sewn into a hood, that his hair might be hidden from view. We choose what we reveal, she thought, self-consciously touching her own mask. Steel, thin and almost featureless, was cool beneath her fingertips. If her eyes gave life to the austerity of her chosen facade, she could not know. He rose, offering neither bow nor word. She met him halfway across the courtyard, bowing on the outside edge of the circle of contemplation. Then, silently, she raised her left arm, snapping her hand as if flicking away an insect too small to be seen. "I am sorry," she said. Knowing that no matter how she shaded or lowered her voice, no matter what accent she layered over it, no matter which language she spoke, he would know who she was, she chose not to try. "No," he said, "you are not." She shrugged. "Then I am not. I have some regret. And some curiosity." The bard's eyes, she could see them now, recessed beneath the curve of his mask, never left her, although to her right and left the 2 men who had been conversing so pleasantly now stood. Where they had carried flagons, they now carried short bows. These were strung and readied. She was impressed by their speed and their silent grace. "I have no time to answer your questions. This is not the way I had hoped to spend this one night." She smiled, her cheeks touching the contours of a mask not rounded to contain such an expression. "You will have the opportunity to ask the lady." "I fear," was his neutral reply, "that the lady will not answer my questions." The Sarah stepped away from him then, distancing herself from the men who would perform the act. "Kill him quickly." She stood prepared for his voice, for the power that made of mere words an unavoidable command. Against her, he could gain little purchase, but against these, much. It was for that reason that she could arrange no absent killing, no normal death. She could speak against his voice, layer her own command over his, hold him back for just long enough. The Certain knew how to handle their weapons. They lifted their bows, but instead of calling upon the power that made him so very dangerous, he shook his head softly and said the strangest thing. "Life is so ironic." She wanted to walk, and carried herself with all the bursting pride of a child who has not yet been injured enough to understand how harsh the world is. He wanted to carry her, but he did not insist. The streets of the Tor were tiring for a child of Diora's age and size, and in the end, satisfied by her brief display of independence, she would retire to his arms or his shoulders to seek a safer and a higher vantage from which to view the world. In the darkness of the moonlit night, it was impossible to tell whether she was boy or girl, and her voice, the words that she chose, did not give her away. Nor did the clothing she wore, or the mask. "Nadio," he thought, as he held her small hand, "if only you had been a son." There was no anger in him, but the sorrow was profound, and it grew with time. Diora was a bright child, a grave one. She was, he knew, very much like her father, but at an earlier age. A son could have studied the Wyden's art. "Father, look." He caught her arm quickly, although she no longer needed the restraint, and then looked between the gaps in the gathering crowd before them. Blades rose and fell, catching torchlight and lamplight so briefly they glittered like rippling water. In the circle, ringed with golden-laid flares, 2 men were dancing, their blades circling each other's bodies so closely it appeared certain that one, or the other, would soon bleed. Diora raised her arms, and he smiled softly, acceding to the unspoken request. He reminded himself, as he lifted her and deftly slid her up on his shoulders, that her weight at this age was not inconsiderable. And it didn't matter. They aren't fighting, are they? She asked. His smile deepened. No, he said softly. They are blade dancing. And they are very good. Why? Why are they good? Why do they dance? Because, he replied, knowing that she wouldn't understand it, they wish to celebrate their lives, their living. She did not interrupt him when he paused both for breath and to gather his thoughts. See the blades? They rise and they fall, always, in constant motion. These two have danced together for a long time. If they had not, they could not dance masked. They know, or hope they know, where each other will step, where they will circle, or where they will slash. If they are mistaken, they will fall, either together or separately. Oh. This close to death, Nadio, and one feels life keenly, because one holds it so tenuously. She said nothing, and he could see, in his mind's eye, the furrowing of her brow, and the slight widening of her eyes, that spoke of concentration. Whether or not we dance like this, we all dance, Sendari said. And in the end, one way or another, we all fail. She was silent. He knew that she didn't understand, but she was already well enough trained that she would not question him. Teresa's hand. Do they love each other? He frowned. To be wrong was one thing. To be completely surprised was quite another. He could not even understand the source of the question. The test of the sword was close enough that he felt each failure to anticipate keenly, be it at the hands of a Whiten or the words of a 4-year-old child. What is love, Nadio? She reached out with her slender arms and wrapped them around his head like silken bands, pressing the mask's edge into his face. I love you, she told him, stroking his hair. Beside him, one of the dance's witnesses looked up, his mask catching light and sparkling with it. Serene, as he could not have been had it been any other night, Ser Sendari di Murano tilted his shoulders and pulled his daughter from them, folding her tightly in his arms, unmindful of who might see him, unconcerned with the contempt they no doubt felt. The dancers danced, and he, hugging his young child tightly as he spun away from them, teetered on an edge no less terrible, and no less sharp. And I, he said, love you, Nadio. More than Lissa or Ilya or Alana? More than Ona Teresa? More, my vain little girl, than any woman or man in the whole of the ladies' night. For always? For always. No matter what. No matter what. Although, he added, mock severe, you were such a perfect child that I know you will never do anything that could possibly displease me. She hugged him, he hugged her, the moon shone down upon them both. He knew, then, that he would remember this night more sharply and more cleanly than he did his spells and his incantations and his elemental wards. The heart was such a dangerous country. Come, he told her, as he saw the height of the moon against the backdrop of stars and darkness. The skyfires will start soon. The arrows flew. And they flew wild. His arms were suddenly extended, although when he'd lifted them, she couldn't say, he moved that quickly. Light flashed, a spark, iron against the grindstone. To either side, the men who had stood, armed, crumpled, their robes billowing in a huff as if suddenly emptied. Sarah Teresa froze, then, waiting. And he bowed. I, he said softly, am sorry. Yes, she said, hearing the truth in his words as if it came from a very great distance. Are they dead? He did not answer. What will you do? If you mean, do I intend to kill you, then no? Silence, stretched thin. Then, in the deserted fount, Sarah Teresa di Murano very quietly lifted her mask, setting it, like a helm, upon her head. I'm afraid, the bard said softly, that I can do you no like favor. As he spoke, he, too, lifted his mask. She did not understand the words, although the nuances told her more than he wished her to know. Or perhaps they told her what he wished her to know, that he was hidden and driven. Why, the bard asked, did you try to have me killed? You knew they were waiting here, she said softly. Does it matter? You tried, and it failed. Why, Sarah? Because, she said flatly, knowing that he would hear a lie if she offered it now, you are a bard of the northern colleges. His eyes narrowed. And bards are normally worthy of such a death, in such a political climb? I think not. Tell me the truth, Sarah Teresa. She clenched her teeth but felt her lips move. The force of his voice was astonishing. This was not a man whose voice, in the end, she could have contained, not even for the time it would have taken 2 men to fire an arrow each. A waste. I tried to kill you, she said, fighting each word, because you are a bard. It was no different. She had intended to tell him the truth, but was humiliated at the lack of choice he left her. His eyes widened. The truth, he said, all power gone from the quiet of his voice. I confess, Sarah, that I hear the resentment you bear us in your voice, but I do not understand it. How could you, she replied, free from his compulsion, but no longer free from her own. How could you? She turned, the dead to either side momentarily forgotten, her eyes were flashing oddly in the burning light. Tell me, Sarah. If you will it. It is the night of the festival moon, after all. He smiled grimly. You know that I came to gather information, or you would not have tempted me with such a message. But that does not concern you. No. Then what? He was young for a bard of his stature. Young and distant. His eyes, white and blue, held no acquisitive attraction, no contempt, no fear, no desire. He was Lys's son lord in the dead of the lady's night. Afterward, she would wonder often why, but she felt, as she met those eyes, that she could trust him with what she had to say. Say? She opened her lips a moment, but the words fell away. You are a bard, she said softly. Yes. Sing, then. Sing softly for me. He raised a pale, perfect brow, and then he nodded. She thought it a kindness until she heard the song that he chose. The sun has gone down, my love. Natir, Natir child. Let me take down my helm and my shield bright. Let me forsake the world of guile. For the lady is watching, my love. Natir, Natir dear. And she knows that the heart which is guarded and scarred is still pierced by the darkest of fear. When you smile I feel joy. When you cry I feel pain. When you sleep in my arms I feel strong. But the Lord does not care for the infant who sleeps in the cradle of arms. In my song the time it will come, my love Natir, Natir my own, when the veil will fall and separate us. May you bury me when you were grown, for the heart, well the heart, is a dangerous place, it is breaking with joy, and with fear worse, though, if you'd never been born to me, Natir, Natir, my dear. It was an old song, sung only after the last rays of sun were shining palely in the night sky, when it was safe to speak of both love for a child, and the terrible hope for that child's future. So very many died. Sarah Teresa cried, because the bard's voice was so very, very pure that it brought back the years that age had stolen from her. When cradled safely in her father's arms, she could sleep. Yet it was not for herself that she'd asked for the song, and she swallowed those tears, finding her voice, the voice, with which to join him. Sarah Teresa di Murano sang as the bard did, word for word, except the child's name she used was Diora's. She saw his eyes widen as she sang, because in song she could not hide her curse and her gift. There was freedom, at the last, in that, for she did not sing during festival season, for fear that the bards would hear and would speak of what that song held. Lifting a hand as the last of the notes died away, she began to speak. It was at the festival of the sun. I was 12. Part of the chorus of the opening day. He heard me. His name was Robart, a bard from Mornial College. His eyes, when she met them, were perfectly still, they gave nothing at all away. He was older than you are, Calandras of Senial, but far less wise. He had never visited Anagar before. She let the words trail away into silence, and then realized that she was waiting for his question, for the display of curiosity which would make the continuation of her story socially acceptable. But it was the night of the festival moon, and she needed no permission, need practice no grace. My father, of course, feigned delight, but he did not act against Robart immediately. Instead, he invited him to our home in Mancorvo. He told the bard that such a talent to mine was obviously much rarer in the Dominion than in the Empire, and offered to help Robart search the Terrian for children such as children whose voices could be trained to evoke emotion, and more. Even intimated, I believe, although I was not privy to all of their conversations, that he might petition the Tiragar for permission to found a bardic college within his domain. We wondered what had happened to Robart. She had the curious feeling that he spoke more for her sake than his own. Oh, he searched. He found 2 children, but they were both boys. He did not ask her what had happened to the boys. Meeting his eyes, she knew that he understood the Dominion better than many of the people who were born to it. Who are you? She thought, not for the first time. He was like no northerner she had ever met, and in her time on the tour, she had met many. Robart trained me until my father felt I had learned enough. She was quiet a moment, thinking. Then, I was 16 years old when he died. I understood what it meant better than he, and I think before the end he heard what I could not tell him in my voice. But he thought he could survive it, somehow. He was not a wise man. When I was 17, 5 offers from clans of varying note had been made for me. When I was 18, another 10. My father refused them all. When I turned 19, there were more. It was not until I was a full 21 years that I was considered either too old, or too valued, and the offers ceased. I remained with Murano, serving either my father, or after his death, my brother. I wondered, he said quietly. For you are di Murano, and famed for it. I am Sarah Teresa, she replied. I have no husband, I have no wives, I have no harem and no place in which my will rules, no place of my own. She started to turn away, because she did not wish him to see her face, and then stopped because she knew that her voice told him more than the expression of a well-schooled Sarah could ever give away. I have no children. No? But you have sung that song before. Yes. Silence. Sarah, you did not try to kill me in revenge for Robart. He paid the price for his intervention, and I hear the regretting you for that death. She smiled, almost rueful. It was not a genuine expression. No, Calandras of Senial, I did not. Then why? Because, you will tell my brother that Diorit is bardborn, that she has the voice. And he studies the path of the wise. He will know that for her voice to be heard so clearly, so early in her life, she must be a power. Yes. And a power such as the voice rarely takes. But if she is not trained, she will be Anagarian, and she will have the life that she was born to, and she will be happy. Happy was the single, moody word. Sarah Teresa heard the doubt and the bitterness and the scorn that weighted these two syllables. Did it not occur to you merely to tell me that my own life would likely be forfeit should I choose to reveal what I knew? No. Because to tell you that, I would have to tell you what no man in Anagar knows, save Sendari and Adano, that I, too, have that gift. You would have knowledge of Murano that would damage us greatly should you choose to reveal it at the wrong time, or to the wrong person. She lifted a hand, as if to implore. Emerald caught the light, holding it a moment. Gold. The white flash of diamond. She raised her eyes to the face of the festival moon, and because it was moon night, she said, through gritted teeth, I am no oathbreaker. What I have promised, I will do. The set of her face grew grim indeed. It changed her so much that no man would have recognized her, even though he knew her well. Only the seraphs might, and they did not speak. The bard turned away, looking not to her, but toward the moon's face. I will not pursue this, he told her quietly. In exchange for what? He smiled. What I want, Sarah, you could never give me. But I hear the winds of war, and the storm is gathering. Where will it start? Mancorvo, she said flatly. They will come through the passes. Impossible. It is true. The Wyden have been summoned, and they will provide the necessary protections to guard the Cerdan. A small force will begin systematically raiding and destroying the villages there. The whole of the Sword of Knowledge would have to be wielded in order to guard those passes. Yes, she said starkly. And because it is festival night, I will tell you that the Tiragar is a fool for the command, he weakens the Dominion, and his own hold over it, because the Wyden are not young and the passage will tax them greatly. And? She nodded. The main body of the Tyr's army will gather in the cradle of Averta. They will wait until word of the slaughter of your people has had time to reach the right ears, to galvanize the twin crowns. Your armies will be directed away from the main body of the Anagarian army because the kings and the Ten will not be able to ignore the damage the raiders do. Her voice was ice. The Esselianese are weak of heart in matters of death. He shrugged, there was no offense at all in the still lines of his face as he turned it skyward, exposing the pale line of his throat. Look, he said softly, and she did, although there was no command in the word. Skyfire. He carried Diora in the circle of his arms, instead of perching her upon his shoulders. He wanted to see her face, but if he could never give her this night of fire. Yet wonder lasted so short a time in the face of a child. The streets of the Tor were crowded, wine and ale and water were splashed in careless libation at the ladies' feet, which for this one night were the whole of the Dominion. Storytellers, like merchants selling their wares, drew their tales to an over-hasty end, breaking the circles and gathering their mats so that they might also watch this night of wonder, this gift of largesse from the Tiragar and his Wyden. Magic was in the air, and the silence that watches from behind the eyes of lives that are almost stripped of wonder. Sendari watched the clear night sky, thinking that in 2 days, the Wyden he faced would not be wondrous, but terrible. Thinking that, in 2 days, he might leave her, as he always did, but this time with no certainty of return. Father, Nadiayo said, and he realized that he was holding her a little too closely. Look up, he told her, knowing that there was never any certainty of return, no matter what the day, what the occasion. Look now. It starts. I don't see anything. But he could feel the winds rising, subtle in their current, the air itself seemed to twist with the pull of the Wyden's art. Look, he said again, pointing while he balanced her weight with one arm. This time, a rain of pale blue fire streaked the night sky as it fell. Because he held her as close as he could, he heard her intake of breath above the delighted murmur of the crowd. He wished again that he could see her face, her eyes, the child behind this mask. Fire, red and green and gold, blossomed like living flowers with their brief lives. Beauty burned itself into Nadiayo's memory, he knew it by the silence, the stillness, the odd watchfulness. Ah, there, the plains eagle, golden taloned, green-eyed, 100 times larger than life as it passed above the crowd and dispersed into darkness. Nadiayo cried out in wonder, lifting her hand to follow its descent. As just such a child, he had watched his first skyfires on just such a night. But he had not perched upon his father's shoulders. His father was a warrior, and even upon the night of the festival moon, his heart was given to other things. No, Adano had stood beside him, stalwart, amused, and protective. Always protective, always aware that to be head of the clan was to be its defender. Had Sendari been considered weak because of his fondness for learned study? Only one man had dared to make jest of it in Adano's presence, and he, their mutual father. The memory of that time had scarred his heart. They were brothers, and the betrayal of such a man was not quite within him. He pressed his child close again, hearing in the loud and noisy whistles, the sharp breaths, the glad cries, a type of silence that settled where such pale noise could not disturb it. Forever, he thought. But Alora's eyes were closed beneath the weight of both earth and 4 empty years, and she had promised him no less. The stallion came next, and then, mythic, the dragon that spoke with the voice of the wind. More flowers, the lady's tree, the mask of the night sky. He did not want to let his child go. He did not want to end the night that had begun with such a terrible vulnerability. But the end was coming. He saw it, felt it, as the last of the great fires cut across the sky in a swath of angry red and gold, the sun sword. The weapon by which the Tiragar proved, yearly, his legitimacy. It was said that no man could wield this sword who did not have the blood of the clan in his veins. As Wyden, he would discover the truth. As Wyden. What is it, Nadio? What is wrong? He felt her tense and shrink, as if the sword edge itself was descending upon her upturned gaze. I have you, he whispered. You are safe. But she shook her head. He could not see her face, he did not need to. The leap of muscles, the little tremors, told him what he would find there. Why? Nadio, you have nothing to fear from the sword of the sun. It is not even real. Look, Nadio, look. It fades as we watch it. Her arms twined tightly around his neck, the mask pressed softly into his shoulder. It was late, he thought, she was tired. But he felt the edge of worry, stronger because of the night. Diora was no coward, and no meek child, to be afraid of the sight of a sword. We will go back, he told her, regretting the words as he spoke them. It is too noisy here, and I do not wish to share you with anyone but the lady. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When they returned to the dwelling which Sendari di Murano had procured for his personal use during the festival, they found Ilia and Irina waiting for them, their knees pressed to the floor, their hands in their laps, as if they were Kep Murano, and not En Murano. Ilia's face was pale but still, Irina's was tear-streaked and puffy. Sendari found neither pleasing. He removed the safety of his mask, his features already hardening into the lines that time had etched there. He set his daughter down almost as an afterthought, the pang of their separation superseded by this unwelcome interruption. Speak, he said coolly. What has happened? Why are you not in the festival streets? Irina pressed her head into her knees, but Ilia spoke. Sendari, she said, as was her wife right. It is Lissa. He thought he saw her flinch, but her expression was cast in a neutral alabaster that gave little away, which showed her quality, the quality of her training. Before he could speak, the child at his side interrupted him, the feathers that hid her face bobbing in agitation. What? What's wrong with Lissa? Nadio, Sendari said curtly, go to the sleeping chamber and join the other children. I will attend to this. But Diora, his Diora, did not move. What's wrong with Lissa, Ona Ilia? What's wrong with her? Diora, Sendari said, his voice now quite cold. You are to go to the other children now. She froze in place, and then turned, lifting her masked face to him. It is festival night, she said, half grave and half angered. And I am still wearing my mask. Irina looked positively shocked, but Ilia, again, did not notice any infraction. Any correction. It was festival night. And her defiance was under the lady's dominion. But Sendari was not pleased by this turn of events. Nadio, he said, kneeling, I ask you, as I have no right to order you this eve, please. The bells rang, shattering the silence. Irina began to cry in earnest, and even Ilia blanched. Sendari rose, lecture forgotten. Take me, he said sternly. Now. The fires were over, night settled against the horizon like a blanket, or lover's silks. Sarah Teresa di Murano rose and quietly pulled the mask down to once again cover her face. Who are you? Who are you? He pulled his own mask down, putting his hair and then completely obscuring the line of his jaw, the set of his pale features. It is festival night, he added softly, but I am not Anagarian, and if I follow a face of the lady, it is not the moon's face. I do not believe that we will meet again this festival. He bowed. But I am honored, Sarah Teresa, for you have, indeed, the voice that the poet Ferrano once ascribed to you with such a poverty of praise. She was pleased in spite of herself, and the smile that she offered him was tentative, almost pained. She forgot, for a moment, that he could not see her face. Teresa, she told herself, you are far from girlhood, leave it be. He bowed. As his head dipped, she lifted a hand, as if to touch him. A scream shattered the stillness of the eastern fount, as cruel as the howl of the winds over the empty dunes. That scream carried a name. Lissa. ****. Chapter 4. Sarah? The bard's hand was on her arm, his arm around her shoulder. She looked up, searching his non-face, seeing only the red nose that was so ugly in the darkness. Had she stumbled? Had she fallen? The air was chill. Sarah Teresa. She pulled herself free as the cry faded. Tears coursed down her cheeks. They were not her own. Sarah, I am sorry, but I fear that you must make haste. The enclave of the Mancorvan Cerdan is across the Tor, and I do not think we have much time. What? He caught first one arm and then the other, pulling her to face him so that their masks touched. Sarah Teresa. Teresa. That cry, I have only heard that voice once before, but I would recognize it anywhere. She knew, then, that she knew it, too. Diora. The name set her free. She pulled away from the weakness that gripped her and stood. Who is Lissa? She shook her head, curt now, controlled. The evening was behind her. And ahead lay the lady's will. Lissa and Murano is the youngest of Ser Sendari's wives. I will leave you, the bard said softly, for I have far to travel this eve, and much, I think, to accomplish. Lady. Sarah. I wish you well. But she was beyond the pleasantry of a simple wish. The fount, chosen because it was empty and distant, now seemed to mock her with its dead. Lissa. Diora had screamed Lissa's name, and she had, across the Tor, heard it. Wait, she said, casting the voice as Robard had taught her so many years ago. Yes? The bard did not stop, but his voice did. She knew that he alone could hear her words, and she alone is. You heard Diora. Oh, yes, he said quietly. I do not think any of the bard born in the Tor Leon did not hear that cry this eve. His words paused as his body disappeared entirely from view. But I will say this, if there are other bards in the Tor, they will not know who it was that they heard. You know, Sarah, and I. Again a lengthy pause. Then, as if he were a disembodied spirit, some sending of the lady's will, someone, I fear, is dying. She ran. She who had not run to make her first appointment with death this eve, did everything that she could to make certain that she arrived in time for the second, and unplanned, meeting. She could hear Diora weeping as she shoved the gates open and ran through the courtyard, the sky-open halls, and the hangings that were meant to convey a sense of privacy in lives that had so very little of it. Seraphs scattered before her, she rode an ill wind, and they did not wish to be scoured by what she carried in her wake. It was well known among Sendari's seraphs that the youngest member of his harem was also the Sarah's favorite. Well known, as well, that this Lissa would not be the first wife to die beneath the open winds of a moon-filled sky. Ramdan. The oldest of the seraphs that personally served Sarah Teresa bowed quietly at the outermost edge of the chambers. He held out a hand, and she placed her cloak and hat in it, pulling her mask from her face and throwing it to one side as if its touch burned. He was not an old man, not yet, but he had the dignity that a gulf of years granted, and he wore it well. She knew, as he rose from his bow, the item she had given him in his hands, that he had waited here in perfect silence for her return. He had an uncanny sense of her movements. What has happened? Lissa and Murano has taken ill. Ill? Alana and Murano believes that the child she carries has died. The young woman bleeds, and the bleeding does not lessen. Thank you. Sarah, if I may be so bold? She allowed very few of her seraphs to interrupt her, and never during the course of a normal evening. But the festival moon raged above, she did not even feel the icy regard that such evidence of poor training usually invoked. Yes, but be quick. The healers have been called. Her face almost broke then, in the bitter parody of a mocking smile. And do you think they will come? Lissa is not the Sarah, and they did not come for her. Ramdan's seraph face was utterly impassive in the face of her naked grief. He knew that she spoke of the woman whose name had been forbidden the clan. They came, Teresa. Sarah Teresa turned to see the haggard lines of her brother's face. Of Sendari's face. He held up a hand, palm out, a gesture of denial. Don't, he said softly. Coldly. There are things that even the festival moon cannot forgive. He turned away. She is, not conscious, I think. Go to her, if you must. Say your farewells. She saw him struggle with his own advice. It would, he said, failing it, be fitting, after all. It was you she wanted in the end. And he, too, spoke of a woman who was not Lissa. But it was Lissa who was dying. Lissa who, chosen by Teresa, was not loved by Sendari. Sendari had only loved one of his wives, he chose to indulge the rest with a distant affection. We all protect ourselves as we can, she thought, drawing herself up, hiding herself once again behind the mask of her face. The heart is a treacherous country. Where is Diora? With Lissa. She will not be moved. With your permission, Ser Sendari, I will tend to Lissa. And with yours, Sarah Teresa, I will tell the Seraphs that we are to have late visitors. If, he added, his control less than hers, they can even be found. The silks and the cushions were covered in blood. Lissa was white, whiter than the ivory and the pale, perfect lilies that adorned the lake of the Tour-Lion. Her hair, dark, seemed a shadow that clung to her face, her forehead, her eyes were closed. Beside the youngest of the wives, the oldest sat, holding limp hands in two strong ones, and praying for the lady's mercy. Diora, Sarah Diora, looked up from her weeping. The act was a physical thing, not a simple matter of fallen tears. Not the act of a fine Sarah, not the display one expected of a woman of the clans. Moon night. Sarah Teresa walked to where Lissa lay, and touched Alana's bent shoulders. The older woman looked up, her eyes reddened with weeping as well. Ona Teresa? Nadio, Teresa said. Must you stay? Mutely, Diora nodded. And then, swallowing as if something large and painful was caught in her throat, she whispered, she wants me to sing. She did, love, Alana said, but she won't hear it now. She will, was the child's grim reply. I told her I would sing. I promised. I'll make her hear me. Alana turned a weary face to Sarah Teresa. It's been like this, she said, nodding grimly and sadly at the young child. She won't leave. I've told her to sing, and be done, but she won't sing. She insisted on waiting for you. Mutely, Sarah Teresa met the mutinous, the hungry, gaze of her niece. Thinking, then, that she was so very much Alora's child. Knowing that the hayas that she had been bound by, the promise not to sing during the festival, was about to be snapped by something older and stronger, love, and the pain of its imminent loss. Worse still, knowing that Diora could have snapped that compulsion but had chosen to wait. To wait for her. What did it matter now? Forgive me, Nadio, she said, for I have wronged you and Lissa both. Sing. Sing, and with your permission, I will sing with you. Tears started anew in the young girl's eyes, and Teresa thought she could see her reflection, shining palely, in them. Had she ever been so young, to forgive so transparently and so easily such a wrong? What, she wondered, was worse, to love and be hurt, or to love and have to hurt? For she had done both, and would again. Sing, she thought, and it was almost a prayer. Diora knew two songs well. In her little girl voice, a voice that had far more strength than it should have, she began. The sun has gone down, my love. The moonlight was strong in the harem of Ser Sendari di Murano. As she found her voice, Teresa gently pulled Alana away, and taking a seat, not beside, but behind the prone Lissa, she very gently cradled that young woman's head in her lap, stroking damp cheeks with the palms of her cool hands. For the heart, oh, the heart is a dangerous place. She had sat just so, with Alora, just so, she had sat in the dark of a night, waiting for the healers to come. Waiting, wild with fear. Singing. Alora had asked her to sing. Her voice broke, and broke again, as if it were a stream meeting rocks almost large enough to dam it, almost, but not quite. Because Alora had asked it of her, a last favor. She never loved Lissa in that way, but the past met the present, making of each a harsh and terrible place. Diora finished the last stanza alone. The surgeon walked in, swords drawn, for abreast. The oldest man, bearded and grim, although whether it was with the nearness of death or the interruption of the evening's festivity, was not clear, bowed to her. These chambers were, after all, in the absence of a proper wife, her domain. Ser Leones de Cavaras has come at the request of Ser Sendari to view Lissa and Murano. With your permission, Sarah. Granted. The surgeon bowed, quickly, putting up his sword, although, very properly, not sheathing it before he moved to the side to take up his post along the walls. She noticed, of course. Even at times like this, she noticed the small details that spoke of good training, of grace under pressure. Especially at times like this. For, looking at the surgeon, she could keep the pretense of hope alive for a few seconds longer. If, after all, hope of such a painful nature was a boon, a thing to be craved, to be clung to. The healer waited. And she, as the presiding Sarah in these hidden chambers, had no choice but to look at him, to meet the dark gaze that rested beneath heavy brows, a lined forehead. Ser Leones, she began, but he lifted his hand curtly, forestalling her. She dropped her head at once in acquiescence, and he crossed the room, his pale robes a cold, bright halo. If you would, Sarah? Of course. Gently, carefully and quickly, she lifted Lissa's sweaty head from her lap and slid across the cushions, pulling herself free from her chosen burden. The healer's seraphs came up behind her, and at his direction, began to unwrap Lissa's blood-soaked sari. He intended to examine her, but Sarah Teresa could hear the hardening in his voice, and she knew that he expected a death this night. Knew that he had no intention of stopping it. "Nadio," she said, catching her niece by the shoulders and pulling her away from Lissa and the healer. "You have sung your song. It is time, now, for you to retire." "No. Diora Di Marano. You are in the company of clansmen." Diora said nothing, her silence defiant and determined. Teresa knew that she could send the girl on her way with a single word. But she had already wounded with words once this festival, and she could not bring herself to do so again. Not while the moon reigned, Lord forgive her. The healer rose, grim-faced, his eyes shuddered. "Sarah," he said, bowing low. "Ser Leones," she replied, waiting. "Lissa N. Marano has suffered a miscarriage. She is hemorrhaging. Will she recover?" She laced the words with a bright hope that she did not feel, with a trust that she could not feel, and with a fear that kept her knees locked, her chin high. His face softened. "Even if the bleeding is stopped, she has lost too much blood. She will sleep in the lady's arms before the night is ended." That was the answer. That had to be the answer. Teresa knew that her voice could not compel this man to the act that would save Lissa's life. No bard's voice could force that much, for that long, from anyone. Swallowing, she nodded. But Diora spoke into the silence of his words. "Can't you heal her?" "Nadio. He's a healer, Ona Teresa." "Can't he heal her?" "She is too close to death," the Sarah said quietly. "But she's not dead yet." "No. Nadio. But everyone knows that the healers can bring someone back if they're not dead." "Everyone knows it." "Nadio." The young girl turned to face the older man. "Why won't you heal her?" "I am a clansman," the healer replied icily. "Little one. Understand this, to bring this half-wife back would mean that I would have to become her. I am a writer. She is barely free, and she is a woman. Would you have me be unmanned?" "Yes," Diora said, her voice as icy as his had become. "What difference would it make? Ser Leones flushed with anger and shock. Sarah Teresa, watching him, did the same, although she knew that Diora did not understand the full import of her insult. She had never seen Diora so poorly behaved. "You are lucky," he said, "that it is the night of the festival moon. You are lucky that you are a child, and you do not know what it is that you say." "I do know what I say," Diora replied, with the steely gravity that was so unusual in a child of any age. "You're just afraid. You're a coward, and father says that no real man is ruled by fear." Ser Leones spit upon the floor and turned to his seraphs. "I did not come here to be insulted by an unmannered child. Sarah Teresa, you will inform Ser Sendari that in future I will not come to his summons. You bring water and cloths, I will wash, and we will leave." "I'm afraid I cannot allow that." All heads turned and 4 steel blades flashed in the light of a dozen lamps. Perched in a window that faced the interior courtyard, clothed in shadow and bearing the exaggerated features of the clown, sat a man that only Sarah Teresa recognized. Calandras of Senial. "What is this?" Ser Leones said softly. "Treachery?" "I assure you, Ser Leones," Sarah Teresa said, answering his question although it was not directed at her, "that the clan Marano intends no treachery this eve. This man, this reveler, is not one of us." "Then you will, of course, have your certain deal with him?" It was a command. Ser Leones was personally powerful enough that he could give such orders and expect them to be obeyed. "I," Sarah Teresa said, staring at the mask, at the glimmer of blue behind the open eyes. "But I am not Ser Sendari, Ser Leones. The order to kill can only be given by Sendari unless there is a threat to my life or the virtue of his wives." She paused. "Is that not so, Karis?" "It is, Sarah," the certain so addressed replied, bowing. "Then, stranger, have you come to threaten either my wives, or myself?" "No, Sarah Teresa, I have not." His voice was night and darkness and a wild, wild wind. It chilled her, and she was old enough to be chilled by very little in the Dominion. Diora came to her side, unbidden, and stood within the circle of her skirts, except that she did not wear skirts this eve. "Why have you come?" "Not," the stranger replied, "to answer the questions of women, even such a one as the fabled Sarah Teresa Di Marano." He lifted a hand then, and the light that flashed off certain swords was dull and harmless compared to the light that glittered upon his finger. "Ser Leones," the voice behind the mask said, "you have been granted a gift by the will of the lady, and it is the lady's night. Will you not use it? For one who is not even full wife? You have already heard my answer. I will leave. Do not hinder me, or the clan Caveras will never again tend a Murano, on the field or off it, for as long as either clan lives. That, the stranger said gravely, is a very long time, Ser Leones. And who can say with certainty that the winds will not have carried your name so far from the lips of man that the deeds this night will be long forgotten? Ser Leones stiffened, for although he was not born to the voice, he heard the hint of the stranger's music, and it was dark. Who are you? It is festival night. I am a servant of the lady, no more and no less. We all are. The light upon his hand grew brighter, like a widened mark gone awry. Do you think that this youngling was meant to die? I think not. This is the lady's night. If she wished to lower the dark shroud, she would have called Lissa and Murano on any night but this one. Sarah Teresa felt something so sharp and so painful she thought for a moment she had been stabbed. And she had, but by hope. The bard's voice, it seemed, could touch even she. Your gift is a gift of the lady's, not the Lord's. You will use it, as she desires. And you speak for the lady? Yes, the stranger said, jumping lithely out of the window's stone frame. And I speak with the voice of the wind. His feet did not touch the ground, and light limbed him, carried by the beginnings of the storm. Alana drew the lady's circle across her left breast at the mention of the wind. The seraphs, terrified, fell to the ground at once. All, that is, save Ramdan, who stood behind his Sarah in a silence born of years and determination. Ser Leones de Cavres paled until his face was the color of the light that danced around the stranger. This is the night of the festival moon, and the lady's face is upon you. Choose, Leones, and choose quickly. I serve the Lord, Ser Leones said, but he took a step back, raising his voice to be heard above the wind's howl. And will you live in the heat of a sun that knows no cooling night? You will live in a desert, Leones, and the night's peace will be denied you. Who is she? The clansman cried. Who is she, to merit this? But the stranger had no answer to give the healer. Instead, he looked to the Sarah Teresa, nodding his head before she could see the expression in the deep-set eyes of the mask of the many masks he wore. He understood loss. He understood love. He understood what a bard had cost her, understood that she could not, cleanly, hate the man, that she had grown attached enough to someone who understood her gift and its compulsion, that she still mourned his death beneath the surface of her ever-present resentment of the fact that his well-meaning interference had taken from her the life that she'd been groomed and trained for, the one chance that she had to be more than a child in someone else's harem. And he understood what Alora had given her in its place, and what Alora's loss meant. Alora's death. And she had never mentioned Alora's death. Was she a simple child, a simple girl, to be so moved by understanding? Was she a weak and simpering innocent, to crave so desperately a thing which made her so vulnerable? Could she meet his unflinching eyes, without acknowledging the depth of this gift? The wind, she knew, would never mean again what it meant to the rest of the Dominion. His coming had cleansed its howl, had shown her the heart of the storm. He spoke with the wind's voice, and she answered with her own, wordless. Beneath her hands, Diora stirred, hearing in the ululation of her aunt things felt that came from a person far older and far more wounded than she. She looked up, her small hands reaching out for the clenched fists of the woman who had been, in all things, her mother. She who had sought protection from the wind, sought now to offer it. Alora. Diora. Tears spilled down Teresa's cheeks, and she let them fall, unheeding. Let the Voyani catch them and make of them a spell, let the clansmen speak of them as weakness, as infirmity, as age. She offered them to Calandras. And he turned the wind in the palm of his hand into a sword that Ser Leones de Cavres bowed before. There was not a man in the room, nor a woman, who would not have bowed to that voice, that will, and that threat, not even she. As if to mock her, and to steady her, the lady chided her gently for such arrogance, for there were always those whose very nature abhorred a retreat from their given vows. She stepped back and hit the broad chest of her most trusted seraph, a man she had owned for almost all of her life. And he, unbent, would be unbending, a shelter of sorts whose steadiness should have required no reminder. The healer of the clan Caveras moved with the gale, his feet hurried against the silks and the cushions. Alana and Murano huddled against the ground as his shadow passed above her, Ilya cowered against the wall, beneath the light of the lamp that the wind's force did not touch. Send them away, Ser Leones said, his teeth clenched tightly over the words as he forced his head round and glared at Sarah Teresa. Leave, he added to his personal seraphs. They were well enough trained that they stayed their ground in the storm, but his words cut them free and they flew. The Sarah looked at the Murano certain and then she nodded. Because she stood in the chamber of the wives, and not in any other room, they were obliged to obey her unspoken command. Obligation or no, they were wise enough to treat as commands each of the carefully worded requests she made of them. Power has many faces, and not all of them were obvious rank. The certain sheathed their swords, shaken, and left the chambers, escorting Alana and Ilya in their midst. The Sarah stepped away from her seraph with a dignity that she did not feel, and he, too, she sent away, for if the healer did not wish his own seraphs in attendance, he would most certainly not want hers. Ramdan hovered until the healer's shaking white hands touched Lissa and Morano's body, pushing the stained silks aside in a blind search for skin. Then he bowed to his Sarah and walked quietly out of the room, his hair tossed by wind, his hems flapping in the gale. Sarah Teresa, Sarah Diora, and the masked stranger whose hand burned with a cold fire watched as Ser Leone sank into the healer's trance, his hands stilling against Lissa and Morano's white skin. Wind turned to breeze, and the breeze gentled his face, brushing away strands of his hair. His eyes were closed, his brow creased, sweat caught the light and softened his features. Sarah Teresa had never seen a healing so close to the edge before. In truth, she had only twice seen healers called, both times for Adano in his tumultuous youth. He would not speak of either now. Watching Ser Leone's face become slowly more unguarded, she thought she understood why. Diora, she said, pitching her voice above the wind, although it was quieting. It is time for you to leave us. She thought that Diora might demur, and was prepared for it, but the child raised her face without argument. Sarah Teresa bent down and hugged her niece tightly, planting a kiss upon either upturned cheek. Will he heal her? Diora whispered into her aunt's ear, the voice, that special gift, undampened by wind. Yes, was the soft reply. There was no doubt in it. She felt the tension leave Diora's body in a rush, as if it were water and Diora a broken vessel. She tightened her arms instinctively to catch her almost child's sudden weight. I'm very tired, Diora whispered. And why wouldn't she be? She had spent herself fighting the compulsion placed there by a woman trained in the voice. Teresa lifted her, thinking it odd that her weight was so slight. Calandras, she said, again folding her voice in privacy, although she doubted very much that anyone but he would hear it. The white mask turned toward her, in silence. I must take my child to the sleeping chambers. Will you watch? I will watch, he said, his voice smooth and completely uncluttered by expression, for as long as is necessary. She had never seen a healing so close to the edge before, had never been so close to having her curiosity satisfied. But Diora's arms were around her neck, the trust and the need in them implicit, a just wait. Perhaps this was the lady's way of granting the healer some small measure of privacy, some peace from the voyeurism of the curious. Or perhaps it was a test, a choice between the desire to be comforted and the desire to comfort. Only beneath the festival moon could she have been given two such choices in peace. She kissed the top of Diora's head, knowing the gesture for the luxury that it was. But as she walked away, child in arms, she called upon the voice and sent it to the man who had brought the wind. Why? She asked him softly, knowing that he would hear all of the questions that single word contained. The sound of her feet against the stones was her only answer for a long moment. I don't know. It was almost a stranger's voice, and she understood in that moment why he was so guarded, for she heard a wild keening beneath the surface of those words, an enormity of loss that dwarfed any that she had ever felt, and she knew then that this was as honest as she wanted him to be. He did not stay to the end, for he knew what Sarah Teresa did not, that a healing of this nature, when one walks so close to death's edge, brought together two people in so complete a fashion that to sunder them again brought the healer only pain. And the healed. He had no desire to see such pain, it was a distant mirror that nonetheless reflected too much, too clearly. But his word, once given, he would not break again. He remained in the harem's open chamber until Lissa and Morano's prone, red body began to rise and fall with the movement of easy breath. He watched her hands tremble and flutter weakly, gaining strength as the seconds passed. And he watched those hands close around the neck of the reluctant healer, as if to hold him there forever. The healer's eyes, he could not see, and the healer did not move. Lady bless you, he said softly, gaining the window. He sat there a moment under the festival moon, the sounds of merriment and freedom as loud as high waves against the sea wall of his home. They will kill you on the morrow, she said, her voice clear and strong although the sleeping chambers of the children surrounded her. I know, he told her. There will be war this year, as there was a decade ago, we will survive it now as we did then. We will fight our way to peace over the bodies of the fallen, when neither side can afford to support such an effort, there will follow treaties, and there will be trade. And perhaps, then, you might come to Esselian and visit the College of Senial. Perhaps, she said, but her tone said never. Teach her, Sarah. Teach her as much as you dare. It is terrible to grow up with such a gift in isolation. As I can, I will. She paused. I will not forget this evening. Nor I, may the memory not be a trap, thought. They were both silent a moment, and then Teresa said, it so often is, isn't it? Lady watch you. And you. He pushed himself off the side of the building and into the courtyard, rolling into the cover of shadow so reflexively it was almost more natural than breathing. He found Sala and his harp, fit one snugly over his shoulder and the other beneath his arm, and then bid a silent farewell to the dominion of Anagar, and the vibrant streets of the Torleon. He had hundreds of miles to travel and an army to pass around to deliver his message. It was time to move on. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Chapter 5. Sunlight. Bright and crimson with first light, the festival moon's ascendancy was over. The streets shrank into their normal lines, their hard-edged, dusty reality. People hid their masks, or buried them, or kept them as heartsease against the coming days. The Lord held sway, and the Lord's will was no feckless freedom, no weakness, no childish utterances. In the dominion, strength ruled. The people of Anagar understood strength well. In the morning, Sarah Teresa rose as Ramdan played the chimes. She saw her mask on the cushion beside her bed and held it a moment, weighing its value. Then, gesturing, she handed the slender, simple face to her seraph. To be kept, she told him. And the clothing? To be discarded. He bowed and then stopped as she lifted a perfectly graceful hand. No, keep it. Keep it for me. She seldom changed her mind. It was an open sign of hasty decision or indecision. He bowed again. It was her custom to start the morning with the samisen or the harp, and the morning after the festival of the moon was, in theory, a morning like any other. But he knew her well enough to bring no instrument on this particular morn. The night cast its shadows, and there was only one way to dispel them. Her clothing was laid out for her, and after washing and gentle oiling, she felt ready to leave the night behind. The brass bell outside of her personal room chimed. Ramdan bowed and left her, returning with a graceful haste. Sendari, she thought. Ser Sendari wishes the pleasure of Sarah Teresa's company at her earliest possible convenience. And he will be? In the chamber of contemplation. Very well. She adjusted the swathe of the sari silk and pulled the braided strands of her dark hair forward. Then, as a well-schooled Sarah must, she obeyed her brother's command. He did not bow when he saw her, and that lapse of grace was rare. So, too, were the circles under his eyes, the color of his face. His clothing was disheveled and dusty, his hands dirty, his lips cracked. She should have been shocked. Ser Sendari, Sarah Teresa said, bowing very low. Too low. His eyes narrowed at the implied criticism of his own lack of greeting. Sarah Teresa, he said, curtly. I apologize if I have not yet had time to attire myself in the usual fashion, but I have received a most unsettling message. She waited, he kept her there, and silent, a full 5 minutes, as was his right. The night was gone, the moon dimmed, she was once again a woman, and he her superior. He began again. The message was carried by a seraph of the clan Kavras. Does this mean anything to you? No, Ser Sendari. Perhaps it has something to do with Ser Leonis? Indeed it does. He clipped each word so sharply it almost sounded as if he were spitting. And do you know what the gist of the message might be? She tired of his game, and her part in it, but she knew how to play it forever. No, Ser Sendari. Lord burn you, Teresa, this is not the time. No one in the room moved. Indeed, Ser Sendari's seraphs froze in startlement at his outburst. At your command, then. The Sarah drew herself up. Have you been to your wives? No, but I now know that Ser Leonis, for reasons that are entirely unclear to me, chose to heal Lissa. Yes. Do you know what the risks of that healing entail? Yes, Sendari. Do you know what it costs? No. Well, my clever sister, let me tell you. 10,000 soldi, payable immediately. The lines of her face did not change at all, they had frozen in place. Immediately? That is what I said. I am not completely aware of the financial condition of this family. This was almost true. Is this of grave difficulty? That is, he replied, through teeth that were obviously clenched, 20 times what we paid to procure Lissa, as you well know. If I could sell all of the seraphs I have with me, and most of my wives, I might be able to raise 2/3 of that price, but not in one day. He said it because in his sleepless exhaustion he was not completely certain that she knew it, he should have been. How did you come to allow this, Adat? She said absolutely nothing. His voice carried what lay between the words. For the Sarah Teresa, the healing had already become a triumph of life over death, of hope over despair. For Sendari, it was a reminder of what lay between them, behind him. Of his failure to convince a long-ago healer to walk the same edge for his wife. That healer was dead 2 years, in a riding accident in which he had instantly broken his neck, one of the few accidents a healer of any note could not survive. He had never told her, and she had never asked, if he was the hand behind that death, or if it was merely the lady come in her time. Whichever, it was clear that that death had not assuaged the earlier one. After a moment Ser Sendari straightened his shoulders. Enough. It was not an apology, not quite. But it was as close as he could come in the presence of another. I have sent a writer to Adano, and I have asked the aid of Captain Alesso di Morente, but he did not need to tell her that Morente would be reluctant to intervene if Cavras made it clear that Murano was to suffer. Very few crossed healers without paying a high price. She bowed then. With your permission, Ser Sendari, I wish to retire to the harem. While we have it, Sendari muttered darkly, but he nodded. She found Alana outside of the morning chambers, wringing her hands in a most unattractive and unbecoming fashion. Her hair hung loose, and although it had been washed, it had not been braided or pearled. She wore a sleeping shift, and not a proper sari, and her hands and feet seemed rough and dry. Teresa! Alana lifted her head and straightened her shoulders as she saw the Sarah approach. Alana! Does something trouble you? Yes, Sarah. The relief in the oldest of Sendari's wives was evident. The Sarah Teresa was here, and there was very little in the harem that did not bend to the Sarah's will. Her hands fell to her sides, although Teresa was not certain that Alana was even aware of the change in her posture. She should have been more severe, but it had been a long night, and there were no guests, no outsiders, to see such a poor display of schooling on Alana's part. Tell me, the Sarah said quietly. It's Lissa, the older woman replied, bringing her hands up and then, as if only suddenly aware of the motion, forcing them down again. She won't eat. She won't speak. Ilya thought it was the baby, it's her first, and you've seen how it is, to lose the first. But I've just come from seeing her myself, and it's not the loss of the child. What is it? Was the healing not complete? I don't know, Teresa. She won't speak. Stand aside, then. Let me go to her. Sarah Teresa had seen death before, her grandfather's first among them, but by no means the last. She knew what a corpse looked like, and knew what a difference there was between a living man and a man whose lips had passed their last breath, although that difference might be measured in seconds. She knew that the healers, should they so choose, could call a man back from that last breath. And she had never seen it done, never once, although the clans had the money for it. But until she spoke, on that first morning, with Lissa and Murano, until she saw the shattered grayness of the young woman's usually bright face, until she saw the lift of eyes, the slight tip of head, the nuance of gesture that was not quite Lissa's, she did not understand why. To bring this half-wife back, I would have to become her. He had told them the truth. Lissa, she said, and stopped as Lissa and Murano came into view. The girl's face was mired in tears, her hair, unwashed and untended, was matted to her shining skin. Her eyes, wide and dark, were unblinking and reddened, and they looked into a distance that was so far away, Teresa thought that walking all her life, she might never bridge the gap. Beside her, trays of food, untouched, and a full pitcher of clear, sweet water, showed that the seraphs had been unsuccessful in their attempts to feed her. There were no seraphs now. Lissa, Sarah Teresa said again, her voice less stern. Alana says that you will not speak with her. What ails you? The girl did not answer. Teresa walked quietly across the room, kneeling on the foremost of the cushions against which Lissa lay like a broken doll. Lissa, she said again, but this time, the word carried her concern, her authority, the fear she felt, and the desire to protect this youngest of the wives. If it carried compulsion, it was a compulsion that no magic could reproduce, no stranger's voice. Lissa and Murano turned to face her. She opened her mouth, but she did not speak, the words were too large for her lips, or so it seemed to Sarah Teresa as she watched the girl struggle. After a moment, she gave up entirely on the words, and instead opened her arms and pulled the girl in as if she were still a child in the harem's private chambers. Lissa stiffened a moment against the brace of her arms, and then she collapsed there, crying in a way that no woman of any worth did, loudly, gracelessly, noisily. At another time, she might have brushed those tears aside and explained to her that tears could be, if they were absolutely necessary, an embellishment to a woman's beauty, a hint of the vulnerability that some men found so appealing if they were done gracefully and minimally. She knew that Lissa was beyond listening. Later, perhaps. Or perhaps not. Lissa, she said, ignoring the stiffness in her neck and her shoulders, please. Only tell me what ails you, and I will do what it is in my power to do to help. Sobbing, choked and quieting as Lissa raised her head, was the only answer that Sarah Teresa received for several minutes. She brushed strands of hair out of a wet face, pulling it back, attempting to return to Lissa some of the beauty and the clean simplicity that she had been chosen for. Lissa did not resist her, but Teresa thought it might be because she simply didn't care. She waited, sitting within the circle of Lissa's privacy. Then, words breaking as if they were vessels dropped a long distance onto the peaks of rocks and barren ground, Lissa said, "He left me." Teresa knew better than to interrupt the words with questions. One of the most important lessons she had ever learned in life was when to wait. He's gone. Teresa, it was so dark and so cold, I was so tired, I wanted someone to come for me, I thought they would come. She knew that she would need cleaning herself, knew that the work of her seraphs would be undone by such close contact with Lissa. But what, after all, were seraphs for? She held the youngest of Sendari's wives as tightly as she could. Because no one else could do it. And because, yes, no one was there to witness it. But they didn't come. It was so dark. And then I heard singing. I thought it was my mother's voice, when she was young, but I couldn't feel her, I was cold. Lissa, Lissa, Lissa. And he came instead. I didn't know who he was. And I thought he didn't want to find me, he was angry, but he called me, and he was the only one there. It's all right, Lissa. It's all right. And then he touched me, and I knew. She was crying now, and her voice was heavy with loss. I knew he would bring back the light. I knew he could keep the darkness away. I saw what he was, Teresa. Do you understand? I saw him on the inside. He was afraid of being me. Of being with me. I was afraid, and he saw that, too. You told me I wasn't to trust anyone, not even Sendari. But it was so dark, and I was alone, it was different there. It didn't matter. He had to know who I was. I answered all the questions. But they weren't questions, I told him, but I didn't have to speak. And then he answered me, and he was afraid of me, and then he was happy, I didn't care, if he was frightened and he was a clansman, he was like me. He's gone, Teresa. He knew everything about me. He understood everything I am. He promised to bring me back here, and he left. She raised a tear-streaked, swollen face. And he's not what he looks like, he's not. Do you know when he first learned about his gift? He healed a dog, Teresa, and it wasn't even his, but it was hurt. It's been so hard to not heal, to leave us to die, he hates it, he has to. Hush, Lissa. Teresa covered the girl's moving lips with her forefinger, pressing them gently. Of that, you must never speak. Do you understand? Believe that there are reasons why all men hide their true face, whatever that face may be. She put her arms around the young girl again, and began to sing softly. And she sang Sleep, with all of the power that she had, gentling it with the love and the loss that she now felt. Would it have been better to have Alora alive, but to lose everything else about her? To have her either live as an empty shell, or to live in the harem of another, with no allegiance to the oath rings and the promises that had been her earlier life? Even now, she could not say for certain. Ramdan returned to her, and bowed, interrupting her musing, which was just as well. The seraphs had finished anointing her hair with the hint of a summer fragrance. She gestured them aside as the chief of her seraphs lifted his head. Ser Sendari will see you, Ramdan said gravely. He offered her a hand and she rose. Together, Sarah and Seraph, they walked down the halls toward the chamber of contemplation that Sendari had made a fortress within his residence. Are the preparations made for our leave-taking? Yes, Sarah. And the horses? Ready as well. Good. I realize it is unusual, Sarah Teresa said, but it is not without precedent. It is not the clansman, but his wife, his sister or his mother, who procure and bargain for the women of the harem. Sendari gazed at her with narrowed eyes. Teresa, he said at last, there is something that you are not telling me. No, don't waste your breath with nicety and graceful comment, speak frankly, if you will waste my time speaking at all. I have one day beyond which the test of the sword waits. If you believe that you can maneuver around this healer, and by extension, the clan, I will trust you. I see that the moon has not left you, Ser Sendari, she said, speaking as frankly as was her wont when so commanded. Oh? Then you see with night eyes, Sarah Teresa. We have obviously received no reply from Adano, he added crisply, but Marent cannot move if Kavras desires no interference. It was not unexpected. No. He turned. A seraph from Kavras is waiting by the fountain. Has he been waiting long? A matter of hours. Good. And our time? We have until sunset, Teresa. His gaze fell to rest upon the contemplation patterns he had etched into the wood of the floor by dint of his personal flame. I wish your dispensation, brother. To do what? To deal, in this matter, as I see fit. You deal, dearest sister, as you see fit without my dispensation. Grudgingly, he added, but for form's sake, I will grant it. Silence descended awkwardly around him, a shroud and a defense against Sarah Teresa's gift. Her curse. He turned on his cushions, upsetting the goblet that rested at his feet. Water spilled, spreading a wet darkness across the mats before he could stop it. But she was gone. The door, the only solid door in the quarters, was closed upon both Teresa and their conversation. He would have liked to start it again, to speak like a civil man. To tell her that he knew that she could hear the rawness of the day and the night in his voice. That he hated to be so vulnerable. Especially to her. Because she knew it, anyway, but it would give him the pretense of choice in the matter. Grinding his teeth, he tried to force his thought to conform to the channels of the Wyden's art. He would not seek her absolution. And not because she was merely a woman, there was nothing, in the end, that was mere about his sister, and he knew it. It was because Teresa's hands and Teresa's lap were the cradle of comfort for Elora's dying. Not his. He would send her back to Adano. Alana and Murano could run his harem without his sister's interference. And he would find a new wife. A real wife. Elora. Fire blackened and scorched an uneven circle around him, a barrier of flame. Ramdan and 4 of the Murano Certain accompanied the Sarah. She chose Caras di Murano because he was so very straight and narrow that he could not be intimidated. He chose his companions. They did not need to know where Ser Leones made his dwelling within the Tor Leon because his seraph led them quickly through the sparsely populated streets, winding ever upward until Teresa realized that he was leading them to the Tor Leon proper. She paled slightly, although her complexion, kept from the harsh grace of sun by veil and hat, hid it well. It was good that the seraphs sent to find a healer had been sent on the night of the festival moon. Such intrusion, such effrontery, on any other night would have marked Murano. But of course, it should not have surprised her. If Caveras was not a clan of import, Ser Leones was still worthy of the attention of tears and worth that respect to those who might, in future, need the gift the lady had granted him. The Certain that guarded the gates were no ordinary Certain, although their posts made of them less than the legendary tyrant of the Leon clan, the Oathguards who, alone in the Dominion, were considered completely trustworthy by the Tiragar. Few were the men who were invited to take that oath, and even fewer were the men who, once invited, accepted. The Oathguards were tested under the eyes of the Lord, and those who were found wanting did not survive. Or so it was said. The Sarah Teresa di Murano bowed at a discreet and respectful distance as her Certain approached the gates. They were stopped by Certain who bore both the crest of the rising sun and naked blades as evidence of their pride in their office. They were richly attired, but more, perfectly composed. Training was something that the Sarah Teresa appreciated. Who seeks to pass? The Sarah Teresa di Murano. For what purpose? She is summoned by Ser Leones de Caveras. And who will bear the responsibility for her passage? Ser Leones de Caveras. You may pass. The Certain bowed to each other, their swords glinting as the blades caught and held the sun's face a moment. Sarah Teresa di Murano rose slowly, her eyes upon the perfectly tended road that led, if one followed it from start to finish, to the presence of the Tiragar himself. Sarah Lara Kai de Leon, she thought, as she made her way past the Certain who stood now at respectful attention, will one day be in need of a wife. At 8 years of age he was an awkward boy, but he would, if he survived, be Tiragar, and as heir to that position, he was already much sought after by women who wished to be the wife to the largest harem in the land. Many of these women were Sarah Teresa's age, a few were older. She had no desire to join their ranks, thinking it unseemly, if not unwise. But Nadiayo was 4, and Nadiayo was already in grace and elegance a child who far surpassed the gangly Kai de Leon. It was perhaps time that Sarah Diora di Murano began her training in earnest. Time that the attention of the young Sarah Lara's illustrious mother was drawn to a child of such exquisite seeming with a few carefully placed words. For if such a family made such an offer to Adano or Sendari, they refused it at their peril. Yes, even if Sendari suspected or knew, he would still be forced to give his child to the Leon clan. Diora would be safe from her gift. This way, Sarah, Ramdan said, speaking so softly his words might have been the rustle of the tall-stemmed flowers that grew in such restrained numbers to either side. She did not acknowledge his words, indeed, no one did, which was as it should be. He was a shadow, something the light cast down across the path the Anagarians chose to walk. The lake of the Tor Leon lay like the very mirror of the Lord, placed so that his power might seek it in contemplation, and the Sarah Teresa stopped to quietly admire not the light across its surface, not the play of the waves, not the grand but small boat which floated serenely beside the single dock, but rather the sound of the lapping water against rock and sand and reed. She loved this part of the Tor Leon best of all for its oral illusion of peace. And it was an illusion. As she listened, she could hear the bark of a familiar voice. Ser Leones was ordering his Certain and his seraphs to prepare for the guests that were coming. The supplicants. She allowed herself a small smile. At this distance, she could hear the chaos beneath his barely controlled words, the anger, the fear, the impatience. 10,000 soldi. Had he first ascertained the relative modesty of Sendari's worth before making such a demand? She thought he must have, for had Sendari the money, he would have paid it without demur. One did not, could not, anger a healer, they were rare. If Sendari paid, that would be the end of it. And not the end, she thought, that Ser Leones desired. They walked until the building came into view. It was sudden, the view, as if trees, like curtains, had been pulled back by a deft and expert hand. A seraph waited upon the platform that served as the entry for honored guests. She was very young, and obviously trained for her presentation, for she was exquisitely lovely. Gold adorned her ears, her throat, her slender, bird-like wrists. She wore pale blues and greens, although she was of an age where a full sari was considered too adult. Soon, Teresa thought, she would be a subwife in a harem. Perhaps even Leonie's. Ramdan bowed once to his Sarah and then crossed the perfectly placed stones that led to the platform. He mounted it and knelt at its edge, bowing in turn to the girl who waited. Sarah Teresa Di Marano has come to speak on behalf of Ser Sendari Di Marano. The girl's brows rose, and Teresa frowned. The look spoiled her composed delicacy. Tell Ser Leonis that Ser Sendari felt that it was a matter of the harem, and not the clan, but that should Ser Leonis wish it, Ser Sendari will come himself. The seraph rose and stepped back, sliding the screens only wide enough to allow her room to step between them. Ramdan continued to kneel. The wait was long. But the girl returned, and this time she was perfect. Her face betrayed nothing. Ser Leonis will speak with Sarah Teresa in the chamber of contemplation. He was an older man. The past night had been as unkind to him as years to another. His hair was streaked with gray, his face lined, his eyes dark. Seraphs had taken care to disguise the look of malaise, but it lingered, obvious to anyone of Sarah Teresa's perception. He sat before a small table, and upon it there were fruits, grapes so pale they were almost white, and a wine so dark it seemed black in the confines of the slender, silvered goblets. Cushions, orange, red, and yellow, were heaped in a circle around the table. Ser Leone sat upon them, and he sat heavily, although he was not an overly large man. Please, Sarah Teresa. He gestured, and she walked, with grace, with care, with perfect decorum, to the cushions. Kneeling, she took her place across from him, the small table a symbolic wall between them. Wine. Thank you. She touched the slender stem of the goblet and lifted it a moment to her lips. It was cold, although no ice, no hint of that Wyden's trick in this clime, was in evidence. Then, as if fortified, she lowered her head, hiding her eyes beneath the fan of her lashes. Ser Leonis, she said, her voice soft, I do not wish to be unseemly or overly bold. But as this concerns a matter of the harem, perhaps you wish me to discuss this with your wife? I have no wife, he told her quietly. You have come to discuss matters of the harem, and you are, no doubt, much like my own mother in such an arena. I would not have you hampered, and I will not judge you poorly. You are gracious, Ser Leonis de Cavaras. I can afford to be. Silence a moment. I spoke, this morning, with Lissa. He turned to his surgeon, and the young seraph who stood in attendance. Leave, he told them curtly. It was clear that they were used to such commands, for they obeyed without demur and with great speed. I would ask you to dismiss your own surgeon. And your seraph. Done, she said softly. One man and one woman in a small quiet room. What, the man said, did she say? Very little, the woman replied. She is well schooled. His face was pale, and grew paler still. He lifted his goblet, raised it to his lips, and set it aside untouched. We received your summons, she said. My summons? Yes. Accept my apology for our tardiness. 10,000 soldi is a sum that is not inconsiderable for our family. Indeed. Silence. Ser Leonis. Sarah Teresa. May I begin again? Please do. I did not know, when we summoned you, that you would heal my Lissa. She raised her goblet and touched the beaded drops of water along its sides, their chill more attractive to her than the wine. Stony silence. I did not know, nor did Sendari, that some stranger on festival night would come, speaking with such a voice. She paused. I wish it were night, now. But it is not. No. She, too, set the goblet down. This rise and fall was a type of breath for both of them. You know that we do not have 10,000 soldi. She raised a hand before he could reply. His acquiescent silence was shocking in a clansman. Because we do not have the 10,000, we cannot afford to save Lissa's life. At that, a smile touched his lips, albeit a bitter one. I think it late for that, he said dryly, showing a hint of the man that he might once have been, and might become again when this shadow left him. If it did. I chose her, she said abruptly. I chose her when she was a child the age of your lovely young seraph. I have trained her well, but I have protected her against much, and she is not yet wise. She watched his face, the lines of it hardening. Grudgingly, Ser Leone said, I doubt that Lissa will ever be completely wise. She is not you, Sarah Teresa, and she will never be so, no matter how much she admires you. Yes, he added grimly, I do know how much she admires you. And why? This is not a simple matter of pretense, Sarah Teresa said softly, although perhaps my guileless Lissa would say otherwise. You are not a boy, Ser Leonis, but a man, a clansman. And a clansman should know how a proper Sarah behaves, how she must behave, whether inclined that way or no? Indeed. Very well. Sarah Teresa, you will honor my intelligence by speaking to me as if you have some intelligence, he added sharply. At your command, then, she said sweetly. What do you intend to do with Lissa? His surprise was a pleasure, and it should not have been. Chiding herself inwardly, she waited for him to speak. I will, although it is no business of your own, he said evilly, make her my wife. It was the Sarah's turn to be speechless, the healer's turn to be pleased, but the pleasure was brief. She is worth 10,000 soldi to me. You are quite right. I made certain that my price was beyond your reach. Had you come up with the gold, I would have raised the price as a penalty for your delay. There is only one thing I will take as payment for my service to your clan. In silence, Sarah Teresa raised the goblet. She could pay attention to silver and wine instead of the healer's face, and the desperation in the voice beneath the words. Lissa was born a seraph. Lissa was another man's concubine, another man's pleasure. To take her, and to take her, not for play, not for dalliance, but to wife, to make her a Sarah, he could not do it. Could not, and yet he intended no less, the truth was there, raw, in the words. She had heard such a rawness before. In Sendari's voice. And in her own. Lissa is not in fit state to come to you, she said softly. Ser Leones. Do not say it. I must say it, for Lissa's sake. There will be no easy home for you in the Dominion. If you were not healer, there would be no home. Perhaps, had she never been Sendari's, things would be different. But she has. I know it. And what would you do then? His smile was a very odd thing. Find a home, if that's what must be done. The smile dimmed. I tire, Sarah Teresa, even of a woman of your grace and wit and beauty. You will send me Lissa and Murano, or I will beggar Murano into seraphdom and retrieve her from the blocks. This, too, was truth. I will send you Lissa and Murano, she said, rising. Diora cried. Neither Sarah Teresa nor Ser Sendari could comfort her, only Lissa could have done that, but the young concubine's eyes were glistening as if with fever sight. She was with them in body, but she had already left them. Why? Diora asked, and asked again. She's our wife. Why is she leaving? Because, Sarah Teresa told her gently, Ser Leone saved her life, and we could not afford the price of it. Diora, she will be happy where she is going. I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be happy to leave. Na dio. Sarah Teresa and Ser Sendari had suffered loss before, those losses had scarred and hardened them, inuring their hearts to such a leave-taking, if not their pride. But the first loss was always the hardest, always the worst. They stood by, the father and the aunt, watching. Diora was old enough to learn, and the Dominion of Anagar demanded that she learn well, for if the first loss was the hardest, it was also just that, the first loss. There would be others, always, loss and loss and loss. And death. But Sarah Teresa underestimated how quickly the young child could learn. Neither she nor Sendari ever saw Diora cry again. But Sarah Teresa kept her word to her own dead, and to a strange bard, and if Diora did not cry, she sang, she spoke, she whispered, if she did not plead, she cajoled with a lilt, a smile, a little laugh that sounded like the tinkling spill of cool water against marble. They played the samisen and the harp, and although Diora di Murano never sang again at a festival, they both watched those foreigners who dared to come after the winds of war had passed, searching for a familiar face. Wind, Sarah Teresa would say, sing. A dare, a risk, a heartfelt gratitude, all of this, in these two quiet words. But she would have cause to remember, in the years to come, that the voice of the wind was the wind, only in the hands of a golden-haired foreigner could its terrible course be turned, blind, toward mercy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Chapter 6. The sword of knowledge was aptly named, a double-edged, dangerous weapon in a world where weapons were an absolute necessity. It always cut 2 ways. Yet on this single night of his life, the moon just off full, the air still hot and dusty with summer's strength, Sendari di Murano knew that it was not the desire for knowledge which drove the Wyden. It was, as in the rest of the Dominion of Anagar, a struggle for power, for supremacy. Different weapons, of course, weapons arcane and personal. But no matter how disguised the struggle was, no matter how misunderstood by clansmen who measured their strength by the size of their lands, their horses, and the swords that they carried, the struggle was there. The Wyden were wise in the ways of many things, but they were men. And the Lord demanded, of men, his due. So, the man seated before him said softly, "You have been invited 3 times to take the test of the sword." Sendari par di Murano bowed as he acknowledged the truth and the veiled edge of accusation in the voice of the man known, among Wyden, as the sword's edge. His hair was a black-streaked white, his beard as long and fine as any such vanity possessed by another Wyden, and his hands were remarkably pale, unblemished by the stain of labor or the touch of sun. He dressed finely, in southern silks, and he sat upon a stone throne that was as old as this building itself, a monument to the struggle of man for knowledge and power. Yet it was not his presumption that was first noticed, although the Wyden had no ruler, no leader, no undisputed head. Rather, it was his eyes that caught and held the attention, for they were a shade that traveled between the color of pale sky and light-touched steel, and they missed nothing. And only on the third have you chosen the course. So it would seem. The shadow stirred. There was a magic here that was thick and heavy and completely impervious to the spells of understanding that Sendari knew. But he knew enough to sense the wards and sigil that bore the signature of Cortano Dialix's. The worth of a man in the Dominion was measured by the power he held, by the relative power. Cortano Dialix's was worth any 10 of the Wyden, perhaps any 20. It was hard to say, because he chose, as they all did, to veil their power in the world that did not walk the sword's edge. The clansmen were suspicious enough to be dangerous if they gathered in their angry enclaves. Then I will not ask you why you chose to make this journey, it is enough that you have. You embark upon a journey that will kill you or free you. Turn back, turn even to glance, and you will lose the road for this turning. But you will not lose your life. I will not, Sendari replied gravely, lose my life in any case. I am Wyden. The winds will judge, or the Lord. Cortano's smile was soft. Unpleasant. Do not, he repeated softly, look back. And then, as if to enforce this rule, the Wyden came with a swath of silk and carefully bound his eyes, turning and winding the midnight blue across Sendari's brow until no light at all reached him. Quiet, he waited until they were finished. He had seen the beginnings of this ceremony many, many times. He had never once seen its end. Tonight, that would change. He followed the Wyden until he heard the grating of stone against stone, a creaking, ponderous sound that spoke of weight and years both. A musty, dank wind rose about him, disturbing the hem of his robe. Now, Sendari, you walk the sword's edge, Wyden Mikali said. You must blunt or sharpen its blade by your own choice. Had Mikali's voice ever come from such a remove? Sendari thought not, but he was not surprised. Vision played a part in every conversation between men. Robes rustled. He faced the unknown, blind. And a smile touched his lips. If it was bitter, what matter? He stepped into darkness, and with no man to lead him, who was there to witness the tale his face told? The blindfold itself was symbolic. To one wise in the ways of power, it made no difference. Spells to heighten other senses had given Ser Sendari Par di Murano the lay of the land through which he had passed. He traveled, confined on all sides by worn rock, the particular scent of aged water becoming stronger with each step he took. At his back the Wyden initiates followed, at his front, no guide but the tunnel itself. And the tunnel was distinctive enough that he knew, without question, that he could find this place again without the aid of those who knew it well. What he could not find again was the mystery, yes, it was definitely there, of this first traveling. Tonight, he would take the test, and it would kill him or elevate him. It was not uncommon to misstep while blindfolded, for no hands were offered him in guidance or fellowship, but it was not considered a good omen. Therefore, Sendari chose to use some small portion of his power to proceed with grace and certainty. He wondered, briefly, how much that vanity would cost him. The blindfold was removed, unknotted from behind, and taken from his face with an ease that spoke of practice. The darkness beneath closed lids gave way to shadows half warm with light, mage light. And a light that bore no signature that he could discern. He knew the marks of the Wyden well. Yes, the Wyden at his back said softly, as reverently as one of the wise could speak, this is an ancient place. It was chosen by the founder for that reason. History. Curiosity caught him a moment, none interfered. There was in this curiosity something that hallowed a man, that made him, that drove him to greatness. A man sighed, the sigh was caught and echoed by the cavernous ceiling above these narrowly spaced, natural walls. He thought he recognized, again, the voice of Michalis Diaretta. A test, that man said. Of the Wyden's heart. It burns in you, Sendari. But Sendari was no longer listening. The rock beneath his hand was not cool, but it was not warm, it seemed to tingle with an internal force of its own. There was, in the unnatural light here, a hint of otherness, something tantalizing. It reminded him of something that he was certain he had seen before, although he could not immediately recall what. Wyden designate, another voice at his back said quietly, and with some amusement, now is not the time. Pass the test, and the ways will be open to you, you may study them at your leisure. The momentary warmth faded quickly. This is the foot of the path. If you will face the test of the sword, continue, if you will not, return. You will have no other opportunity to change your mind. He did not recognize the voice immediately, and when it came to him, it came as a part of a collection of facts. Marcaro di Raven, a man whose study drew him, time and again, to the northern plains. A man who, therefore, Sendari had little measure of. Was he a threat? The Wyden designate chuckled. Of course he was. They all were. The Wyden themselves were not a brotherhood or a fellowship, they were a circle steeped in the mysteries of knowledge that had come, fragmented and obscure, from a time before the dominion of Anagar had made its mark across the continent. We are men of knowledge, Sendari thought, as his eyes grew accustomed to the scant light in the hall before him. We are not men of superstitious ceremony. And if that were true, if ceremony held no significance, there would be no blindfold, no tunnel, no test. Choose. Had he not chosen yet? The road not traveled lay before him. He gazed at it, at the surface of rock that had been almost worn smooth with the passage of time. Thinking, because he could not help but think, of her. Alora. In a darkness devoid of sun or moon or star, time ceased to hold him. If it passed above, either quickly or slowly, it mattered little. Here, in the darkness that widened light lessened by slow degree, he was suspended above or beneath the world in which he lived. And she was there, a memory that was so strong he thought he had but to turn to give her flesh and form. And to turn was to forsake the test. This strong, after 4 years and a bitter final betrayal. He reached out, as if still blindfolded, and gripped the cold surface of worn rock with shaking hands. Let the Wyden following at his back think him weak or doubtful. Let the men watching feel it even more strongly. It would work in his favor, all underestimation eventually had, and besides, he was no longer a child, flushed with the anger of another man's casual mockery of all that he could not do. Doubt did not shake him or sear him, anger did. At her, yes, and at himself. But was it not always this way, when one opened the heart too wide? She could not deprive him of power as she had once done, she was dead. Her time had passed. As if to mock him, a gust of hot wind blew across his face, coming from the palely lit darkness ahead. She was his road not taken, and if he would have given all to take it again, he did not turn aside. Night thoughts. Dark thoughts. Take the test, Sendari. Alesso's voice, the voice of sanity and reason. And if his voice were sanity and reason, the Wyden were in a sorry state indeed. Were all supplicants so tried before they made their final choice? He waited for the summons, but the summons did not come. Instead, he saw her daughter. His daughter. Diora. There, in the shadows, her 4-year-old face turned up to him in perfect trust, perfect confidence. Moon night had passed, and what had been open was hidden, but it was very much alive. Thus was his heart hollowed and hallowed with care. I will not fail you, he told this apparition. And then he grimaced. What thought was this, at such a time? How could one not fail a daughter, in the end? In the darkness of this moment before death, he was almost brutal in his honesty. Because, in the darkness, he could be. Diora was chattel, and as such, a thing beyond his control. That he loved her was not at question, but was also irrelevant. For he had watched the daughters of more powerful men given to, or taken by other powerful men, and he knew that a father's whim and determination afforded little comfort. Give her to a husband, and she was his. But keep her, and she became like Teresa. Choose, the voice said again. Sendari Par di Murano took a step forward, releasing the cavern's jutting face. He followed it with another, and then another, each step becoming more certain. He had come this way, for this reason alone, to take the test. Because to take the test was to betray her, and her memory, and if he could do that, perhaps he could finally leave her behind. He was so very tired of the peculiar pain, unseen and omnipresent, that had driven him so hard for the last 4 years. As he stepped into shadow, light flared, a wild, brilliant light that Sendari was certain bore the trace signature of the Wyden Cordano di Alexis. He cursed. The curse was taken by the cavern's too perfect acoustics and magnified. No more than a curse escaped him, for as the light came, blinding a moment in its clarity, he saw where the tunnel had taken him, and he was, in spite of himself, awed. The tunnel itself had fallen away completely, there was no more confining wall, no steadying rock to either side. Instead, there was an expansive space that would dwarf the valley plains, something that went on into darkness both on the left and right. His eyes could not penetrate the distance, and he did not try for long. He used the brilliant mage light as his guide. The roof of this cavern was almost beyond sight, and the floor, there was rock, and somewhere below it, a winding bed of water made itself heard in a rush that sounded very like the howling of the desert wind. The banks of the river were rock, as hard and cool as the walls of the tunnel he had followed, but between them was a gap of darkness so long that light could not illuminate it. Across the divide, a lone man stood. Cortano. Sendari Par di Murano bowed. The cavern caught the words of the sword's edge, sharpening them, if that were possible. 3 times, the man said softly, we asked. The first, I asked personally. Sendari nodded. But you saw fit to refuse, Wyden designate. The Lord's law governs even here, to refuse a man of power has its price. I am your test, and I am your opponent. Sendari waited, cool as the stone that surrounded him. Many of the Wyden designates never passed the test of the sword, but many did. In a straight contest between a Wyden of experience and a Wyden with less, there would be no contest, no test at all. He did not let fear unman him or unnerve him. Fear for himself, fear of his own death, these had never been the force which drove him. Very good, Cordano said softly, after a few minutes of silence had passed. There is steel in you, Wyden designate, and I believe the steel is a fine one. I am your test, but if you survive it, I will be your temper. He turned, his robes dark in the light, his left arm outstretched and pointing. There, Sendari. Look. The Wyden designate followed the line the man's arm made. It ended in a bridge, a natural outcropping of rock that seemed to have grown from either side of the chasm to meet in its center, seamless and whole. There were no rails to this bridge, and indeed, as Sendari studied it, he saw that it was widest at the foot of either side, narrowest at its curved midpoint. Not a comforting structure, although one certain not to break with the mere weight of a man, not to creak and rot with the passage of time. Your task is simple. Only cross the bridge, and you will be declared Wyden. In what time? Cortano's smile could be seen across that gulf that separated them. I will wait, Sendari. You will either cross it or perish in your own time. How generous. A man in my position can afford to be, Cortano replied. There and then, Sendari vowed to become at least Cortano's equal in the wielding of the art. He did not give voice to the momentary anger, it would only expose the weakness of his reaction. Instead he walked to the foot of the bridge, his steps slow and measured. There were tests to be performed here before he so much as stepped onto the rocky platform. Meticulous, focused now, he performed each in its turn. The bridge was as it appeared, no more and no less. No spell of seeming was laid upon it to make it appear whole, no spell of displacement, no disguise which might make of this bridge a thing of cloth or string or air. It was, from his brief exploration, of a piece, although what might form and mold the rock in such a fashion, Sendari could not say. And what he did not know was always a source of both curiosity and irritation. Knowledge, to Sendari Pardimarano, was like drink to a man long grown accustomed to its taste and its comfort. He rose. Cordano, impassive now, waited, his arms by his sides. Sendari stepped onto the bridge. There was no light, no flare of fire, no obvious attack. But the bridge itself was treacherous enough. If it was of a piece, it was not a smooth piece, and his foot found purchase, heavily soled as it was, with difficulty. He took another step, removing the foot that anchored him to the tunnel side of the chasm. Found his balance, although the bridge was narrower than it had first seemed. He looked up, as he took his third step. Cortano smiled and gestured. The lights went out. No evening sky was as black as this darkness, although Sendari was certain that the darkness was natural. They were buried deep within the folds of the earth itself, and the earth hid and held its own. No lord touched this place with the fiery light of the sun, nor lady with the soft, silver glow of moon. This was a place beyond their concern and their dominion. The Wyden's home. Sendari froze and then, with the darkness as cover, he crouched, finding the face of the rock with his fingers, as if truly blind. Instinct, perhaps, or some fear of falling older by far than the man himself, caused his hands to grip its worn edges, its hard folds. Had his first impulse been to call the light, to heighten the senses, he would have perished. For within the chasm itself, coming from his left and building in force, he could hear howling, the prowl of an angry wind. What had Cortano said? The winds will judge. He had just enough time to tighten his grip, to flatten himself into the contours of the bridge itself, before that judgment came, tearing at the flaps and folds of his robes, pulling his hair, twisting his beard up and into his sightless eyes. Sand, scouring, was carried in the heart of the wind. If the wind could be said to have a heart at all, he could feel it scrape across his skin. Thus were mountains worn to facelessness. He could not speak, the words were torn from his lips and scattered against the rock face of the chasm's walls. He could not gesture, he could not use those elements of nicety that had become part of his ritual when, locked away from prying eyes and babbling voices, he had summoned fire and bent it to his will. No, all he had was will. Will. Clinging, blind, his hands warm with blood and pain, Sendari Di Murano began to force that will into channels of his desire. Fire was his strength, and there was no call for it here, no way to use or invoke it. He could not destroy the wind. No living man could, even the Lord tolerated its presence in the dominion. But destruction was not the only form of victory. Indeed, in this struggle there was only one form that victory could take. He strengthened his grip by slow degree, pulling on reserves of power to augment sheer physical strength, of which there was little enough. He could not still the wind's voice, but he could, if his will did not continue to falter and flail like a disobedient child, glove his hands against the grinding tongues of sand. He did not try to stand. He did not try to deny the force of the wind in that fashion. Pride forgotten, Sendari Di Murano began to crawl. He had run this gauntlet before, after all. Not physically, of course. But the wind had come one shadowed night, and taken, in its wake, the only thing that he would have held onto with everything that he was. The only thing that he had held onto in such a fashion until that moment. He would have done more than crawl to keep her. He had, pleading with the healer until he could not speak for tears. The shame of that single moment burned and stung his cheeks more than the sand-laden winds ever could. And it had been for nothing, although the healer had paid. She died, and he waited while she did so, seeking a blind, instinctive comfort in the arms of his sister. Denied even the ability to hold her and take what comfort he could from that. Ah! Blood. Anger. Pain. Jealousy. Yes. He knew it. Teresa knew it. It was ever between them, and he thought that it would remain so. Because he could not let it go. Would not. The rock beneath his hands was hard, he gripped it, he forced his hands to become a part of it, he supported himself by the strength of his fingers. The wind pulled him up, his chest skirted rockridge and came down with a bruising thud. Ah, fire, he used it just a moment, precisely and perfectly, to shear the straps of his sandals into ash. Thus freed, the leather fell away, claimed by the gale, and he set about fastening his toes, his soles, the skin of his feet, to the rock itself. He crawled, bloody-minded in his determination. If her death had not bowed him, if her death had not demanded his own, nothing could. Not one thing. If he crawled across the bridge, he crawled, pride would suffer, but no more. He had but to gain the other edge of the chasm and he was done. Close, now. He could feel the bridge's incline become decline. He wrapped his arms around the whole of the bridge's thinnest points, as if it were a stone tree, and he a child determined to climb what was, in the end, just beyond his reach. Will shored him up, and power, he kept his grip and his focus as he moved, surely, across the divide. He was not prepared for the fire. It lapped up the sides of the bridge like water, but where it struck, it burned. Elemental, wild, the heart of fire, not fire's civilized core, red flames tried to take his hands. He cried out, but he did not move, for to move was death. Here, the wind helped, it tore at chunks of flame, throwing it, damping it, dulling its heat. He did not study the flame, he knew it was Cortano's. And he knew, at this point, that he had to unmake the fire before it made of him a thing of ash and bone. He had controlled the flame, and flame's voice, before, but never when another Wyden chose to wield it. No matter. Sendari Di Murano brought his teeth together, cutting off the cry that sounded only vaguely like his own voice. Anger snored him up, the will and the focus that he had brought to bear to crawl this far across the bridge that spanned the crevice was nothing compared to the will that attacked the fire. Because fire was his. Because it was the one thing, the only thing, that he had left after Allura. Because he could not believe the arrogance of a man, of any man, who would think to use his strongest gift against him. He was Wyden. He was Sendari Di Murano, and he was the pawn and the victim of no man. He took the flames, forced them away from his skin, and then guttered them, viciously, as if they were indeed alive. Cortano brought them back, but weaker, and he crushed them again, using power, finding power that he did not know, until that moment, he possessed. Flayed and bleeding, his hands held fast, as if they were separate from him, with a will and a mind of their own. And then, fires to either side, he began to crawl. The wind raged, the fires crackled, Sendari snarled. He was Wyden. He was Wyden, and he had been denied too much in his life. This was within his power. This was within his control. And what was internal, what came from within, no one could break, be he even Cortano di Alex's. Be he the Lord of the Sun. Sendari Di Murano inched his way across the divide, and came, upon raw hands and bloodied knees, into his title. The wind stopped its howl as his first hand cleared the bridge, silence reigned in the darkness that, Sendari realized, he had never once attempted to alleviate. You are not afraid of the darkness, Cortano di Alexis said. No. Good. You are not humbled by it either. You will need both of these traits in the future. Rise, Sendari Di Murano, if you can. The worst of your life is behind you. You are Wyden, and you have joined the wise. The light returned, Sendari flinched as it made clear the extent of the wounds he had taken to come this far. But he rose slowly, finding his feet as he turned to face the opposite side of the bridge. There, bearing witness, were the men who had the right, by this test, to wear the sword of knowledge. He could not clearly see their faces, but he knew, although the distance was great, that not a single man begrudged him his victory reminded them of their own. Tomorrow, if you desire it, you may return to the tunnels. And you may cross the bridge, the wind howls only once for each man who seeks entry here. The wind, Sendari said softly. Cortano's eyes were a glittering, almost unnatural blue. No, he said, it is not mine. Then whose? A mystery, Sendari, that we have never fully apprehended. Perhaps you will be the one, perhaps not. The founder gave us these tunnels, and this chasm, and he decreed that no man with too much pride or too little caution could walk the edge of the sword well. This was his test. And the fire? Ah. Cortano's smile was cool. I am the sword's edge, Sendari. When I make a request of you, think twice before refusing it, but. Sendari Pardimarano returned to the surface of the world a widen. If he returned in robes made ragged by rock edge and sticky by blood, his triumph was not lessened, for he had survived. The chasm had not claimed him, nor the wind, and if he had not chosen to stand against the wind's fury, well, did it matter in the end how a man survived such a test, if the survival itself was all that counted? The day had passed, and the dusk, there was moonlight across the waters of the Torleon, rippled and uneven, but no less bright for the darkness. Hands washed in the waters of that lake and bandaged in soft cotton, Sendari stood a moment, turning this way and that in the cool breeze as if he were no more substantial than an eagle's fallen feather. He had faced death, but the world did not look new. It looked, measure for measure, like the Torleon that he had grown accustomed to over the years, grand and perfect, but so distant, so far away, the ripples of his greatest triumph might never touch or disturb it. I am Wyden, he thought, as he began to walk. I am Wyden Sendari Pardimarano. The night sounds of insects touched him, as far away as the Torleon itself, the quiet buzzing of mosquitoes, summoned no doubt by the scent of the blood, dry or no, that lay across his sleeves. His hands themselves, he did not bend or curl, they hurt, and they would pain him for some time yet if they ever fully healed. Pain of this nature was nature. Tomorrow, his legs would be stiff, and his arms, his shoulders, his back. He was not a young man, to crawl across a bridge so long or wide with only his physical strength and a touch of the magic that was his pride. He wanted a bath, someplace warm and restful to retire to. Some part of him did. But it was night, and the moon was just off full, so close the eye could hardly discern the difference, although Spell could. When he found himself standing outside of the small harem that a man of his station was given room for in the Torleon, he knew why he had come. The moon's face had turned her light upon him, guiding his steps while his thoughts, defenseless, were elsewhere. And now he stood before the cloth hanging that separated the man from his wives and his children. Wives. He had no wife, and that, he thought, would have to change. This life would have to change. No light came from around the hanging itself, and in such twilight shadows, even the light of a single candle would make itself known by its flickering. He reached out with his bandaged hands, saw them, pale and indistinct against the hanging whose colors night had temporarily taken from the eye. Freedom? He hesitated a moment, thinking that he had passed his test, that he had survived, and wondering, as his hands seemed to move of their own accord, wondering bitterly, how many more tests he would have to face, how many more he would have to undergo before he finally failed and the winds swept him into their endless turmoil, their eternal death. Numbly, he pushed aside the hangings. He took a single step and stopped, his toes a candle's width from the mats that lay across the floor in perfect order. In the moonlight, he could see that the women were sleeping, indeed, he could hear Alana snoring, her breath heavy and rumbling. There were animals in the north who slumbered as heavily and defended their own as viciously, he thought it with a stab of affection, a prickling unease. Mia lay beside her, head tucked into her arms, legs curled against the cushions she had piled atop the mats. Between these two, the youngest and the oldest of his wives, were two children. In the darkness, he could not tell who they were, although in theory they were his. His eyes searched the sleeping quarters, and then he sighed, a gust of breath at once heavy with relief and disappointment. She was not here. He turned, let the hanging fall to one side, and began to walk down halls that seemed interminable, suddenly, in their length. He wanted rest now, sleep, a celebration of his victory required more energy, and more pride, than he now had. The only movement in these halls and walks was the flicker of torchlight and lamplight, these burned low, and they would not guide him home for long before they were guttered. Yet they served their purpose, and that was, in the end, enough. Perfection would have to wait, as ever, the start of another day. He shoved the hangings to his private rooms aside. He did not desire the company of his wives, and in any case, he did not trust Teresa to arrive after he had had a chance to change his robes and comport himself in a manner befitting a Wyden. He thought rather she would find him, sleeping in stained and torn clothing, his blood soaking through the new cloth that bound the back of his hands, as vulnerable in his exhaustion as any of the children there. A man was allowed his vulnerability in his harem, among his wives, but Sendari would not expose himself to Teresa in this fashion. Indeed, he had all but decided that he would send her back to Adano. He took a step forward, into the darkness of his rooms. The outer chamber was austere, almost empty, the inner chamber likewise, except that the mats were laid, and cushions delicately arranged against the eastern wall. Beneath these cushions, sleeping silks with which to protect oneself from the evening's chill, for the nights in the Torleon could be almost unpleasantly cool. He walked between these two rooms, his legs growing heavier, his pain more severe. In the morning, at the rise of the Lord's light, he would celebrate. Alesso Demerant would be the first outside of the Sword of Knowledge to know of his victory and his title if, Sendari thought with a minor frown, he did not already know it, and they would celebrate as friends, as clansmen, as men of skill and power. He lifted the second hanging, slid between it and the wall, and then let it go. Let it go to flickering candlelight. Had he been so tired, so bleary in his travel, that he had missed the narrow frame of flame around the door, in a near dark room. The mats were down, and 2 cushions had been taken from their place by the wall. Not pulled or dragged, but chosen with deliberate care, so that the pleasing pattern by the wall itself, altered, was not destroyed. Teresa's handiwork, he thought, in one way or another. But he did not feel the anger that he should have, in this place that was, by his stricture and his rightful rule, forbidden to all but the seraphs who were to clean it. Because across those 2 pillows, not 2 feet away from the falling, rolling wax of the candle itself, lay Nadia. Her eyes were closed, her hands beneath her cheeks. Such a child, he thought, the lady must love, for in sleep, beneath the darkened sky, she was so very perfect. He felt another stab of affection, pure and clean, a terrible weakness. Was he free? No. For this child was Alora's child. I made an oath to Alora, he thought, as his hands curled reflexively, and stiffened just as reflexively, but I made no such oath to Diora. She is not the same weakness. She is not a weakness. He wavered a moment on the threshold, and then he whispered her name, not to wake her, but to say it, because he felt that he had to say it. Na-Dio. It was enough. Lady's judgment, enough. The child on his mat stirred, and her eyes flickered, in odd counterpoint to the flickering of the candle's insistent, tiny flame. Her eyes, as dark as night, but larger somehow, brighter in spite of their color. He watched her wake, and then, paralyzed, watched wakefulness transform her face as if it were a sculptor. He saw her momentary disorientation give way to shock, to round-eyed wonder, and finally, utterly abandon itself to a fierce joy. Father! He should have told her that his hands were injured, his chest scraped and scored by rock, his arms and legs bruised by their rise and fall, the wind's work against solid stone. If he could not, then at very least, he should have told her that his hands were raw and the flesh near scored from them by the bite of an elemental mage, that they were almost done bleeding, but to move them, to use them, was to open the mess. It could hardly be called a wound again. And he knew it, but as she lifted herself from the mats, shoving her slight weight up by the palms of her whole and perfect hands, he stiffened, bending at the knee, removing the distance of age and height that separated a man from his child. He caught her as she hurled herself across the room, staggered with the weight of her, the unexpected burden, took a strangled breath at the strength of her grip round his neck. And he laughed, although the laughter was a pathetic, choked sound. "Nadio," he said. "I have barely survived the test of the sword. Will you strangle me for my trouble?" But he wrapped his arms around her, catching her and lifting her, his hands stretching and bleeding at the motion. Because there were moments that a man must take, when he could take them or find them at all. And this, precious, unlooked for, was one. ****. Chapter 7. 3rd of Serral, 426 AA. City of Amar, Terrian of Mancorvo. All things must end. All things, be they valued or hated beyond measure. Such was the will of the Lord and the Lady. But the endings were bitter indeed, and often resisted by those who could not, or would not, submit themselves easily to the whim of another master. He thought all of these things, on this fine, clear day, the sun reigning, without attendant clouds, in the heavens. But the man who faced him quietly, even deferentially, noticed none of the clouds which had already begun to gather beneath the surface of the widened Sendari di Murano's eyes. Understand, widened Sendari par di Murano, that your daughter, the Sera Diora di Murano, will be wed to the Kailian, that her children will be his children, and that her sons will rule the dominion in their time. Thus it is that we, and here he nodded quietly to a woman that must, Sendari thought, be one of the harem elders of the Tiregar himself, have come to travel to the Murano domain, seeking to make an agreement between our Tir and yours. The reminder was not lost upon Sendari. I am overwhelmed, he said, sounding no such thing. It is rare indeed that the clan Leon seeks to marry so far beneath it. Although his words were humble, his tone was not. The man who had been sent to facilitate negotiations stood stiffly a moment in his uncertainty. It is rare indeed, he said at last, and I'm glad to see that you appreciate its significance. His hair was streaked by time, his face worn, both gave him the blended look of authority and wisdom that was so prized by the Tiregar. He did not dress as a court noble, he dressed as a rider, which was just as well. His travels brought him to Mancorvo, and in Mancorvo, things courtly were considered beneath those who sought to prove themselves worthy of the regard of the Lord. And how is it that the Kai Leon, or the Kai's father, happened upon the daughter of a humble par? You will find, Ser Sendari, the negotiator said, choosing his family title over the coveted Wyden, that there are few indeed who have not happened upon the daughter that you have guarded so zealously. She is famed throughout the dominion for her beauty. The poets carry her words to the farthest reaches of the 5 Tyrians and back. The daughter of every clansman of note is so famed, was the cool reply. Indeed. And it is not fame alone, but experience, that moved my master's hand. Your brother, Torregar Adano Kai di Murano, offered the service of his sister, the famed Sara Teresa, and she, in turn, brought her niece to light in the pavilion of the dawn. The sun rose upon these two women, and with them. I tell you now, Ser Senari, that not a clansman remained unmoved who were privileged to hear their voices and their song. They are matchless in their gifts. He paused, as if the sudden outburst were almost embarrassing. In truth, it was, and entirely inappropriate. It gave away much of his bargaining position, and much of the tier's desire. It is clear that you understand her worth, he added coolly. And Sendari thought, Teresa, and the word was a dagger, a stab of anger so visceral he was afraid, for a single moment, to speak. The moment passed, and quickly, one did not keep the appointed representative of the Tiregar waiting. Yes, Sir Alexei, I understand her worth. I will retire now, to consider in full the enormity of the honor that you have done the clan Murano. Consider it, the negotiator said, bowing. He did not have to add, and quickly. It was understood. Such an offer could not be refused. *****. Sendari. Adano. The two men sat in a quiet room, a seraph knelt by the far wall, a pitcher of water at her side. When either man chose to lift the cup set before him, she would unobtrusively rise and fill it. She was trained by Sara Teresa di Murano, and because of that, knew no gracelessness, no artlessness, when serving the Torregar and his chosen guests. The Torregar was, in all things, a clansman that the Dominion could be proud of. His hair was still dark, and his shoulders broad. No part of his face had ever been broken, although he had seen combat time and again during the wars. He rode as if riding were more natural to him than walking, and he wielded a sword as if it were an extra arm. He wore armor more readily than silk. He was, by all accounts, handsome, and he was, rarer, loyal to those things that he valued and respected. His brother. His tier. The man he faced was shorter, slighter in every way. He wielded a sword poorly, and barely deigned to ride. His face was longer and narrower than his brother's, and he wore a beard, as if to hide a weaker chin. Yet there was, between these two, a similarity of appearance, some echo that spoke of their birth. Sendari, Adano said again, meeting his brother's gaze with a directness that spoke of affection, authority, and blood. This man, Ser Alexei, he is valued by the Tiregar. He would not have been sent otherwise. I know it. Silence, uncomfortable, uneasy. There was so much that these two, a man, a true man, of the clans, and his weaker, wiser brother, had chosen not to say to each other over the years. Their silences were folds of comfort into which they might drop, places in which understanding reigned, rather than prejudice and fear. And that understanding, Sendari saw, had been stretched, like a fine and unmatchable cloth, to breaking. It was not a magical thing, after all, but a thing made of man, made of two men, made when those men's roads had diverged decades past. What, for the sake of an old affection, would he do? Sendari, when you chose not to take the test of the sword, I accepted your decision. It would have weakened Murano to lose you, and I did not think that the loss was worth the risk. I also understood at that time that there were reasons why you might choose as you did. If you have reasons for doing so now, I must ask you, please, as brother, put them aside. Murano is under the tier's eye, and his eye is not particularly kind when he has offered honor and been offered insult in return. And if I cannot, as brother, as you so quaintly say, put them aside? Then I will ask it as Torregar, and your Kai. And if I politely decline your request, what would you have me say, Sendari? That I would see Clan Murano brought down? You know, as well as I, that I could order you to do as I say, but that has never been our way, and I have no desire to be forced to it. I do not wish to order you as if you were common certain. He paused. But I will not beg. We both know, for the sake of Murano, the Tiregar cannot be refused. But 2 long days later, Ser Alexei Kai Dioro still waited. And 3 days. At the end of the 5th day, rode weary with dust and sweat, and unaccompanied, although his position commanded, literally, the armies of the tier, came General Alesso di Morente. She is a daughter, Sendari, you value her too highly. No, this is not meant as criticism. It is fact, and as Wyden you cannot turn from truth. As always, the decision you make is yours alone. But the clansmen see you as weak with every hour you wait. The General Alesso di Morente was not so young a man as he had been. The sun had burned some of the color from his hair, and the wind had worn fine lines into the contours of his eyes, his jaw, his lips. But it was not the passage of time that had hardened him or angered him, not the turn of the sun or the march of the seasons. Loss, in battle, the first war between the Empire and the Dominion in decades, had cut a swathe in his pride that, over a decade later, still showed in his face. Those lines, etched, made his face seem a thing of stone unyielding. If Sendari had faced the test of the sword, Alesso had faced the test of the field. The former had been granted a title above the sway of clans in birth, the latter, by dint of strategic brilliance, had also improved his lot, but by greater degree, turning a rout into a retreat, and destroying the most famous of his enemies, the Black Ospreys. To Alesso, it was a Pyrrhic victory, a shadow victory shared with the Tiragnate of Averta. The failure drove him, although in the eyes of the clans, he alone had emerged not only unscathed, but elevated in stature. In the eyes of the Lord, the men who sat in the heat of the summer day, surrounded on one side by artfully arranged rocks and on the other by plants that had a touch of the desert's defiance in their spines and quills, were not equals. The Lord valued combat above all else. On the contrary, Sendari replied, eyes lidded in that half-open expression that spoke not of fatigue but rather of great anger, "They will think me strong. Not one of them would dare to take the risk that the offer be withdrawn. Those who do not know your past might mistake your hesitance for part of the bride price negotiations, but I know the truth, and Cordano knows, there will be others. I am not inclined to care what they think." Alesso rose, angered. "And my regard, Sendari?" The seraphs were nowhere to be seen. Water had been brought, and something to blunt the edge of the hunger that might occur between meals. Both had been left in the stillness that lies between two proud men. Sendari should have noted their absence for what it was, for Alesso rarely argued where any ears but his could hear what was said. "I am not the keeper of your regard. Your actions define it." "Then judge me," Sendari said, rising as well, so as not to give Alesso the advantage of too much height, "by those actions. If you choose to act at all." This was not the first time that these two had argued, it would not be the last. They were like brothers in that regard, although no blood bound them. "Alesso." The general subsided a moment. "You are my closest advisor," he said, when he could speak again. "And I will not lose you because of your over-sentimental attachment to a daughter. She is not your son, old friend, and if she were, she still would not have the value of a Kai. You are the second son of the Murano clan. Even Adano has urged you to think clearly upon your action." "I am Wyden, Alesso. It is unlikely that I would think any other way." Silence again, heavy with the struggle to leave things unsaid. To speak things in anger gave words a power in a history that friendship weathered poorly, and for all that they disagreed, the friendship between these two men was genuine and worth much to both. "Sendari," the general said, bowing. "She is only a daughter." The Wyden bowed in return, stiffly. "Yes. But even so, ask yourself this, would this match not be the very thing that she would have desired?" Because Alesso so rarely acknowledged his previous wife, it took Sendari a moment to understand who that she was. And when he understood it, when the words had sunk, like water, between the cracks of a dry and parched land, he rose, his face the desert's face for just that moment. The dead did not remain buried. "You are unkind, Alesso." "Yes. But not to you alone." He turned, but did not leave, not yet. His hand sought the hilt of his sword and found it. Almost, Sendari thought, as if to still himself, to steady himself. "I despise weak men," the general said. "Understood. And the Lord offers only contempt for their struggles. She weakened you, old friend, and I cannot decide whether or not I, in my turn, desire to face that weakness or no. But dead, she controls your life. Even in this." "In this?" Sendari felt anger's echo, a thing much weaker than anger itself, but no less haunting. "Why?" "You are right, Alesso. Diora is only a daughter. But I believe I might drive a hard bargain for her in such a way that her value will be known across the Dominion." The general did the Wyden a courtesy. He did not turn until a moment had passed in which the Wyden might carefully school his face. 28th of Seril, 426 AA. The Torleon, Anagar. Some scars healed. 11 years after the test of the sword, the Wyden Sendari di Murano's arms were the pale, white color of fire-touched flesh. Gone were the blisters, the cracked skin, the rawness of blood brought by heat too close to skin's surface. All that remained were these marks, like an oiled parchment. And the rank. Wyden. Wise. He stood, clenching his fists, the morning sun bleaching the water of all color until it resembled, in his eyes, the shade of the scars on his arms and hands. "White. Sendari?" He looked down at the feel of small hands across his chest, delicate hands, and cool, as if they had been washed in the waters of the lake that he gazed upon. They hadn't, of course, the waters of this lake were special, and given to only a few for such frivolities. This was, after all, the Torleon itself, the seat of the power of the Dominion. There was only one woman who came to him thus, only one who was not wise enough to know when to leave him alone, and when to approach. The Seraph Fiona and Murano. Passing the Wyden's test gave him a patina of power, an aura of authority, that belied his rank. The clansmen came, with their marriageable daughters or sisters, to pay their respects. And he wished a wife, a clansman's wife. Not one who would ask him to make promises that she herself could not keep. Younger than the concubine whose service to him had been the price of her life, the Sarah Fiona had been lithe and supple, and prone to a self-importance that time had not yet worn the edges off. It wasn't pleasing, but it pleased him to indulge it in some small way. He knew that she would suffer for it in the harem, for although it was technically her harem now, and his concubines her sister wives, he knew that her place among the women who had not been her choice was still delicate. In 11 years, these women had not forgiven her youthful arrogance and her attempt to rule what had never been ruled, the harem of Wyden Sendari Par di Marano's previous wife. Previous wife. Sendari? He caught her hands, pulling them round his chest and pinning them there, so that she might feel that she had his attention. He was not a man who wished his wife to be a counselor or a co-conspirator. He wished his wife to be pliant, and obedient, and graceful. He wished her to be desirable, to dress perfectly, to play the samisen as a woman alone could play it. He wished her to be pleasing in all things, but pleasing in a way that did not, in the end, touch more than the senses, did not warm more than the body. He had suffered enough at the hands of the Lord's whim, at the howl of the desert wind. He would not willingly suffer more. Her hands slid, playful, down. He caught them, feeling a rare annoyance. "Fiona," he said softly. A warning. She was well enough brought up that she heeded it, retreating as delicately as she could and gathering her silks about her shoulders, but he knew, as she hid the ivory of her skin from sun's light and her husband's eyes, that her pride had been pricked. His concubines would suffer for it. Youth could be so petulant. But the rest of the concubines could take care of themselves. And if, for some reason, they could not defend themselves against the wrath of a rejected wife, they could no doubt turn to the Sarah Teresa for guidance and wise counsel. For Teresa was among them, albeit as visitor, and where she went, she reigned. Even Fiona did not raise voice against her. Left alone, Ser Sendari di Marano contemplated the magnificent waters that defined the Tor Leon. Thinking that fire, the sun's face, was the Lord's aspect, and water, the lady's, thinking further that the lady's aspect was the heart of the dominion, its seat of power, if not its regalia. Thinking that the anger of the lady must, in the end, be far deeper than the anger of the Lord, for it was the lady who, time and again, demanded the dew of life. At night. It was morning, now. The sun should have offered comfort as it hung in the summer sky. But its travel over the waters reminded him unaccountably of scars, of scarring, of loss. Loss. The Sarah Diora di Marano was to be married in 3 days' time. He had refused no less than 6 offers for her hand, finding some pretense, some excuse, that might shield her from the interest of the clans for just a day longer, or a week. His wife was his wife, and as all men, he did not trust a man not to treat his daughter in as dismissive a fashion as he treated the lovely Fiona, and the certain knowledge that his daughter, his intelligent, cunning, perfect daughter would be so regarded angered him and worried him both. She was of an age where she as yet had no desire to leave the harem that had been her home for all of her life, and he was still her father. But the 7th offer was an offer that he could not refuse. And even so, he had delayed his response until he stood upon an edge very different than the swords, and one far more dangerous. Did it matter? He was here, now, obedient and richer for that obedience. He had drawn the attention of the Tiragar himself, both for his negotiating skill and for the golden sword that he wore upon his breast, and his daughter was there, somewhere among the many pavilions designed by Leon the Founder to grace the lakeside in such a way that they might see no other, granting not the illusion of privacy, but something rarer in the Tor Leon, its substance. His daughter. And not his daughter anymore. He stared down at the pale skin that covered his hands, remembering the test of the sword, and the reason he had taken it, aware that he had passed another, and at no less risk. What he did not know, as he stared at the waters, was whether this test, like the last such test he had taken, had empowered him or whether it had robbed him of some meaning, some strength that was hidden from the eyes of the clans. The Rat and Fredero Kai El Sol stood in the courtyard of the edifice that had been built, at the behest of Leon the Founder so many years ago, when the dark years had come to their close with the death of Atir whose name, and whose clan name, had been carefully expunged from the texts by which history was learned. Leon the Founder had been a man both blessed and chosen by the Lord as his warrior. It was to Leon the Founder that the sun sword was given. The Rat and the men who spent their life's devotion, and their lives, in the service of the Lord had been commanded to follow the lead of Leon the Founder, and they had, in faith and strength, stood beside him, wielding their own weapons against those who sought to deny the Lord his dominion. It was the time of legends, of their making. The courtyard attested to that, with its fine arches of stone, its flagstones, its interior sculptures, each of a piece of stone, and each created by a man who could bring, to stone, a semblance of eternal life. There, the sword-bearer, and to his left, the crown-bearer, to his right, the vessel-bearer, and across from him, the symbol of the Lord himself, the many-rayed, magnificent sun. The time of legend, Fredero thought, had long since ended. Leon the Founder had been a great warrior. His blood could barely be seen in the man who now wore the sword's crown, the Tiragar Marqueso de Leon. Marcheso was a Darman and cold, he spent too much time in the sun. Fredero lifted his hands in a propitiatory benediction at the thought, and too little with the sword, too little upon the horse, too little with the war council that was built beneath his feet. Danger, there. He bowed his head a moment, and said a customary, solitary prayer. It was no plea, of course, for the Lord did not listen to the pleas of men. Rather it was a promise, a form of negotiation. The sun's weight was heavy, this day, and the rat in Kai El Sol did not know why. But he felt it was inauspicious, this chill within on a day so clear and so full of promise. Where was Jevry? As if the impatient words were spoken aloud, an old man came briskly into view, followed by a half-dozen young servitors, each of whom carefully handled the hem of a long train. They were obviously ill at ease, these men. They were sworn to the Lord's service, and the Lord's service, in their mute, but none the less obvious opinion, had nothing to do with the carrying of exquisite garments. Sarah's garments, of course. They were far too wise to state their opinions, although not one of them was terribly good at acting. Fredero rarely chose his servitors for their ability to dissemble. It's about time, he said testily. The oldest of the men, by at least 3 decades, managed to turn a bow of respect into a shrug. It is timely, he replied. We have not yet seen to its fitting, however. Servitor, need I remind you? Only if it will put you at ease. Among the 6 of us, we've already heard it so often we've lost the desire to learn how to count. 4 of the 5 young men looked shocked, but they kept their eyes firmly upon the silk that they carried. A misstep might stain it, or cause it to tear, and that would be worth, if not their lives, their positions at the least. Besides which, while they revered the Kai El Sol as the Lord's sword, they knew that his relationship with Jevry El Sol was almost a familial one. Not familial, of course, no man could petition the Radan for entry without first disavowing all ties of blood. Fredero Kai El Sol had been known, in his youth, as Ser Fredero Par di Lamberto, brother to the man who ruled the Terrian of Mancorvo. The Lambertans were known, across the Dominion, for their honor. The Lord was willing to accept his service before he'd observed his first rites. Jevry, it was said, had journeyed with him. No one asked the cantankerous older man if such rumors were true. At best, he'd boxed their ears a time or two for neglecting the Lord's work to satisfy their idle curiosity. Jevry was like a fond uncle in the lowest ranks of a great clan, linked by blood and name, but not by circumstance, to the seat of power. The Kai El Sol was its forbidding patriarch. But every patriarch came from someone's harem, at one time or another. And what ties there were between Jevry and the Kai El Sol were ties that the 2 men understood well, and that no other men sought to interfere with. Does it meet with your approval? This, the only genuine question that the old man had yet asked. The Radan Fredero Kai El Sol walked quietly around the garment, squinting as a touch of wind caught silk and turned crystal into unexpected light. He knew that, as a dress destined for the Sarah known throughout the Terrian as the flower of the Dominion, it had to be perfect. And he knew, as well, that no man upon the Lord's earth could create such perfection if it were not Jevry. Yes, he said softly. And Jevry? What? The Tiragnate Mario Kai di Lamberto will be present, with his Sarah. And the Sarah Carlotta di Lamberto will attend as well. She has always loved the glitter of ceremonies such as these. Jevry showed a rare smile then, one that Fredero echoed although he knew it was a vanity. In another life, another time, the Sarah Carlotta di Lamberto had been his mother. He knew no family now, but the Lord, yet he retained an affection for the past that had started him upon his exalted road. Exalted. He smiled wryly as he waved the men, with their garment, out of the open courtyard. Wondering, curious as all men must be, about a woman known to all as the flower of the Dominion, but seen in the end by very, very few. The flower of the Dominion sat in the shade and the shadows of the pavilion of restful repose. The Samisen lay, string still, in her lap. She was silent, as if the playing alone had given her voice. Nadio, the Sarah beside her said, and the young woman bestirred herself. Tell me. It is a nothing, Ona Teresa. Nothing? Then come, play for me. In 3 short days, I will no longer have the pleasure either of your company or of your voice. And her company was her voice, they both knew it. They were hidden, these 2, in ways that even the most carefully graceful, the most exquisitely mannered, of Sarahs were not, for they shared this mutual gift and curse, that their voices, when brought to bear, could sway men of action momentarily to their will. Shade kept the sun from the silks that they wore, shadow made of the Sarah Diora's hair a midnight darkness, a black that seemed almost blue. For 3 more days, she would wear maiden's hair, long tresses unadorned by complicated combs and adult adornments. 3 days. Less. The sun had already begun its long descent. The Sarah Diora di Murano began to strum the strings of the samisen, but she did not sing, and the music itself became a natural sound, a thing that melted into the background, rather than drawing one's attention. Nadio? Her aunt was almost never this insistent. She traced the strings with the tips of fingers slightly hardened to their use, and then stilled them, unwilling to speak, or afraid to. Because to her father, her much-loved father, she could offer a lie that would calm nerves and ease fear, to her aunt, she could not. Verona Teresa heard everything that lay hidden beneath her words, just as she heard, in her aunt's voice, the same. They were vulnerable to each other, and the Sera Diora did not wish her aunt to know how much she worried. How much she did not want this marriage, this union that the Sera Teresa di Murano, by dint of will and subtle politicking, had brought to be. Diora knew that the Sera Teresa's life had been blunted by her own desire for a harem, if not a husband, for a life with sister wives of her choosing, children of her birthing, a world of her making. Diora did not desire these things, and did not understand how a woman with her aunt's subtle mystery and power could. She loved the harem of her childhood greatly, although she had never truly warmed to her father's chosen wife, and all of those women everyone would be taken from her by a man that she had met the requisite 2 times, once during the Lord's dominion, and once during the ladies'. There had been no touching, of course, there were far too many outsiders for that. But the Ser Ilera Kai de Leon the Kai, the heir to the dominion, had found her comely enough, and by his nod, and the nod of the Tiregar, she knew that she was very close to being betrothed. In the Lord's sight, she had played her harp, and in the Lord's hearing, she had given voice to her song, speaking not of a woman's charm or a woman's love, but of a great warrior's deeds, Leon the founder. It was untraditional. It was unfeminine. Unbecoming a meeting of a young woman and a young man who might, if the young man's clan granted approval, marry. She had thought, perhaps, that might be the end of it, but no, the Tiregar, or perhaps his son, had proved insistent. Meaning during the lady's dominion had been a muted affair, although the ceremonies surrounding it had been more precise. She could recall, clearly, the tyrant with which the Kai Leon had been surrounded. She herself had been guarded by the Toregar Adano Kai di Murano, her uncle, and her father, Wyden Sendari Par di Murano. Her aunt had taken the palanquin at her side, and Sera Fiona had been chosen as her father's companion. Although her father's words were gracious, perfect greetings, they were not friendly. She could hear, beneath their rare musicality, reluctance, anger, worry. Perhaps, just perhaps. But the Sera Diora was her father's daughter in almost all things. She was no fool. The Tiregar's offer was no offer, and to refuse it, she forced herself to sound pleased with the union whenever her father could hear her speak. And because she was young, she believed that she had fooled him completely. She had no desire to destroy his clan, or to be the cause of his clan's destruction. She was fond of Ono Adano in her own way, although she detested his son. Nadio. The Sera Diora di Murano lifted her head and let the strings lie. In truth, the samisen was a mournful instrument, and she greatly desired the northern harp. It was the companion of her youth, and her youthful lessons. Of the many lessons she had learned, this was first, to speak without being heard, to pitch words so that they traveled to one listener, and one alone, no matter who else might strive to catch them. I do not wish to be like Fiona. The Sera Teresa was too well-mannered a woman to show her derision. Her smile was gentle and graceful. You will never be like the Sera Fiona. He has his harem, Diora continued quietly. And his concubines. I did not choose them. I do not know them. They don't know me. How will they feel, when I come to the heart of their dominion, to rule? They will feel, she said, as Alana did when Alora, your mother, first arrived. And that? The lips of the older woman turned up in a rueful smile. They will resent you, and fear you, depending on the strength of their security in their husband's affections. The smile dimmed. This husband will not be a mere part to a Toregar, he will be the Tiregar, when his time comes, and with the Lord's blessing. Truth, Diora? The older woman paused a moment, staring into the glimmering light that could be seen through the wind-blown leaves from their place upon the pavilion of restful repose. Diora could almost taste her hesitation, and she knew that she would not like what she heard, for Ona Teresa rarely called her Diora, and only when her mood was heavy or grim. Very well. I will give you truth. For the concubines of a Tiregar, life is more difficult. The Leon blood runs in the veins of all those who are born to the husband, to your husband, and the blood itself is legitimate, whether it is recognized as such, be the children born of concubines or no. Leon has ruled these lands for hundreds of years, but the crown has not always been passed from Tiregar to Kai in a straight line. There have been factions. There have been internal revolts. In fully 1/3 of all cases, when the Kai Leon becomes the Tiregar, he has his male half-brothers executed. It is not done lightly, but it is also not done by a man who is secure in his power. The current Tiregar has lost one war, and that, badly, he has lost lands, and respect, and he is ill-loved. His son, Ser Ilera, is young, and perhaps he will remove the shadow under which his father has placed his clan by his failure. But perhaps not. It is likely, in my opinion, that he will have his brothers killed in one way or another by the time he takes the Tor Leon. Diora said nothing, although she made her own vow, not to meet these brothers if her aunt was correct. Not to like them. It is quite likely that you will be feared and hated in your turn, because your sons will displace their sons, and perhaps, in the end, murder them. I'd not. And if that is what it takes for your sons to survive, you will see it done. Trust me, Diora, Nadio, there is no connection so strong as that of blood to blood, and of the blood connections, none so strong as that of a mother who protects her children. And they would not kill me? They would not dare. You are the Sarah. Their lives are measured by yours. Once you are given the harem, or wives would too often die mysteriously. But when my mother... Hush. You know what I mean when I speak. Diora saw her aunt's ivory hand curl a moment, as if at a spasm of pain. And your father is not the Tiragar, your father is so far away from being a man of import that it didn't matter. It seems so cold. Sarah Teresa frowned. Diora, she said, the word sharper than was her wont, you go to the harem as woman, not as child, do not expect any in the harem to treat you as anything else. You will not be a child, you will be my niece, and there is no better training than the training I have given you. Win them over with your gift. You know how. But in father's harem, I'm loved, Diora thought bitterly, through no artifact of gift or curse or will. But she did not speak it. Because she knew what Ona Teresa would say, that love was for children, and only for children. It was, of course, another lie, because the Sarah Teresa di Murano had loved the Sarah Allora N. Murano as dearly, as deeply, as had her husband. Diora knew it, and knew that her father knew it as well. She did not know if Ona Teresa understood just how much of her loss she spoke with, on those rare occasions when she mentioned the Sarah Allora N. Murano, dead these 15 years. But of course she must know it. She had trained Diora to listen, and to listen well, to the voices of the men and women that surrounded her, to understand, clearly, that those voices spoke in a far deeper and a far truer way than the words in which they were wrapped and covered. We all have weaknesses, she thought, looking at her aunt from the corner of her eye as the shadows darkened her face. Nadio, her aunt said softly, the edge gone from her voice as if it had never existed at all, although the sting of its cut still lingered. The desire to be loved, it is a false desire, a madness, a weakness. If you let it, it will control your life, and it will lead you down roads, in the end, that even the damned don't travel. So soft, her voice. So soft and so completely certain. The Sarah Diora began to play the samisen in the wake of that terrible certainty. 1st of April, 426 AA. The Tor Leon. The Rat and Kai Sol was not allowed to see the flower of the Dominion, nor was Jevry, his servitor. While the Kai Sol was disappointed, he was not surprised. The man whose genius had been brought to bear in the creation of the dress itself was beside himself with frustration and not a little annoyance. What do you mean, we can't see her? Who's going to do the final fittings? Who's going to take the dress in, or take it up, or alter its train, or... Jevry, I have no objections to your presence. I believe the Tiragar himself has no objections, as she is not, technically, a member of his family until 2 days hence. But the girl's father and the girl's aunt have insisted that she will remain within the harem and bound by harem conventions in the strictest sense of the word until the day of the wedding itself. But he's not even a ranking clansman. He's Wyden, the Radin said, with just a hint of distaste. But more, he's protective. This marriage and this match, it will make his family. I'm certain he's intelligent enough to see that for himself. He doesn't want anything untoward occurring. She is heavily guarded now, all of the time. There are those who might consider taking inappropriate action to deflower the flower. It would be more of a blow to the Tiragar and his family than a simple assassination, especially were word of it to come out after the wedding. Ser Sendari simply seeks to protect the interests of his clan, as any prudent man must. I don't care about his clan, the work, the time we've spent. Fredero laughed. I assure you, Jevry, the dress itself is obviously a work of art. There's nothing that can be done to it that will rob it of its glory. The Sarah Diora di Murano did not like the Tiragar. She did not trust him. Neither of these reactions surprised her. She rarely liked or trusted any of the clansmen. She had not expected that the man who ruled them all would be an exception, and she was not disappointed. The mats beneath her knees were hard. She became aware of this because she had been kept kneeling for some time. To show her, she thought, her place and her value to the clan itself, beneath those who ruled, but tolerated in their presence. It was less than she had hoped for, but more than she might have been granted before the wedding. She said nothing, did nothing, was in all things pliant. When she was asked to rise, she would unfold slowly, taking care to move as gracefully as if in delicate dance. She would make her way to the foot of the platform upon which these two, the Tyr and his wife, looked down upon the waters of the Tor Leon, their to fine cushions that matched the pale color of the silk she wore, and she would wait until one or the other, the Tyr or the Sarah, bid her play or sing. Or so she told herself. By the fall of shadows in the sun's light, she had been kneeling thus for the better part of an hour, kept waiting, as if she were a seraph. Her hair, she knew, looked like child's hair in its unadorned fall. Like child's hair, or like the hair of a wife in the harem, one not suitably attired for public consumption. That had been Teresa's choice, and in truth Diora favored it. She wished to be as unassuming as possible in the eyes of the clan Leon. And if the Tiragar Marqueso Kai de Leon, the man who by right of blood and law wielded the sun sword and bore the sword's crown, was a careless man who was too used to the authority of his clan's title, his wife, the Sarah Amanita en Leon, was not. She was sharp as good steel, and if she was not young, she was still comely enough to merit her chair at the side of the man who ruled the dominion. The minutes passed, and Diora knelt, silks protecting her from the sun's open kiss, her back turned toward the nearly flawless sky. Sendari, you look as if you've swallowed fire. The Wyden stiffened slightly, and then struggled to control the lines of his face, forcing them into a forbidding neutrality that well suited his title. He also forced himself to bow, albeit it shallowly, to the man who had spoken. Rank did not demand it, but respect did, and in all things, even as his daughter below, Sendari strove to be respectful. He hated it, of course. Wyden Cortano. I believe I see your greatly favored daughter. Or at least her back. Too perceptive, the sword's edge. And cutting, as befit his status. There was much about him to fear. The scars upon Sendari's hands were reminder enough, if he needed it. He was not a foolish man. Even before he had honed his power, expanded it, increased it, he had known that Cordano de Alexis was a man to respect. And to fear, if it came to that. The Tiragar, Sendari said, through teeth that would not, quite, unclench, is a busy man. Oh, indeed. Of course he has summoned no clansman into his presence while the flower of the Dominion crouches, unfurled, at his feet. I had heard that you were difficult to negotiate with. I see, the sword's edge added, offering a rare and unwelcome smile, that it was truth. They stood upon the pathway that led to the Pavilion of the Dawn. It was covered, carefully, with the natural growth of trees, but those trees provided shade for a very particular time of day, a time that had passed with the hours. From here, it was easy enough to see the Pavilion of the Sword, the pavilion from which the Tiragar could view the waters of the Tor Leon with ease and comfort. And ease and comfort that were publicly denied, the daughter of the Wyden. Come, Sendari. He will not give the girl leave to rise while you watch, but... He doesn't know I'm watching, Sendari replied, the words a snap of irritation. His lips closed over them, but not before they escaped, and he became tight-lipped and silent. Of course he knows it. There isn't a spell of concealment cast in the Tor that he doesn't know about. It was Cortano's turn to smile thinly. The sword of knowledge, after all, serves the sword of God. I'm surprised at you. It took some courage to negotiate the terms that you did with the Tiragar. I hear you've become, among other things, one of 3 personal advisors. Indeed. It is not a title I myself hold, Cordano continued softly. You did not choose to marry and beget a daughter who would catch his errant son's attention. The Wyden cast his long gaze across the waters to see the stillness of unmoving silk before he allowed himself to be drawn away. No. I have little patience for women. Sendari shrugged. I have little patience for seraphs and their handling. I have little patience for the details of a house. I have a wife who sees to these things while I see to my art. It was an old argument among the Wyden, and comfortable enough, certainly more comfortable than the sight of a daughter made to kneel, as if she were a mere seraph, 4 hours on end. Indeed. And note that I have been delving, and you have been standing, half-cloaked, on the edge of a lake, watching a woman's bent back. The sword's edge frowned, running his hands through the length of his beard. Leon is arrogant. The prerogative of one who rules. Indeed. Moonlight, welcome moonlight. The Serra Diora, boxed in on all sides by the confines of a garden far finer than any the Murano clan had ever owned, breathed freely for the first time that day. The stone beneath her legs was cool, as was the breeze. There was no tier above her, no humbling etiquette to follow by which the whole of her father's clan would be judged. Alana and Ilya had massaged her back and bathed her with scented water while the moon rose in the darkening sky. They had offered her food and water, although she declined both, and in the end, sang her cradle songs while she lay, close-eyed, upon the mats in the harem, this unfamiliar place which was to be the unwelcome substitute for home for these coming 2 days. Teresa did not come to her, and for this she was grateful. Teresa was not like Alana or Ilya. In the end, there was very little about her that was soft, that understood how to be gentle. Because this gentleness that you value is illusion. Forget it, Diora, forget about it. You will be the wife of a Tyr, and this softness is not what a Tyr's wife must have if she is to survive. Yes, Ona Teresa, she thought, as the moon's face illuminated her own. Yes. But she thought, I will choose my own wives in my own harem, and we will make a lie of what you've told me, and it will be our secret. Knowing, as she thought it, that it was a girl's thought, not a woman's thought, and that it was foolish, willful, childish. But her arms ached, her back hurt, and the songs that she had heard tonight were songs that, in 2 short days, she would never hear again. She told herself stories, as she had often done, to comfort the fear of the responsibility she faced. Did it matter if the stories were true or not? No, it was only their comfort that she required, and she was not stupid enough, not even for a moment, to actually believe in them. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It is not a good sign, Teresa said softly to Alana. The sun was at its height, but clouds had come in from the east, rare enough in their beauty that they could not be disliked, for all that they were a dangerous portent in the matter of a Lyon wedding. No, Alana replied. Neither woman spoke of the obvious clouds. Their eyes, from the height of a gently sloped hill, were held by the standard of the clan Gherardi. Just arrived, less than 2 days before the wedding was to occur. The Gherardi clan ruled the Terri and Averda, and if they were not the richest of the ruling clans, their lord, Edoardo Cai di Gherardi, was still tiragnate. To come, so late in the season, for a wedding of this nature was unfortunate. The more so because, as both Teresa and Alana knew, his offer had been one of the 6 that Ser Sennari had, with so much difficulty, refused. They were both glad of it, for in the matter of husbands in the southern lands, the choice of a good one and a bad one was literally the choice between life and death, unless one were, perhaps, the Tiragar, marrying a daughter out of the clan. Such a man, one could not afford to offend with a death. Ser Sennari was not the Tiragar. And Edoardo di Gherardi was not a man famed for his even temper or his good use of the concubines that he did have. He had no wife, he had never deemed any woman suitable or worthy, until he had first seen the young Sera Diora. There was only one man he could lose her to in safety. It had not been an insignificant part of Sera Teresa's decision to encourage the interest of Ser Elara and his clan in her niece. The other, of course, had been the fact that Sennari could not refuse the Tiragar. As her father, had he been so approached, could not have refused him. My eyes aren't what they used to be, Alana said softly, but I'd say he looks displeased. I would have to agree. It is unfortunate. Ser Girani came early, Alana offered, her voice weaker than was her wont. At that, the Sera Teresa smiled warmly. Yes. The tiragnate Girani Cai di Lorenza did indeed come early. As did the tiragnate Ramiro Cai di Calesta. The richest of the 4 tiragnati, and the one least liked by the clansmen for his trade and barter with the Northern Empire. Lamberto? Tiragnate Lamberto, Alana. We are not in the harem. It was a reminder that the Sera should not have had to make. Alana shrugged. That we're not, she said, unrepentant. Worry and fear are no excuse for graceless discourse, Teresa thought, but she did not say it. Alana was coming of an age where such brusqueness was considered almost acceptable. Almost. But not in the Tor Leon. Acknowledging this without apology, Alana continued. The tiragnate Mario Cai di Lamberto came 2 days past. Late as well. Yes. But his delay can easily be blamed, could in truth be blamed, upon his great hatred of the tiragnate Ramiro Cai di Calesta. The fighting between the Averdan and Mancorvan Cerdan has grown increasingly costly, and I believe that both of the tiers have privately petitioned the Tiragar for intervention. Neither would receive it, and Teresa believed that Ramiro di Calesta knew it. She was certain he observed the request for form's sake. If Ramiro had been forced to deliver his lands to his northern enemies, he had also inflicted the greatest damage upon their armies. The Tiragar would prefer to see him politically disadvantaged, strategically occupied. The loss of the war was still a bitter blow to the Dominion, the loss of the lands in Averda and Mancorvo, a painful one. Although it was not spoken of directly, that loss was laid at the feet of the Tiragar and the clan Leon. Anagar was not, like Esselian, a land of overabundance. To lose those fertile fields had been costly indeed. And it was not, of course, just lands that were demanded, not just lands that were given. As a sign of future intent, the Tiragnati and the Tiragar had been forced to surrender one member of their family into the keeping of the imperial court. The demon kings called it a hostage exchange, and indeed, there were hostages in the Tor Leon, men and women whose very presence was a slap in the face of the Dominion. But of these, at least, Teresa was secretly glad, for it meant, on rare occasions, a glimpse of a man that she might, in another life, have called friend. Calandras of Seniel College. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Chapter 8. 2nd of April, 426 AA. The Tor Leon. She is a pretty young thing, Marana A. Tamerlan said quietly. Not, if I had to guess, her most notable trait, although it's certainly likely to be the most commented on. She lifted her head and brushed strands of hair from sun-lined cheeks. It's good to see you, she told her companion as she lifted the decanter in which water had been left. We do not see visitors nearly often enough. Her guest very politely lifted his goblet to his lips. In truth, he was thirsty, and the offer was welcome. Brushing golden curls from his eyes, he smiled and the smile removed years from his face. I assure you, A. Tamerlan, the honor is mine. Well, if you insist. She paused, lifted her own goblet, and narrowed her eyes. But I must say, Calandras, that you don't often show this oblique an interest in this sort of affair. He smiled again. I've met the young woman in question a handful of times. Each and every time she seemed a child. To come for an imperial wedding and to discover that the Bardic College did indeed translate the name and the title correctly, well, it makes me feel my age. And that? He laughed. Now, Marana, is that delicate? Is that becoming? Her arched brow was the politest answer she tendered, although it wasn't the only one. Marana A. Tamerlane had served 2 full years as hostage in the Torleon. In another year, her tenure here would be ended, and another chosen to take her place. Neither she, nor her companion, envied the person who would become a hostage in this court. They both knew the Dominion well enough to understand that they were foreigners in a land that viewed all but blood ties with suspicion. Esselionese, in a land where the imperial kings were called demons because of the heritage of the blood that bound them so tightly to just and wise rule. Are you here to play? I believe, Calandras said, that honor has been granted me. Or requested of you. No, he said, the blue of his eyes trapping the light beneath a somber expression. I made the offer. It is my gift, on a day of such glory. He paused, hovering around an explanation that he did not owe her. In the end, he chose to give it anyway. I wished to come. To see the Serra Diora and her aunt. Marana, I know it's hard for you to be here. To me, this is desert land. I expected to kill almost anyone who passes through it, in one way or another. I wish, she told him softly, her voice momentarily aged, that I, too, could see it that way. Maybe, if I were only here for a month. But these lands, I think that this is what Esselian would have been without the kings. I'm not a particularly upstanding woman, Calandras. I have my own past, and it's certainly colorful. He smiled, it was true, and more to the point, still worthy of song in Senial College. But I pray now. I pray that these, not the tears, of course, but almost all of the rest find, in their time, kings of their own who will rule with wisdom and justice. Do you know what they do to the godborn here? What they do to the women who bear them? The children they burn alive, and the mothers as well, if they're lucky. She ran a hand over her eyes, lifted her fan and brought it up, as a shield, from the momentary ferocity of her expression. My apologies, Calandras. Of course you know. We all know it. It's oft been observed that knowledge without experience is like a body without a heart, it doesn't live. I understand, Marana. He reached out then, and lightly touched her hand. His gaze grew distant. It's hard. Even I have been tempted to interfere. Not half as tempted as I, was the quiet, bitter reply. And probably 10 times as successful. Marana, what do you gain by judging yourself this harshly? She was silent. In the Empire, you are a woman of power. You will return to the Empire with a clear understanding of what that power means, for good and ill. I feel as if I'm a girl again, Calandras, the older woman said. You're from Senial. You might remember the life that I led as a girl. I remember the song, A Tamerlane. It had not been a pleasant life. It had barely been a free one. Although the hostages had some leeway in discussing economic ventures, they had little power. If they had freedom, they were not held in regard. They did not speak about the gifts of the talent born in the Dominion. They did not speak of majory, or of gods, or of politics. And they could not interfere in the matter of slaves, of slavery. This, Calandras knew, was the silence that was breaking the back of Marana A. Tamerlane. What he didn't understand was why it concerned him. Age, he thought, perhaps it was just age. Age or no, it discomfited him. While the sun shone in the thin-walled building that housed most of the imperial hostages, he drew out his lute and began to play. He was rewarded by the bark of Marana A. Tamerlane's laughter, a harsh, unfeminine sound. A welcome one. In the heat of the early day, Calandras of Senial College very quietly and very precisely sang all 55 of the verses of Marana's march. And every chorus in between. When he left the quarters of the imperial hostages, he had spoken at least a few words to all of the 10, and stopped to play with the families of men who had chosen to bring wives and children with them. He had imparted news to those hungry for home. The news was mundane enough, in its fashion, but the very banality of it seemed to wake these men and women to a certain hope. He noted with satisfaction that in the quarters of the 10 there were no seraphs. But he departed as the sun reached its height, promising the youngest that they would hear him sing upon the day of the wedding between the Kylion and the mysterious flower of the Dominion, a woman said to be so beautiful that the Kylion had been struck, as if by storm's lightning, upon first glimpse of her. The men rolled their eyes, and the older women, the younger women were rapt in their attention. Bards, Marana said, snorting. A bunch of sweet-voiced liars. Calandra smiled and bowed, retreating into the exposure of southern sky, and then retreating farther into the shade of leafy bower. The path that wound its way to this building was not so finely tended as all other paths within the Tour Lion, but it was still pleasant and easily traveled. Easily rested upon. Sala was in his lap almost before his back touched bark and his thighs cool ground. Her strings were humming faintly as his fingers danced harmonics in the stillness and solitude of the Tour. Or perhaps, he thought, as the winds shifted, just stillness. That was well sung, he heard a woman say. If I'd known, he replied, pitching his voice so that it would carry only to her ears, that you were listening, I most certainly would not have chosen to play each and every verse. He could hear her smile, although he knew that he wouldn't see it, not today. There was about the vibrancy of her voice a special glow, something that spoke from the heart to the heart, yet at a great remove. Contrary though it might be, I must disagree. But I was willing to listen to each verse, and each chorus, as you call them in your northern style. Gently done, Calandras. Gently done? I've been accused of many things in my life, but seldom that. Perhaps. But very few would think a man who calls the winds themselves would be gentle. Very few know that I call the winds, Sarah Teresa. The light caught the diamond that bound his finger. He had tried to remove it once, and only once. For nothing less than the lady's absolution would he ever try again. Power, it seemed, had its cost. Ah! Their oldest mutual memory. The most dangerous one, when each stood on the edge of a different abyss, everything laid bare, every emotion so clear that it could not be mistaken, could not be dismissed. No matter that those emotions had been stripped of history, of context, they existed, primal, a force which events drove one to, as if all emotions waited for such a collision, such a communion. And such communion was almost always painful, yet it held a bitter joy, a dark one. For a moment, a messy, vulnerable moment, one wasn't alone. Calandras of Senial, Calandras of a brotherhood that was older than even the famed Bardic College, understood isolation too well. He changed the subject. Were you watching? He had known that she might hear his song and even be amused by it, for those who could sing with the voice could almost always hear it when it was unguarded, but he also knew that her talent would not grant her the benefit of Marana Atamalan's words. He had the irrational urge to protect the Atamalan's words from the ears of the clansman, to protect her weakness, her vulnerability. As if such craving, for justice, for wisdom, was weak. No matter. Without those words, his song had no context by which it might be judged compassionate. Indeed, without context, it might have been mockery, albeit gentle. No, Calandras of Senial. Her voice carried a genuine regret. Then one of your seraphs? No, she said again. He smiled, although he guessed she wouldn't see it. Am I never to walk the Tour Lion without the watchful eyes of one clan's spy or another's? Never, she replied. You are known here, and feared, in your fashion. You are too serious, fair Sarah. It is a serious occasion, a wedding of this stature. There will be no festival moon for us. But at least there will likewise be no festival Sunday. She laughed, and her laughter was the musical, light grace that he associated only with Adagar. Only with the Sarah Teresa and her perfect niece. You know us too well to be a stranger, Calandras. You know death too well to be a northerner. And yet you understand Marana Atamalan too well to be a clansman. You flatter me. Do I? He heard the trace of lovely bitterness in the two syllables. Is it flattery to be told, however gracefully, that you seem to have no place? Ah, but I belong to all places, surely. Is there a difference? Silence. The play of wind through golden ringlets, and in the distance, through silks of a very fine sari, the same wind, beginning to end, touching them both in different ways. Sarah Teresa, he said, knowing then that she was ensconced in a harem where the open sky did not trouble her brow, it would be my honor if you would choose to join me in the palace of the imperial hostages. At the request of? Marana Atamalan, of course. Men and women did not meet openly, and they did not meet alone, when they were of a clan that ranked as high as Marano. But such was the way of people, great or small, that they found ways to meet that defied no rules, and broke all. I think, she replied, after a long moment, that I would like that. But I think it unwise, Calandras of Senial, to meet under those auspices. I will be watching the ceremony from the pavilion of the moon, and after it is complete, and the dusk has given way to the lady's dominion, I will retire to the eastern temple. Meet me there, by the font of contemplation. It was not until after he was certain that she no longer listened that he laughed, thinking of the last fount, the last meeting beneath the face of the watching moon. And then the laughter died abruptly as he thought about what she had and had not said. The Sarah Teresa di Marano was a woman of the clans before she was anything else. She would not betray her family, or her family's plan. But she had told him something, when she had decided to speak at all, although only when the music of her words had faded did he choose to understand it. He was being watched. And if she knew, so intimately, the details of such a small meeting as his meeting with Marana had been, then she was privy to the results of the surveillance itself, or some part of it. Which told him much indeed. "Thank you, Sarah," he said, but only to himself. This type of gift, by its very nature, demanded no recognition, allowed for no display of gratitude. "I do not understand," the widened Sendari said, and the saying of those 4 words was no simple task for a man who wielded the sword of knowledge, "what your interest in this particular northern minstrel is." "No," Cortano replied quietly. "You do not." The silence between them was the silence of struggle, common among the Widen, who disdained the more vulgar displays of conflict. Which was just as well. The open clash of the sword of knowledge was often deadly, and in a way that drew the unwanted attention of the clansmen. At last, Cortano smiled thinly. "He is gifted, Sendari, in the way that the northern minstrels sometimes are. He bears watching for this reason." Sendari di Marana was gracious enough to accept this concession for what it was, a peace offering and a partial truth. More, he would not be trusted with, or so Cortano's neutral expression suggested. He did not know if the sword's edge was aware of the Sarah Teresa's power. There should have been no chance whatever of that, but it seemed odd that Cortano would ask Sendari to play the unwelcome part of spy at this time. Or perhaps this was a test, another test. There had been so many of them, beneath Cortano's watchful eye. "Very well," Sendari said quietly. "If you deem it necessary, he will be observed." "But a question, Cortano, in return for the burden of the surveillance." "Ask it. Is this at the behest of the Tiragar?" The sword's edge smiled in a fashion that reminded Sendari, immediately, of his informal title. "No." The finality of the single syllable stopped the questions that had already begun to follow. "And I have now told you more than I wished you to know. Give me no cause to regret it. It was real. The offer, its acceptance, its consequence." She had known it, of course, from the moment the Surgeon who bore her palanquin had crossed beneath the arched gate of the Torleon proper. Had known it before that, when her father, stiff and grey as if he'd suffered a fatal wound, came to tell her how proud he was of the fact that his daughter, above all others in the Dominion, had been chosen worthy to wed the Kai Leon, his voice all the while carrying so much anger and apprehension that she thought even one untalented must be able to hear it. And the arrival of the golden chains by which she might adorn herself, the sapphires and the emeralds, the rich, deep red of ruby and the sheen of opal, these, too, had made the reality of her future more solid. It was as if each little detail had become one step in a path that led to the Clan Leon. And the dress itself was the edge of the precipice. She saw it, as if from a great distance, saw it, as if it were a weighty stone that had been dropped into the center of a deep, still pool. Or of a deep, still harem. Her father's wives. They could not believe the fall of the fabric itself, and long before Diora was allowed to stand, still and perfect upon a pedestal designed for dressmaking, the harem of Sendari di Marana was a moving hush broken by little whispers and the odd gush of breath that knows the confinement of no words. Ilya spoke first, handling the garment with more care than she handled a babe. "I have never seen a dress so fine." It was true, but she spoke again, as if she knew the words were too meager for such a gift. "Look at the silk, Alana. Look at these, they're pearls." And here, silence again, as she lifted the hem of the dress to the light that came in from the open screens. That light was trapped by crystal, and cast against the walls and the mats of this most private room. "Yes," the Sarah Teresa said quietly, and they all turned at once at the sound of her voice. "They are diamonds from the northern mines. A gift from the imperial hostages to the woman who will one day be consort to the Tiragar himself." Alana bowed, as did Alana. Ilya dipped her body in a graceful bend at the waist, but she held the dress, and this was not so public an occasion that its safety was less important than her manners. Only the Sarah Fiona remained distant at the approach of the Sarah Teresa. "How do you know that they're real?" Ilya asked, as much to break the uncomfortable silence as to satisfy her curiosity. "I was there when Sendari grudgingly handed them, stone by stone, to the Rad and Kai Elsol." Her smile was less than kind, but not less than perfect. "And the Rad and Kai Elsol has Lamberton blood, even if he chose to forsake his clan's name to join the priesthood. Those stones are these stones." She crossed the room gracefully. "I am not certain which I prefer, the northern glitter, or the eastern pearl." For the first time, the Sarah Diora spoke. "You prefer the diamond," she said gravely, "because it is clear and hard and perfect, it will not break or crack with time, and in the light of the Lord's sun, it shows its heart, and its heart is fire." The Sarah Teresa's dark brows rose in genuine surprise. "And you, Nadio?" "You tell me," she said. "Nadio." Alana's stern voice was not unlike the sound of a fist striking wood. But the Sarah Teresa seemed unperturbed by her niece's near sullen display. "You prefer the pearl, because it comes from the water, and its sheen is soft as silk, because each pearl comes from its shell, unique, because the pearl takes its sand and its salt, and in the deep of a water that holds its mysteries from us, it makes a thing of beauty. You love the pearl because it is delicate. Yes. And that is the way of your blood, Diora di Murano. That you love what is delicate. What you love, and what you are, these are different things. If you must choose what to be, learn from the diamond, the pearl will avail you nothing. And then, to Diora's great surprise, the Sera Teresa bowed, as if in deep respect, and left the room. She did not wait to see the dress, or to see it fitted. The General Alesso di Morant did not trust the sword of knowledge. He trusted the whitened Sendari, but made of him an exception. Men who wielded the power of the mysteries were men who made of themselves daggers or blades, and at that, blades without hilts, without handles, things too dangerous to wield and too tempting to permanently destroy. They could not be tempted with lands and titles, not in the same way that true clansmen could. Their power, Sendari often said, was knowledge, and they bartered with it as if it were land. Or water. Or horses. This was more true, he thought, of the sword's edge than it was of any other whiten. But Alesso was curious. And because he had accepted the offer extended him by Cordano di Alexis, the man who, in Sendari's estimation, was the most powerful and dangerous of the whiten. To accept his offer, however, was a grueling affair. The sun was high and hot, and there were no awnings beneath which a man might find shade in the open courtyard. There was also no fount, no water within easy reach, no cushions or mats upon which to rest. There were no seraphs in the courtyard, and the men who stood to either side of the open arch were armed only with the ruby-edged golden sword that marked them clearly as whiten. The man to the left was scarred by fire's hand, but the man to the right was as tall and proud as any warrior born. Alesso did not wish to try their temper or his patience by ignoring their decree. And their decree was, ignobly enough, that he must wait, without, like any common clansman. He waited, but his patience, such as it was completely destroyed by the exercise, and when at last the whitened Cordano di Alexis emerged, in person, to greet him, he offered a brusque bow and no words at all. Cordano raised a peppered brow. "It is good of you to wait," he said, his expression completely neutral. "Yes," was the terse reply. "I am about to make my rounds of the Tor Leon, General. I would appreciate your company." "You have it," Alesso said evenly, "for as long as your company interests me." Not an auspicious beginning. But the sunlight in the harsh and austere courtyard gave way to the bower of trees meant to shield the inhabitants of the Tor from the sun's harsh heat, and as they approached the lake itself, a breeze blew across it, cool and fresh. The general won his war, and after a moment, sunlight glittering safely off the surface of rippling water, he spoke. "We will, of course, be watched." "Of course." The whiten shrugged. "But I know the whiten set to watch us, and I believe he will hear little enough of what is said." "I see." Pause. "May I ask who that whiten is?" "You may, but I will not answer. The identity of a single capable whiten is not of concern to me today. Nor should it be of concern to you, General Alesso, unless what I have to say does not meet with your approval." "A threat? How unwise." The sword's edge offered the general a rare smile. "I am seldom called unwise, General. It is almost amusing to hear the word and realize it is spoken to me." The smile dimmed. "Almost." He knelt, hiding his expression, his beard fell into the momentary lap his knees made as his hand reached for, and entered, the lake. He did not rise, however, but left his hand in the water as if it were a lily or an anchor. "If you wish to wage war against the Empire," he said softly, "and I speak, of course, purely hypothetically, what is the first step you would take, Gut?" Alesso said nothing for a moment, thinking about the replies he could make. About the cost of those replies, if this conversation were, indeed, monitored by a whiten who reported to the Tiragar, or worse, by a whiten who might enable the Tiragar to listen. "I do not think," he said, distantly, "that I would wage war against the Empire. The clansmen desire it. The clansmen always desire it. For centuries, the demon kings have ruled lands that are ours by right. For a decade now, they have ruled more, at great cost to us. But it was tried once. You must be aware of it, Cordano, you were a part of the failed mountain expedition. It was not a failure on our part," the sword's edge said, bridling as any clansman might. "But it was costly, the timing was poor. Many of the whiten perished in the crossing. And the Empire's mage-born scholars were a match for the sword of knowledge, battle-honed or no. An insult. A calculated insult." The sword's edge kept his face turned toward a lake that moved just a little too much to reflect it. "True enough," he said at last, but coldly. "I ask you to think on this, then. If you were the Tiragar, if you could reach that high, and hold what you did reach, could you wage a war and win it?" "I am not the Tiragar," Alesso said softly. "And I would not be one." "Ah. Then I fear I have misjudged you." Of the three generals, you were the only one that I felt had the steel necessary to replace the Leon Tyr as ruler of the Dominion. The silence that followed was the silence of shock. Alesso de Morant held himself rigid a moment, his hand on the hilt of his half-drawn sword. You are not a child, General. Spoken blasphemy carries no weight unless it is heard, and the Lord of the Sun most certainly will not pluck the words and carry them to the waiting ear of his vengeful and petty Tyr. The Wyden rose abruptly. Do you think this is a test of loyalty? You are beyond those tests here. As am I. Marqueso de Leon is a weak man, a weak Tyr. His bloodline has never been so diluted. Morant is not a strong clan. It would have been, under your rule. Enough. I've told you, I do not wish to be Tyr Agar. He paused, weighing his words, weighing the Wydens, coming up with no balance that could be easily read. At last, grudgingly, he said, I do not have the blood. You speak of the Sun Sword. As it wasn't a question, Alesso did not trouble himself to answer. His hand did not leave his sword. Legend has it that the sword itself will be true to the bloodline as long as the bloodline exists. It was Cortano's turn to pause, to weigh words. Alesso thought he saw the gathering of caution in the older man's face. Until he spoke. But Leon is a small clan. It has been harrowed by its own twice in the last 3 generations. It is not widespread, and the sons, there are few enough. Let us be plain, Alesso, if the clan is obliterated, the Sun Sword will take a new master. And you are certain of this? Cortano smiled softly. The Wyden specialize in the knowledge of the antiquities. I am as certain of this as I am of anything. The sun across the water had never been so bright. The general covered his eyes and turned away from the lake. Then, slowly, his hand grew slack and fell to his side. It is not possible, he said. We could take the Tor, with the right allies, but the strike would have to be quick and complete. It would have to be delivered without warning, yes. Let us speak then, in your precious hypotheticals. If we were to remove Leon, the most likely outcome is that one of the Tiragnati would step in, after a brief and bloody war, to inherit the waters of Tor. I am not willing to risk the life I have for the benefit of another clan. No. Cortano shrugged. And I am not willing to waste the life I have in the political machinations it would take to ensure your position over the waters. I will give you my support should you manage to secure that title for yourself. But I have allies that would be interested in the rulership of a military man, and it is for that reason alone that I have chosen to approach you. Of the 3 generals, you are the only one who, in my opinion, has any chance at all of waging a successful war against the Empire. If you would agree to wage such a war, I am certain that they would provide you with the political aid you might require. And as he spoke these words, the sword's edge turned to face the general. His eyes were as sharp and clear as blue diamonds, and as hard. Make of this what you will, General Alesso de Morant. But make your decision quickly. I will, the general replied, make my decision in my own time. If I am to be Tyr Agar, I am to be a man who is not beholden to a Wyden, be he sword's edge or designate. Cortano nodded, expressionless. The sun crept higher into a sky that was bounded by lake and mountain in endless blue, its light changing the shadows cast by 2 powerful men, alone, on the edge of the waters by which the ruler of the Dominion was known. Sendari watched his daughter from the distance of years and a bitter fatigue. He knew her well enough to know that she was not happy, but happiness, as Alana was wont to say, was for children, and in a short time, the Sera Diora di Murano would become the Sera Diora en Leon, the woman emerging from the child like a chrysalis. And what might he say to her then? In the heat of the emperor sun, he thought her fair and dark. The shape of her face reminded him, like a heart blow, of another face, on the verge of the same delicate balance between child and woman. Yet Alora had never seemed a child to him, no matter that she was sweet and joyful in her quiet, fierce way. He had seen, in his wife, the steel by which men were made great. It lay beneath the front of her heart, and it was unbreakable. But not, alas, invulnerable. Not immortal. Fiona did not come to him, and for this, he was glad. She did not relish the attention that was paid to Diora, and while she was happy enough to have his daughter finally leave the harem, she was obviously jealous of that daughter's destination. Women were such strange creatures, at times. He found himself thinking this, while he, a man, was inexplicably drawn across the courtyard that separated him from the harem of wives made noisy by planning and apprehension, by the hope for joy and the fear of its failure. He remembered his own wedding night, remembered the ceremony that was held before it. Blushed, to think of his daughter involved in such a human exercise. Froze, to think of what it might be, otherwise. She was not his to protect. The time for that had passed. The sun was sinking. This was the last day that Diora was to be Di Murano, his daughter, not the Kailion's wife. Did that not mean something? Did that not give him the right to be her father, this one last time? He opened his lips to speak, but the only word he could frame was a silent nod. Dio. She looked up, met his eyes across the distance that he had closed, and was still closing, and bowed her head prettily. It was not what he desired. The moon was a madness that illuminated his thoughts, casting aside the heat of the blistering sun, the face of the warrior lord. He did not realize, until he came to stand before her, that he had come to her seeking, of all things, comfort. Did not realize how deep that need was until she spoke, and at that spoke a single, precious word. Father. Not a question. Not a plea. Not, he thought, a benediction. Nadio. He opened his arms then, and in the light of the Lord's day, he held her tightly. She was restrained, well trained, she held herself stiff a moment, but when he did not let go, she relaxed, returning his embrace as if she, and not he, were the parent who offered comfort. And in the height of the second day of Emperor, the white incendiary di Murano knew that he would lose his daughter, his Nadio. Of course I'm going to lose her, he thought irritably. She marries into the clan Leon. But he could not shake the shadow, and in the end, he held her more tightly for it. Thinking of Mora. Of childbirth. Of death. Wondering what might have been, had his wife never borne such a child as this at all. Remembering that, on the dawn of the worst night of his adult life, he had hoped to hate the girl left in the wake of Alora's bloody death. Even in that resolve, he had been weak. And the Lord hated weakness. It was customary, when the Tiragnati gathered, for the Tiragar to summon his generals. Although there were 4 Tiragnati to his 3 commanders, the message was not lost upon any of the men who chose to attend at the whim of the ruler of the Dominion, that these 3 men were loyal to the Tiragar, and that they, among them, commanded armies that could be turned at any time against a wayward Tir or a rebellious Tyrian. It was a loosely followed rule that the generals held no lands, that they were taken from the ranks of the park close enough to the power in a clan to understand what power meant, but far enough away from it that their military domains could not be deemed a threat to the clan Leon. The Tiragar Marqueso Kai de Leon had chosen to break this rule once, at his own discretion. And he, as most of the Leons through history, had been given little cause for regret. His generals served him, and they served well. But today, the sun's face burning the sky a deep blue, one of those generals turned his face to the Lord's chosen ruler and saw the shadow he cast upon it. The Tiragar was not a man in his dotage, the waters of the lake kept the Leon clan as healthy as age allowed. But he was not a man in his prime, his face bore the wind's lines, and those lines had been etched farther into flesh by failure, by a string of failures, some larger than others. He was not a warrior of any note, although his sword hand was competent enough. He was not a man who rode well, for he rarely had cause to leave the Tor Leon, and upon the plateau where the seat of his power rested, there was little enough room to truly run a horse. He was not tall, not in any way prepossessing, indeed, the only thing that spoke for him at all was the blood which, by the Lord's law, granted him the right to preside over the lake as if it were his own. The sun rose, the Tiragar spoke, quietly, with the Tiragnate of Averda. And with every word that left his mouth, with every nervous movement of hand, of limb, Alesso saw a man grown smaller and feebler in stature until he was just that, a man whose brow was ornamented with the sword's crown, a simple circle of sword steel bent round by the hand of the Lord and placed upon the head of Leon the founder centuries past. A sign, or so the Radan said, that the warrior clans of the Dominion were to forego the opulence and decadence, the baubled weakness, of the North. Yet this Tir wore northern gems upon his fingers as if they were a part of his hand, called for northern harps, suffered northerners to live in the Tor Leon at the whim and command of northern kings. This Tir was weak enough that he had seen fit to cleanse his clan of brothers who might have contested his rule and his competence. Surely, he thought, as he studied this suddenly foreign, slightly obtuse man, this cannot be the Lord's choice. General Alesso. Tir Agnate. The general bowed. You seem ill-pleased. Do I? The Tiragnate Eduardo Kai di Gherardi cast a sidelong glance at his unexpected companion. You have not joined your Tyran or your peers in the usual celebratory festivals that are opening up like wild plants across the breadth of the Tor. Eduardo shrugged. Bending, he picked up a smooth, flat stone. He held it in his palms a moment, as if absorbing its heat, and then, before the general could interfere, skipped it across the surface of the waters of the Tor Leon as if the lake was a mere lake, a thing of common mud and weed, like any other lake in the northern heartlands of the Dominion. Alesso di Morent raised a dark brow, but said nothing. He stood with his hands behind his back, and if they curled in momentary anger, the gesture was unseen. The Tiragnate of the Terrian Averda was a tall man. He could not be said, in a classical sense, to be a handsome one, but his face, sharp and narrow as an eagle's, nonetheless had the force of expression and the leanness of line that spoke of power, of a man of power. In all things, Eduardo Kai di Gherardi was either absent or first. He clothed himself like a clansman when he went among the clans, and like the Tiragar himself when he came to the Tor Leon, and he rode a horse that was finer than any horse the northern plains had bred in living memory, sword's blood. Alesso appreciated all of these things, but distantly, dimly, he saw in them a man whose love for finery was, in itself, that most dangerous of things, a manipulable weakness. But it was dangerous to the tier, and not to the general, and the fact that the ruler of Erda had deliberately arrived within a hair's breadth of open hostility made that foible an attractive one. The tier Agar was not a man well loved. Your early absence was cause for some concern, Alesso said quietly. And you've been sent to enforce my good behavior? Eduardo laughed. His hand found another stone. There were many of them upon this particular, narrow path, each flat and smooth, a temptation to the young and the unwary. The general caught the tiragnate's hand before the stone flew. They regarded each other a moment in a tense silence. It was Eduardo who spoke first. You bear him no great love and no great loyalty. Were it not for you, our losses would have been greater, our capitulation far more complete. He spoke, of course, of the war. But that war was seldom openly discussed, and then, not within the Tor Leon proper. Not if a man were wise. Eduardo Kai di Gherardi was not a man said to be wise by any measure, but he was canny, and because of his recklessness, unpredictable, which made him dangerous. Alesso took the compliment as if it had never been offered. And Eduardo did not choose to take the implied criticism of his silence. And the clansmen know it as well. He keeps you as general because he has not yet hired assassins capable of killing you. And he might, one day, choose to pay the price of the enough. If the war was not spoken of in the Tor, there were things that were never spoken of, no matter where a man might stand. Eduardo Tiragnate, you do yourself a disservice by this reckless behavior. And you are now to fill the role of wife, to tell me how I must behave in the presence of clansmen? He wrenched his wrist free and flung the stone with an easy, deadly grace. Thrice it skittered across the surface of the lake, but the fourth time it touched water, it sank. No, not that. Alesso looked at the lake, and then at the man who stood beside it in such foul humor. He had carefully studied the intricate complexities of the relations between the clan Leon and the clan Gherardi, and he could see nothing at all, that would account for this hostility. Perhaps some internal argument, some disagreement over a major trade route. Certainly, the Tiragnate Girani Kai di Lorenza seemed content enough in the presence of the Tiragar for the moment, and it would be Girani who would benefit from Gherardi's loss, if it came to that. Yet he was certain he would know of such a major breach between the two clans, and there had been no hint of it. He wished, of course, some certainty that this was not a momentary anger, a fleeting hostility. I would not attempt to hold the reins of the ruler of Gherardi. No sane man would. That pleased the Tiragnate's vanity, and he subsided a moment. But I would agree, cautiously, with your assessment. He has cost us both much. Without speaking another word, the general turned his head toward the path that led, between trees and shrubs and carefully scrubbed rock, to the dwelling that housed the imperial hostages. Eduardo Kai di Gherardi spit. A good sign. Or it would have been, had he not spit into the lake itself? Alesso di Morant was not a superstitious man, not a man driven to cowardice by the edicts of the Rad and the edicts of the Lady. He lived by the law of the Lord, and the law of the Lord was the rule of the powerful over the weak, for in such a way, the dominion was made strong. But to spit into the waters of the Tor Leon was worse than to spit upon the sword's crown, for the waters and the ownership of the Tor that protected them were the measure by which the ruler of the dominion was truly known. Those in the sun's sword. It may be, Tiragnate, that you and I will have words at our leisure in a more suitable clime, but... The Tiragnate's eyes narrowed into edges as he met Alesso's neutral expression. And then, shrugging, he bent and picked up another rock. As you say, he said softly, and Alesso thought he caught a glimmer of a smile across the face of the Tir. General Berdan Kai di Navar might as well have been Tyran for all the use he would be to Alesso. In fact, Berdan Kai di Navar was one of the few heads of a clan, even were that clan of little import in the political field, whose service the Tiragar had chosen to accept. He had come to the Tiragar, and the clan Leon, as a young man in the time of the Tiragar Carlos Kai di Leon, he had given his blood oath, and been taken into the ranks of the Leon Oathguards, the tyrant upon whom the clan Leon depended. There were no oaths more sacred than these, not even the oaths that bound the Radan to their lord, separating them, in the only honorable fashion, from the families whose blood gave them both life and a name. None, Alesso was certain, had been more fervently offered than those by a young Berdan di Navar, and if that youthful fervency had not been dimmed by the harsh reality of experience, his honor still bound him to the words that had begun his distinguished career. No longer Tyran, he was general, and of the three, second to Alesso in terms of the men he commanded, and second to none when it came to holding the Tir's ear. Unlike General Cormano, Berdan had acquitted himself passingly well in the Imperio-Dominion War. He had the respect of the Surdan who served beneath him. He had the respect of the generals who served at his side. A pity, that. Something that one could genuinely regret, for Alesso was one of those generals. He observed his friend's interaction with the Tiragnate Ramiro di Calesta on the pavilion at the height of the gentle slope. The two men met openly, of course, upon the pavilion of the sun. It was bowered and sheltered from the sun's full heat, and the water offered in silvered pitchers was water drawn from the lake of the Torleon itself. Those waters were always cool, no matter what heat strove to warm them, they were always refreshing. And they were offered to dignitaries of import. The Tiragnate Ramiro di Calesta was such a man. The richest, even with the loss of his lands by the humiliating imperial treaty, of the four Tiragnati, he was by far the most cunning and the least predictable. It was the task of the generals, General Alesso di Morant, General Berdan di Navarre, and General Cormano Par di Valente, to protect the interests of the clan Leon, and their duty often brought them into subtle conflict with the Tiragnati, the four men who, by birth and dint of maneuvering skill, ruled just beneath the Tiragar, beholden to him by vows that were, in Alesso's opinion, worth the blocks they were cut into. And no oath seemed less tenuous than the oath given by Ramiro di Calesta, the man who had been most hurt by Leon's ill-considered and poorly planned war. Berdan understood this, but not with the precise intellectual gleaning of Alesso or Sennari. To him, it was instinctive. It came like breath and with just as much thought. Of the four, he favored the most dangerous with the pleasure and privilege of his company. Calesta was the most dangerous clan in the Dominion, and only its position, at the border of the empire itself, had stopped Calesta's complete political dominion over the clan Leon for its catastrophic failure in its war effort. If Alesso had proved himself to be the most capable of the generals, this Calesta, not the father who died upon the field, had proved himself to be the most canny of the tiers, bound by no strict rules of honor, no outmoded warrior code, no rigid Radan's edicts. Of the three generals, Alesso knew it best. It was under the command of the young Ramiro di Calesta that General Alesso di Morant had made his mark. They were tied by that, and separated by it as well. Men of power became wary of men of power. It was a fundamental truth of the Dominion, and neither sought to deny its effect. As he approached the pavilion, the Tier looked down and smiled. General Alesso. The smile was genuine, as was the smile that Alesso di Morant returned. They clasped arms, as men do, and then drew back, regarding each other with an almost open appraisal and a mutual satisfaction. Time had robbed them of little. Yet, he could not use this man. He could not trust this man. Of the Tiers, Ramiro di Calesta gained most by the rule of a weak Tiragar, for he was subtle enough to manipulate a man who did not take the advice of what counsel he had well. Beneath the sun of the open sky, upon the pavilion of the sun, of the Lord himself, he met the eyes of these two men without flinching. Berdan di Navarre. Ramiro di Calesta. And he knew that he would have to have Berdan assassinated. Ramiro di Calesta was a canny man. War would take him before the assassin's blade, but such a war would leave Averda open for division, and Averda was the most fertile and the most prized Terrian in Anagar. He considered, briefly, an alliance with the Cayestan Tier. The winds took the thought. Ramiro and Alesso were alike in too many ways, but Ramiro di Calesta's bloodline had a history that predated the founding of the Dominion, and in the Dominion, blood counted for much. Too much. Winds take you, Cordano, he thought, as he smiled. Winds take you. The Lord won't. On the day before the wedding which had drawn these diverse men together, Alesso di Morant took the first step upon the path that would lead him to greatness or obliteration. Took it without moving, without raising sword, without lifting voice. Oh, he knew there was more to the war than these two men, far more. The path that would lead to the lake was a shadowed path, one that would never clearly be discerned if approached with timidity. He was not a young man, but he was not an old one. He could see the length and breadth of the future unfold before him as a series of obstacles, of challenges, each of which must be met. And more clearly than that, he could see the sword's crown, the sun sword, and the rippling perfection of the lake itself as it lay beneath his feet. One did not pray to the Sun Lord. One vowed. Alesso di Morant committed himself upon that day, at the sun's height. Some men will tell you what they like, Alana said quietly as Diora knelt on the mats before her feet. Some won't. That's helpful. Ilia's voice was thin with sarcasm and tension. She rubbed oils into the palms of her hands and then carefully, evenly, spread them down the length of Diora's exposed back, starting first with shoulders that were hard and tense. And you won't have to worry about men, just man. 1. He'll not give your services to a visiting dignitary, he'll not expect you to warm the arms of a man he wishes to reward or comfort. Sarah Diora di Morano said nothing. Not Dio? She nodded, the dutiful daughter, and rose as Ilia stepped aside. Her skin was white and flawless, but it was cold, and the pliancy of a feminine body had been replaced by steel. Nadio, Alana repeated, her voice almost a croon. Please. You have nothing to fear. Diora bit her lip, a habit that she'd thought lost to childhood. Ilana and Morano turned her unusual honey-colored hair away, and Ilia, bold and beautiful still, cast her gaze toward the cushions that lay, and used, against the far wall. It's not true, the girl who stood in twilight said. Because if I had nothing to fear, none of you would be afraid. And you are. You all are. That's nonsense, Alana said, gruff now because she was old enough to speak gruffly. But she was the only one who spoke, and the two words were forced and heavy. You've been here for 2 weeks, Diora continued, her skin white as clouds or lilies. White as the dead. You have your seraphs, you have your days in the open sun. You've spoken with the wives of the Tors and even the Tears upon occasion, because each and every one of them has attempted to find out more about me. She lowered her head, tilting her chin toward her pronounced collarbone. And I know you. I know you, Ilya. I know you, Ilana. If Fiona would tell me nothing at all about Sarah, it would not surprise me, there has always been distance between us. But not you. You are all my mothers. You've asked, in return for the information about me that you've given, whether that information is true or no. Nadio, it is not nice to accuse your mothers of lying. Alana's voice was as dry as fallen leaves. As light, as empty of life. No, and I hate to be in such a position that I must do so, was Diora's grave reply. But you've asked, and you've heard. Will you tell me nothing? You've met Sarah, Ilya said, her voice almost completely devoid of expression. Yet you have never chosen to tell us what your impressions were, and of all of us, with one exception, you've always been the most perceptive, you are Teresa's kin. Silence. It was Diora who broke it, because only Diora could. I have only seen him twice. Lifting her chin, she accepted Ilya's hand and stepped upon the pedestal, light and lithe in movement because such movement had become natural to her. She waited for the dress to be brought, her eyes dark and distant, a window into a summer storm, a thing of heat and wind and death. He is a man like his father. AI. Alana bowed her head a moment, and then lifted it, wiping her brow with the palm of her hand. Wiping her sari, staining the silks dark with sweat. There were no seraphs here, their husband had forbidden the intrusion, and in a perverse way they were grateful for the lack. Ilana picked up the heavy fan and began to push the still air around the room in a gentle mockery of breeze. He's not a gentle man, the oldest of Sendari's wives said. But he's not a brutal one. He's a man. If you're lucky, he'll take to the fields of the lower plains with his father's tyrant, and he'll lead you to your harem. I think, Diora said quietly, that he's killed a wife. At least one. It's in his voice, in the way that he watches them. She was not thinking, not clearly, to speak so plainly. But she spoke as the buttons of the dress were, one by one, undone, and the silks laid across her standing body as if they were a clansman's shroud. You've seen his wives? Sharp question, that Ilya's voice had thinned in the way that the Sarah Teresa least liked. Yes, but at a distance. One of them, younger, I think, than I, is with child. She closed her eyes, recalling the chubby face, the shadows beneath the eyes, the pallor of skin gray with unease, even fear. Had he beaten her? She could not be certain, could not ask. She was, after all, a Sarah, and the business of a Sarah was not the way a man treated the women he owned. I do not think he is pleased by it. Silence, longer. At last, Alana said simply, he saw his uncle slaughtered as a child. He sees a threat in his brothers, and that threat is real. He has killed 2 wives. Ilya's intake of breath was so sharp Diora almost laughed, although the well of laughter would have been a bitter thing. She was a Sarah, she held her peace. Why did you not tell me? The second youngest of Sendari's wives said to the oldest, her pale cheeks flushing with an unbecoming anger. What good would it have done? He will not kill this wife, and this is the only wife that we must concern ourselves with. How? Diora asked, the single word forced from between pale lips. Nadio, it is not necessary. Diora heard 2 things when Alana spoke. The first, every wife in the harem understood, that she would not speak further upon the subject, no matter what entreaties were made or threats offered. The second, what every wife in the harem feared, that the deaths had been unpleasant, slow affairs. Why? She asked softly. To her great surprise, Alana caught her hands, both of them, and pressed them together between her own, holding them as if they were an injured bird, hard enough that she might stop them from flailing or fleeing, yet gently enough that she might offer no injury, no hurt. The Kailian has reason to fear his brothers. They fear him, they fear that he will choose his father's course, and have them executed when their father at last passes on. His life is not secure. Men who fear for their lives react harshly. He believed that these 2, his wives, were in the employ of his brothers, he could not prove it, and therefore could not demand his brothers' deaths. But he sought to end the threat that his wives may have posed. Nadio, he will not harm you. Because your life and his life will be inseparable, if he falls, you will fall. If he rises, you will rise. Your children will be his heirs, and it is their blood that will claim the waters and the crown and the sword. Diora left her numb hands in the hands of the oldest of her father's wives, the oldest of her mothers. They weren't guilty, she said softly, only the barest hint of a question in the words. Does it matter? Alana replied. You have seen seraphs killed all your life for their mistakes and their folly, or the mistakes of their masters. Did those deaths hurt you? Her hands, now, were a cage, not a nest. Did they weaken you? Did you notice them at all? They are seraphs, in every possible way. Honored if their husband is honorable, and doomed if not. Alana Ilya began, but Alana's glare silenced her. Diora was cold. And perfect. She lifted her chin, raised her shoulders, arched her back ever so slightly. And she met the angry eyes of Alana and Murano, hearing what had not been said. That Sandari's wives were no more free, no more privileged, and no more protected than Sarah Lara's. That they had been given no more choice in their fate and their disposition than his wives. That she, and she alone, was granted a measure of safety because of who she would be. A clanswoman. The wife, not the concubine, not the sister wife. Safety, Alana said grudgingly, is for the dead. She released Diora's hands, and those perfect, fair hands fell at once to the young woman's sides. Then she turned and stalked out of the room, as graceless as a clansman come newly from the field. Come injured from that field. Forgive her, Nadio, Ilana said unexpectedly. This is so terribly hard for her. She lifted a string of tiny, perfect pearls that, end to end, was as long as her arm. She hoped, that Sendari would never have to see you married. He refused the tiragnate of Erda. She reached up, and Diora bent, stretching her neck for the clasp of cool gold. She has lost one son and 2 daughters, and the daughters of a concubine are always born for barter. But she thought you would be safe. And you will be. But it is not what she desired. You know that Alana has always worried. Ilya brought combs, jade combs, of a green that was almost blue, it was so dark and deep. She wound them round with flowers, small white blossoms that had been carefully preserved in the waters of the Tor Leon for just this purpose. She found a small footstool, and gained its squat height. There, she caught the long, fine strands of Diora's shining hair and began to bind them. And Diora di Murano turned her face to pale screens that hid from sight the waning of the day. For on this day, no sunlight was to touch her skin. She was to be given, unglimpsed, in all her finery, to the clan Leon and the Kai Leon in the time between the Lord's dominion and the ladies. For that was the time of men, and of the meeting of man and woman. They brought rings for her hands, more gold, the shimmer of opal on bracelet, the twine of worked metal and links wide as her delicate wrists. She bowed her head, lifted her arms, spread her fingers, striving now to regain the calm and the poise for which she was known. Wondering, as she did, where Ona Teresa was, and if she would see her at all before she was taken forever from the heart of whitened Sendari di Murano's harem. Dusk came quickly, a fall of stately hue across the horizon. The concubines of Sendari di Murano had become quiet with that peculiar anxiety a mother shows for her children, only the Sarah Fiona was graceful and perfect as befit her rank. She had, with the inattentive consent of her husband, procured a sari of such quality that she hoped in some way to stand out among the gathered clansmen, once they had had their fill of the so-called flower of the dominion. But even she had to stare in a wonder so spontaneous it was, for a moment, devoid of envy, as the doors slid to either side of the great room, and the Sarah Diora di Murano stepped at last into the open air, Sandari's concubines carrying her train. Her head was bowed, and in the light of the dying day, the pearls seemed flat and unremarkable, nestled as they were within the sheen of her black hair. She was delicate, graceful, in all things, the embodiment of her title. Awe gave way to movement. The Sarah Fiona di Murano was meant to accompany her husband, and he had stepped forward, reluctant and heavy, as if the years he had lived had somehow doubled at the sight of his daughter. He did not glance at his wife or his concubines, he did not so much as acknowledge the men with which his daughter was surrounded. They stepped to either side of her to allow him passage, and closed once he was within their circle. They were Adano's Torin, and Adano, one of the 5 Toregar who served the tiragnate Mario di Lamberto, could be seen down the slope of the hill, waiting, his clan's crest a brilliant splash of color on a high pole. Sendari, Fiona said, as gently and reverently as she possibly could. It is time. But her voice was laced with the first display of anxiety. There would be no palanquins and no horses for this walk, and the clan Leon waited. Ill-omened, to start the ceremonies too close to the lady's time, or too close to the Lord's. But if they did not hurry, they would suffer those omens, and the clan Leon was unlikely to be gracious. He stepped toward his daughter and away from his wife, wondering for just a moment why he had chosen Fiona. She chattered so. He was odd, as Fiona was, as odd as the Torin that his Kai had personally selected for his daughter's protection. But his awe was not a man's awe, not a woman's awe, it was the terrible wonder of a parent who sees, truly, that his flesh and blood is not his flesh and blood any longer, but a thing separate, a thing unknown, a thing lost. Nadio, he wanted to say, but he opened his mouth upon a different word, 2 words. Sarah Diora. Did she flinch? Did she stiffen? He could not be certain, and he realized it was because, indeed, the sun had fallen. Wyden Sendari, she replied, waiting. I would be honored if you would allow me to escort you. He could not, speak the words that he felt, there were no words for that. But she seemed to hear them anyway, as she so often did, his perceptive, his beautiful daughter. Father, she said, softly, so that even the Tauren would have had to strain to catch her words, I would never choose another. They began to walk. He felt a perverse pride when he saw the pale face of his oldest concubine and realized that she held her tears at bay. She had become, on occasion, an embarrassment, and the Serra Fiona had petitioned him, twice, for her removal. He resisted her, for the moment, and he thought that he would continue to do so. Because Alana understood what Nadio was to him, she was almost that to Alana. They were, in this, of a mind. He heard the waters before he saw them, they walked a path that revealed the lake only at the last moment. The Tiragar had chosen the dwelling for that reason, it would shield his Kai's chosen bride from the prying eyes of lesser clansmen until she reached the platform of the lake. Then, and only then, would they see what he gifted his son with. What Sendari gifted the Kai Lian, however reluctantly, with. The flower of the Dominion. There was a hush in the air, an expectancy. The night was coming. Had night ever fallen so quickly? He wondered, unwilling to hurry his step. Unwilling, at the same time, to slow himself, for fear that she would pay the price of an ill-aspect union. And angry at himself for the suspicion. He was Wyden, not common clansman. He knew better. Father? He had stopped, at the bend, the water yards away, and the clan Leon. The smile that he offered her would have to do, and in the lowering light, he thought it might. But she answered it by reaching up, quietly, and passing her arms round his shoulders. Pressing her head, with its awkward combs and pearls and jutting pins, into the center of his chest, as if to catch the sound of his heart. As if to bring herself as close to it as she could one last time. He held her, moving quickly, catching her a moment in his arms. She raised her lips to his cheek, touched his wizened skin. Of their own volition, his arms fell away. He heard the goodbye that she had not spoken, was stunned by it. In the terrible fog of the dusk, he let her go, as if he were not Sendari, but rather a man who observed him with a distant contempt. Alana passed him, and Ilana, carrying the train that trailed, like white shadow, above the greenery. He felt Fiona's hand at the crook of his arm, a gentle, unobtrusive pressure. He almost slapped her, but mastered the anger at her unwanted interference. Because, of course, she was right. He followed, quickly, the Tauren forming up on either side now, 2 walls, and not an unbroken circle. He saw his daughter's glorious robed back disappear around the bend, and then he heard it, the intake of thousands of breaths, the odd hush of a crowd. He ran, then, quickly, came in time to see that even Ser Elara and the Tiragar themselves were dumbstruck by his daughter. The Kai Leon took a dangerous step forward. The Rad and Kai Elsol moved more quickly. Not yet, Ser Elara, Fredero Kai Elsol said, his voice soft and yet completely implacable. For she is the flower of the Dominion, and you will not wrong her in front of the entire Dominion by acting as husband when the ceremonies have not been observed. The Kai Leon's frown was a momentary thing, a shadow cast by a cloud passing quickly above in a strong gale. His hand fell to the side as he nodded his assent, but his eyes did not waver. Those eyes, that expression. Sendari reminded himself that he was Wyden, that this was the way of men and women. But he had never seen his daughter, could not see her, as Ser Elara did, as an object of desire, as a physical possession. Be steady, Sendari. Teresa's voice. Teresa's disembodied voice. A welcome interruption, which said much. At least, he thought, I have the courage to face this. Where are you, oh perfect sister? He straightened himself, found his pride, and wrapped himself tightly in it. He would not waver again. The deed had already been done when he had given his assent to this union. Acceptance came. Late, but it came. He walked quietly past Alana and Ilana and found himself at Diora's side. There, he caught her ringed hand in a firm grip, lifted it, and said, Radan Kai Elsol, I present to you the Serra Diora di Murano. The Radan Kai Elsol bowed gravely, the sun and the lit fires that surrounded the platform and blown glass globes caught the light of the hilt of his sword, Balagar, as he did. The sword, passed from Kai Elsol to Kai Elsol since the choosing of Leon by the Lord of the Sun, was a thing of legend, a reminder that in the world of men, legends still walked. Turning slightly, Sendari saw that the Tiragar was also girded round with a sword, and he knew, as he saw the intricate, ancient sheath, that the haven of the sun sword was empty this eve. This symbol was the symbol of Leon power, this and the lake, water and fire. The crown was a bauble, an afterthought. To own the lake was a simple affair. But to own the sword? To own the sword, one must be Leon. Or so legend said, but it was a well-preserved legend, and Sendari knew that fully 3/4 of the clansmen believed it to be true. As he passed the hand of his daughter into the hand of the rat in Kai El-Sol, a curious emptiness filled him, and because it filled him, he did not recognize it immediately for what it was. He watched, as rapt as the clansmen that surrounded the platform and the lake itself, as the rat in Kai El-Sol speckled Diora's perfect forehead with droplets of the water of the lake, as he brushed her eyelids with the kiss of life. He could not hear what the Kai El-Sol said, nor could he hear what the Sarah Diora di Murano replied. But whatever it was enough. The rat in Kai El-Sol reached out for the sword hand of the Kai Leon, and he stood a moment, bearing the right and the left hand, the man's and the woman's, while he watched the last rays of the sun color the lake and the sky with a glory that its height could not achieve. Chapter 9. Touching the rat in Kai El-Sol felt completely natural, like touching an uncle, or one of the Murano Tauren who could, with honor, offer her aid when entering or leaving her palanquin. Her hand could rest in his, could stay there in safety, with no stain of dishonor, no risk of insult. Her fingers, thin and white and ringed, closed around his palm like a delicate trap, the instinct, the need for familiarity, tightening them almost before she realized that she had made her first mistake. The blush rose in her cheeks, she lowered her head prettily to hide her momentary shame. She was Diora di Murano, and she was the pride of the moment. She could not, would not, in front of so many of her clan's rivals be anything less than perfect. It was a little thing, of course, this clutching, this momentary blind desire for things safe and known, but he would understand what it meant, and she would. He waited while she composed herself, and when she lifted her face to meet his eyes, his expression was distant, respectful, in all things proper. Yet he waited that extra moment before he began, and she thought, although it might be years before she was certain, that his hand tightened just a fraction as it held and covered her own. And then, holding her hand, holding the hand of the Sarah Lara Kai de Leon, he stepped back between them, and thence behind, drawing them toward each other and placing the hands that he held, and the hand that held his, together. Touching the rat in Kai El-Sol was like touching the warmth of the god he served. Touching Sarah Lara Kai de Leon was like touching the heat. For the second time in less than an hour, she startled, shying ever so slightly. Where the Raidan's hand had been firm, the Kai's was tight. The roar of the clans erupted around the lake, and the lake's hills and man-made valleys carried the sound, echoing it, giving it a depth and a height not normally reserved for human voice. The Kai Leon smiled, but the smile was not warm, it was not even triumphant, it was a quick thing, like the strike of lightning in the northern rains, a natural occurrence, and a terrifying one. She did not move, it would have been the wrong thing to do, but to be still she had to lock her knees and stiffen her neck and shoulders, giving her body a graceful, regal line, evoking a perfect distance. It was not to his liking, she saw that immediately and had almost no chance to correct herself. He was upon her, around her, his hands upon her face, her neck, his own face so close to hers, so impossibly close, she thought she would never again be free of the smell of his breath, of the heat of it. She heard the clansman cry out again in glad approval at this, her first kiss, the first touch of a man who meant her the harm that men meant, but who had the right, by marriage, to offer it. And in spite of herself, in front of the gathered clans, she was like kindling to his fire, and when he drew back, her body followed his as if the diamonds and pearls so painstaking beaded into the edge of her dress had become attached to the setting of his very fine robe. His smile was not kind, but it was not unkind, it was an expression, she would realize later, that was very much his own, and unperturbed by her, unresponsive to her. One or two of the clansmen called out a suggestion, an encouragement, that again brought the blush to her cheeks. The rat in Kai El-Sol brought his hands together in a thunderclap, demanding silence, or at least, respect. He was a tall man, and a forbidding one, and even in the poor light, he saw well enough to know who had spoken. Or so it seemed to Diora. The Tiragar came to stand before her, momentarily displacing the sun. "You are lovely," he said softly, too softly, the words devoid of warmth. "A pity, really, that you were born a Sarah and not a Seraph, or I would never have gifted so fine a creature to so unappreciative a son." He bowed, and then caught her hand as he rose. Where his son's grip had been tight, his was gentle, but it was more of a trap, for she could not pull away from this man, of all men in the Dominion. "Welcome," he said, in a voice unnaturally loud, "Diora and Leon. Welcome to the clan Leon. May you honor us all." And his fingers, beneath the protective curve of the palm of her hand, caressed the flesh there lightly, gently. She saw the lady's night descending in his eyes as he leaned forward and very properly offered her the kiss of the clan leader, a light press of lips to forehead. She turned to her husband, to her new husband, and saw his narrowed eyes upon his father's profile, and her heart, like the sun, began its descent. The Sarah Teresa di Murano did watch the ceremony. But she did not choose to view it from the vantage of the lake, surrounded by the clan that had birthed her, nor did she choose, as she might have, to accompany her almost daughter upon her final journey as a di Murano. She watched the ceremony from the vantage of the smallest shrine to the lady, nestled as it was upon a hill, and hidden behind a veil of slender trees. The shrine, she had graced with the strength of her prayer almost as soon as the sun had begun its descent. She paused now, as the Tiragar accepted her Nadiayo into his clan. It was done. Lady help her, it was done. She clasped her hands together to still them, they shook terribly, and it mortified her, but she could not stop them. The sight of the ring, the single remaining evidence of her binding oaths, did not help. She almost removed it. Almost. It was far too fine for the rest of her apparel, it stood out, the one imperfection in an otherwise unquestionable affectation. The finery of Murano did not grace her this eve, although it was her right. She wore a simple sari, albeit one of a very fine, very expensive color, a color that was, shade for shade that of the coming night, a deep blue untroubled by moon or star. She was the Sara Teresa di Murano. She was alone. And she knew what she should be, what she must be, on this very special day. Perfectly composed, dignified, graceful, elegantly happy. But her heart was as empty as Sendari's had become, she had realized it sooner, that was all. What she could offer was not fit for the clans, and it would trouble Nadio to see it so openly. She stood alone, which was less of a risk at her age than it had once been. Faithful Ramdan she had sent away, and he, being seraph without compare, had condemned her decision with perfect grace, by obeying it. She was fond of him, in her fashion, but he was not blood. And blood was everything. Ah, a lie. A lie, on this fine summer eve. Alora had not been blood. Fire sprang to life in the air above the lake, reflected by the waters, the sword of knowledge, announcing itself, openly, to the clansmen, at the behest of the Tiragar. She heard, again, the hushed awe of the clans and smiled with quiet pride, for the silent awe was dim and short compared to the gasp that Diora di Murano evoked. Sara Teresa. She did not turn, she did not need to. That voice, she would recognize anywhere. Calandra's. He was a shadow in the shadows, she felt it although she could not see it. You missed the ceremony. I heard your song. I know. He paused. I would rather it had been a different one. She knew what he meant, and after a grudging moment said, Why? Why sing a cradle song for one who was about to leave childhood behind? Because, the bard replied with his perfect voice, that is often the time when one most needs to hear one. Such a song speaks to the heart. A child's heart, surely. All hearts, in part, are children's hearts. Hers, as yours, is secret now. Hidden. Do you need that, in the north? The hidden heart? She did not deny the truth of his words, because he was gentle, because he was unlike the clansmen, unlike the concubines, unlike Teresa herself. Every man and woman has a hidden heart. Or two. She heard the shiver of strings, a light, a fleeting melody, and turned abruptly. His face was shadowed from the moonlight by the shrine, she had brought no lamp with her, and thought that, this eve, no lamp might be lit, the fires below were brilliant. This is not the fount of contemplation. No, she replied, twisting the ring upon her finger, staring at his barely seen face. He sat lightly upon the lady's altar. It was a shock, to see him sit so, she felt the stiffness of her widened eyes before she could control the expression. Or before she remembered that she did not need to, the lady defended herself, and the lady's lands were not the northern lands, the lady's followers, not the imperial lords who were demon-ruled and glad of it. Did you do this? He asked her. When she returned silence, he gestured broadly toward the lake itself. The sounds of merriment drifted toward them, carried by the breeze, the gentle face of the wind. Did you influence the Leon clan in its decision, the Kai in his choice? It was never safe to say all. Never. But to lie to a man who could hear the lie clearly in her voice, no matter how she might disguise it with clever, pretty words? Yes. Sara, why? How can you ask me that? She thought, but she could not give voice to the question. Oddly, she felt betrayed. And then ashamed. These things followed each other quickly, naturally, stumbling together into a single, wordless whole. In the darkness of the lady's night, she knew that she wanted to be understood by someone who did not hate her, envy her, fear her. Someone who was not Sendari. Someone to whom she did not have to give understanding in return. Lady, she thought, are we all to be such children, always such children, at heart? I gave my word, she said quietly, to the Sara Diora's mother. I had heard that the Sara Diora's mother died in childbirth. Yes. Died. Her head fell a moment, a sharp dip of motion, she held out both hands, palms up, before her face in the darkness. But she knew that the child was coming. And she knew that the child was a daughter. Who was she, Sara Teresa? Who was Diora's mother? I hear of her in every word you speak, and yet you have never named her. He paused, and then added, I see her shadow in the face of the Sara Diora's father, I see that shadow fall between you, in a land where the only ties that count are blood ties. The Sara Teresa laughed, a bitter, silent laugh as ungraceful, as ungracious, as she had yet been. The only ties that count? She lifted her hand then, unfettered by the ties that he had so carefully invoked, and as the magefires flared above the lake below in an incandescent display of color and pageantry, the emerald that Alora had given her, a stone gained by dint of plea and subtle misdirection from the man who was her husband, caught light, held it, fractured it. An oath ring, Calandras said softly. And what do you know of oath rings? What do you know of the oaths that bind them, you who walk unhindered in any land you pass through? You have your voice, you have your training, you have your own name. She stopped. He had not moved a muscle, not spoken a word. But he lifted his hand, and she had seen just that gesture once before. It was a gesture that a decade did not erase from memory, rather, it sharpened and heightened. A ring lay there, clearer than diamond, and harder and wilder. No oath bound that ring to your finger, she said, when she could find her voice. The breaking of oaths bound it there, he said coldly. And to truly break an oath, one must first make the oath. Humbled, she lowered her hand. He held his aloft a fraction of a second longer, as if a strong wind pushed against his palm and then subsided. It is an oath ring, she told him. But not of a kind that is common in the Dominion. Oath rings are plain, a simple band, sometimes less, the twining of hair, the weave of silk knots. Those who wear oath rings, they are the Sarahs and wives of the clansmen. In the north, you speak of love, and even in the south, we hear it sung. We dream, as girls, that love will come and take us, treasure us, make of us women who can rise above the lives the Lord has decreed. There is the lady, Calandras said softly, so softly that, were she not cursed, she would not have heard. Yes. The lady. She turned from him, her face a face now, not the mask that came so naturally to her. I was not his Sarah. I was not his wife. I had no part to play in his harem. Her hands fell to her sides. She stood a moment, stiff, head bent, the weight of memory preventing all movement. I had no part to play in any harem. I was too old to be a child in my father's harem, and too much of an asset to my brother to be granted a life of my own. You know this. Yes. I went to Sendari a year after his marriage. Adano, our Kai, our much respected Kai, sent me. The bitterness was now beneath the surface of her words. Her words were like glass, smooth and hard and slippery. But they were as transparent, to Calandras, as the globes of the lamp upon the waters. He rose. She did not see his movement or did not care. Adano wanted Sendari to take the Wyden's test. To face the sword of knowledge. He had spoken with Sendari about it. Spoken harsh words. In the end, Sendari would not be moved, although he loved and loves Arkai much. Sendari knew, when he saw me, that I carried the word of the Toregar. He knew that I was sent because of my gift, knew, the instant I stepped from the palanquin, that I was Adano's threat, the only threat he would offer. The ring was green in the darkness, green and blue. The color of water, the color of life. He was pale, I remember that. I was no happier, Adat. She waited for some sort of comment, some condemnation, something to speak after or to speak against. He gave her his music instead. It was almost enough, but she waited a moment longer. You are a Sarah, he is Par. You understood your roles. Yes. But understanding is not forgiveness, and neither Sendari nor I forgive much. He could not send me back without disobeying the Toregar, a slap in the face which he knew would force Adano to respond. But he could not allow me to speak with him alone. And you would not do this thing before witnesses? No. There was scorn in the word. It left her voice as she remembered that she spoke not to a clansman, but to a northern minstrel. To do this before witnesses would be to shame Sendari in such a way that it would hurt the clan and perhaps his chances for success in the test. They would not know the power of my voice, they would only see that he had submitted to the demands and the desires of a woman, a mere sister, in plain view of the Lord. He ordered his surgeon to have me placed, immediately, within the small harem that his Sarah had gathered. It was his right. As brother, he had, and has, precedence. She raised her hand again, lifted it as if to touch the hand of a person just beyond reach. The tips of her fingers stretched out into darkness and fell. I don't know if he thought it would be punishment to me. I don't know if he thought of me at all, or of Adano and Adano's anger. He is canny, and when he is absolutely controlled, I hear only hints of his feelings in the words that he covers them with. So I entered his harem. Had I been with the Toregar, nothing would have happened. Adano's palace is large, and the rooms within his personal quarters plentiful. I had very little to do with Adano's Sarah, his wives, or his children. My rooms there were separate. I had Certain to guard me, and Seraphs to serve me, and Samisen and harp for company. I was occasionally asked to play for his guests. When his guests were those he did not trust, I was asked to play for his guests when he wished their influence to favor him. I was sent to tell Sendari to take the test. But as I said, I had no opportunity. What I did not realize was that I would have little privacy either. I had no separate rooms, I slept in the hall where his wives slept, I was given the silks that they were given, I was expected to eat when they ate, and to sleep when they slept. I was not expected to entertain my brother's guests in the more earthy fashions, but in all else, I was subsumed by the harem itself, under another woman's rule. I cannot imagine, Calandras said dryly, that anyone could rule you, be he man or woman. You have not lived in the South for long enough. No? Have you? He offered no answer. She spoke. I was angry, at first. Angry at Adano, for sending me to force from my brother what he would barely let me force from his horses, angry at Sendari for refusing to follow what seemed at that time to be the only reasonable path, angry at myself, for not realizing immediately that Sendari would neutralize me in whatever fashion he could without bringing harm to our brother's clan. To our clan. Because I was not a young girl, then. I was a woman. You are not old now. She was not in the mood to be flattered by him, although she heard the truth in his voice. But I found myself liking his wives, the concubines. The Sarah herself, I did not meet for the first 5 days. Alana, in particular, I found appealing, she was like one of my father's wives. Not the Sarah, not my mother, she was far too perfect. Alana was graceful, yes, and lovely, but she was plump, and if she suffered in this life, and she did, it ground the edges from her, rather than sharpening them. She knew that I was trapped in the harem, although she didn't understand why, and she knew that I was a stranger to all harems. I had no sister wives. She made hesitant overtures, peace offerings in the name of her husband. And I refused them, politely, every one. Why? I don't know. I wouldn't, now. Can you tell me that you understand the motivation for your every petty deed long after the motive has died? Yes. I am not so unlucky. I remember that I was not as graceful as I could have been. She bowed her head, the seraphs had dappled her forehead in soft folds as she seemed to retreat into it. But it changed when I saw her. The shift in her voice came as no surprise to Calandras. He listened, because he had been trained to listen, and because it was easier than speech. Even Sala lay silent in his lap, he could not trust himself to touch her strings. The Sarah Teresa's loss was loss, and it reminded him, always, of his own. She was so very near to it now. She was beautiful, Calandras, to me and to Sendari, but she wasn't beautiful in the classical sense. I am, and I was. Not Alora. There was no false modesty and no pride at all in the words that she spoke. There was distance, but not from him. Her eyes were dark and large, but not round enough, her chin was too square, her lips too full, her face was wide. But these things together, in her face, they were melody and perfect harmony. She was short. I remember that she was short. I remember thinking that Sendari's vanity must have forced him to search hard to find a woman who would, by comparison, make him seem so much the clansman in stature. It was not a kind thought, but we were not kind to each other, my brother and I. She said, "You must be the Sarah Teresa." I said, "You must be the Sarah Alora. I've heard much about you." And she said, "And I've heard that you were born with a gift that you hope to wield against my husband." Just that. She shook her head, seeing the past, Calandras thought, more clearly than she saw the celebrations beneath them both. He told her. She was his wife, Calandras said, and for the first time, understood what Alora di Murano must have meant to Sendari. Yes. But not Adano's. Not mine. And while I watched this woman who was no part of me, she spoke again. Alora said, "I have asked my husband not to take this test of his, this test of the sword. I have no need of such proof of his power, and I will not take the risk. I wish children, his children, and I wish my wives, I have no other needs. If you have come here at his Kai's insistence, then speak to me, Sarah, because if you ask him, if you tell him, he will refuse you." "And you rule Sendari? He obeys your commands?" "We rule each other, although I don't expect you to understand that." Her eyes were like black lightning in a sun-browned sky. "I don't expect any of the Murano clan to understand Sendari. They never have before." She turned and then turned back, always in motion, flickering like fire, or like cloth turned by wind. "But I understand him. He's given me his word, Sarah Teresa, that he will not take this test. If you know of my gift and my curse, you know that his word won't matter." "No, Sarah, I don't know that." "You think you do. We are willing to test this eve. If you can break him, he will do as his Kai demands. If you cannot, you will leave, and he will no longer live under your threat. You are bold for a Sarah. And the desert fox is bold when he defends his mate." Silence, then. The Sarah Teresa di Murano watched the Sarah Alora N. Murano, wondering how it was that Sendari had managed to find this woman, how it was that she had managed to survive the courtship, how it was that the lady had offered the solitary younger brother a companion whose love she would have heard in every word even had she not been born to the voice. You mean this, she said because she felt she must say something. Yes. How did he find you, Sarah Alora? Ask, rather, how did I find your brother? There is little love between you, or you would see him clearly. There is too much love between you, or you would. And whose sight, whose vision, is preferable? Teresa's frown was momentary, a ripple across a perfect face. Then, smoothly, and because it was the only truth that mattered, she said, the Torregara Dano Kai di Maranos. Did you? Did I? Meet your brother? That eve, yes. You never met Alora and Marano. You could either dismiss her as unfeminine and ungraceful, or you could listen to her. In the end, there was only one choice for me. Sendari and I are alike. It pains me to say this, I believe that he would die before such an admission left his lips. And did you use the voice? Oh, yes, Calandras of Senial. I did. He was silent. She expected no less. She had, after all, been taught by Robart of Mornial College, and she knew that, to him, this overt use of voice was anathema. Worse. She would argue, at times, the sun settling into the lady's dominion, that the subtle use was no less a violation of his odd code of justice, but influence, to Robart, was not the same as force. In the dominion, Robart, the only men who have influence are men who wield force, the one is just a promise of the other. It had been meant as a warning, but Robart did not understand that, not then. By the time understanding came, it had been far too late, he had already been broken by her father's machinations. She waited for some sign of Calandra's disapproval, some withdrawal. Instead, he said, and did it fail? Fail? Turning, she saw that he stood, and that his lute lay upon the lady's altar, untouched. I do not understand you, Calandras of Senial. No. But it is not to understand me that you speak. And tell me, oh, wise northern bard, why do I speak? He did not answer. Instead, he said, did you fail, Sarah Teresa? And she said softly, yes. She thought that Alora would be triumphant, but there was no triumph in Sendari's wife. Instead, the first display of weakness, a sparkle in the eye, a glimmering blur that spoke of tears, no matter that they did not fall. You will return to Adano, Sendari had said, his voice as abrasive as sand-laden wind, and for all that it was quiet. Wait, Sendari. Not her voice. It was not in her to beg for any favor, be it even the ear of her brother, of either of her brothers. They both turned, as one person, to Sarah Alora and Marano. This task, your brother said it. The Sarah Teresa is a Sarah, and one of whom much good is said. She could not refuse Adano. You have that privilege. Let her stay with us. This is not what you said 5 days ago. 5 days ago I had not met your sister. It is not just her gift, husband, that sets her apart. Without it, she would still have influence. She has about her the lady's eyes, the lady's expression. Have her stay in our house, with us. Adano does not need her influence or the protection such a woman might offer. My brother will not allow it. Will he arm himself to retrieve her? Tell him only that she wishes to stay, or better, have her send such word, and he will think that she stays in order to better influence you. And if she does not wish to stay? Teresa heard the refusal in every word her brother spoke, and beneath it, his reluctance, yet she was certain, no matter what she heard, that he would not say no to this woman, to this strange, unlovely, fiercely beautiful, dark-eyed wife. Those dark eyes turned to Teresa, followed by face, by form. It was hard to say what Alora and Marano did because her eyes were, for their depth of color, bright, almost shining. They seemed to be the whole of her face, some poet's window into a soul that Teresa was suddenly not so certain she wished to gaze into. Would you? The Sarah Alora asked softly. Would you stay with us, be part of my harem? Your harem, her husband said, with just a hint of a wry smile, a hint of vulnerability. She can't be part of yours, Alora said sweetly. The laws of lord and lady forbid it. But your harem is my harem, wife. Yes. The sweetness fell away from her face in an instant. She was, Teresa thought, a thing of steel, a thing of terrible danger. And I would do everything in my power to protect it. I love my harem, and you, and my wives, and their children. He did not see fit to correct her designation of ownership. I would keep the Sarah Teresa if only because I see you in her, Sendari, and I know that, if she learned to love them, too, she would protect them no less fiercely than I. But there was more than that. At least, Teresa thought there was. She had never felt so uncertain, in her adult life, about the difference between what she heard in a woman's voice and what she desired. She offered you what you could not have, the bard said quietly, his voice an instrument. A position in her harem as one of her wives. Was it so wrong, she asked Calandras, her fingers folded around the emerald. For her to ask it? Or for you to desire it? Either. No, Sarah. Neither. But were I your brother, I think in the end I would have found the courage to face my wife's disappointment. She said it, you were, and are, alike in many ways. Thwarted by birth, and either of you a master for, the brother who rules you. She understood you both too well. She understood us both, the Sarah replied woodenly, and we both needed that from her. I stayed. I used my influence with Adano, and I stayed. She didn't fear me. She didn't fear my gift. Not even Sendari could say that. No. She couldn't fear you if she could love you. I know, was the bitter reply. She spread her hands. In the north, you have such unnatural ideas about marriage. And love. About acts of love. Folding her hands as if they were the wings of a momentarily unsettled bird, she continued. Here, in the south, we are different. There is husband, and Sarah, and harem. A husband belongs to the lord and the clans, a Sarah belongs to the husband. And the harem she builds belongs to the husband as well, in theory, but it is her place. There, she might find the love of a woman's heart, a refuge among her equals. To be unmarried, among the clans, is to be denied that love. Do you understand this? Sarah Teresa, you don't have to justify your actions, not to me. And to who if not you? Alora is dead. I am not Alora and Murano. Calandra's face was pale in the moonlight. He fell silent as merriment, discordant in its cheer and ebullience, wafted up on the breeze. But I would guess, if I were forced to make one, that Sendari di Murano shared the unnatural view. He came upon us, she said, her face as pale as his, as perfect. She knew, better than I, the look on his face. He said nothing. Offered no word. Left us, let the curtains fall. But she left me to run after him, down the long hall. I can still hear the echo of her steps, the heavy rhythm of her breath, the sound of his name as it rebounded, unanswered, against the walls. I do not know what she said to him. I do not know how he replied. But I know that she hurt him. I wept for her sake, Bard, but for his pain, I think I was glad. And it was wrong. And I have paid. Again, her hands fluttered. Alana thought Sendari had taken leave of his senses, if he'd had them at all. He grew up in the harem of our father, he understood what it meant to be a wife. They made it clear, as they could, because they loved Alora in their fashion, as they loved each other. He loved her. It burned him. Until I came, until I stayed, he had never realized how much of a trap it could be. Her death brought no peace. No. She died birthing her child, her daughter. My daughter, the only child I will ever be allowed. Had she been a son, I could hold her, and keep her. Tell that, Calandra said softly, to any clanswoman whose son fought in the Imperial War. Averta's lands are rich with the gift of the fallen. Then if I could not hold her, I could hold the hope. Sarah Teresa, you are of Anagar. What is hope to you but the breeze that presages the wind? She died, Teresa said, as if she had not heard a word, and she called me, because she knew that I would not hate the babe who was killing her. Who did kill her? She called me because she needed comfort, do you understand? Because she needed comfort from someone who would not be so shattered by her dying that he could not give it. Do you think me harsh in my judgment? She called him, Calandras. I saw. She would not weep, but she did not need to. He could hear the storm in her voice, the rawness, the momentary wildness. Perhaps she meant more to him than I, perhaps not. I do not know. I cannot say. But he loved her as a man loves, and I loved her as a woman, and in the end, he took the comfort he needed, and I gave the comfort she needed. In the end, she chose. And it was a hollow victory, for you. Yes, the Sarah said, acknowledging the rivalry for what it was. But do not judge me harshly. It was all I had. He turned from us slowly, inexorably, turned from the harem that she gave him, from the daughter that he loved. We were alike, he and I, both gifted in our fashion. His gift called him, and he went gladly. I do not judge you at all, Sarah. I have not lived your life, nor will I. I have lost, you have lost, but my gift sustains me in some small way, while yours has been used to bind and cripple you. He came to stand beside her, touching her with words, only words, as he gazed down upon the lake. Will she have what I did not have? Who can say? You gave the Sarah Alora your word. You've kept it. Take peace from that. The wind rustled the leaves of the trees that gave the shrine its privacy. Calandra stiffened, and his eyes went wide, as if he were seeing something in a distance that Sarah Teresa knew, instinctively, her eyes would never breach. Sarah, he said, his voice touching her ears, and hers alone, with just a tendril of fear, I have been followed carefully since I arrived in the Tor. I have been listened to, tracked, and I believe, tonight, I will be hunted. If I can come again to the tour for the festival moon, I will certainly travel, but I believe it might be a while longer before we meet again. And will we? He was gone, a blur of shadow and movement so fast that she thought there should have been crashing, the breaking of branches, the disturbing of plant and standing stone. There was silence, and the silence was one of wind.